Drop the beat.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I never liked him. I never liked racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked it.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you today? Let me check my volume, make sure it's working. All right, let's go ahead and disappoint my audience. Let's disappoint my audience real quick. Actually, we're going to be disappointing my audience for the next like 4 hours, so I hope you guys are buckled in. If you can't take it, don't worry about it. You can come back a different day. It is what it is. I'll show you something funny. I'll show you something funny first. It's cute and it's gay. And I say gay in a respectful way. I say gay like it probably involved homosexuals, but it's a very funny skit. So I just say homosexual because their makeup is hardcore. Their cosplay and makeup is hardcore, okay? All right, y'all ready for this? This will be something funny to break the ice.
I have a project I would like you to begin. Let me just
Oh, that's way too quiet. Let me bump up the volume substantially. Okay, get out of here. Here we go. All right, you ready? Something funny before we get into something serious.
I have a project I would like you to begin. Let me just grab my idea stone and my king size Sharpie. Okay. So, triangle.
Pause. What is that?
So it's like, okay, 4 triangle.
Pause.
So, like, these are brilliant ideas, sir. Where did they come from?
Okay. Triangle. Pause.
I have a
All right, something cute before we begin the nightmare. Okay, let me I suppose I should pull up my bad takes. That way the ones that I'm getting the ones that I'm getting like super ratioed on because I have like a small profile and also half of my audience is libs. So let me, this isn't the one that I care about the most. That's pretty R-slurred. That one's great. These are great. Oh, here's my bad takes. This is probably the best angle. I think this is the chick in the pink.
Liz, somebody call the ambulance.
Okay.
The fuck is...
Yeah, this is going to be the best one. This is going to be the best angle. Although we'll have another angle too. I'll pull this up. Sorry if it's taking me a little bit to set up, but obviously we actually need to set this up if we're not going to have like DGG and or the soy members of my own chat and or other people freak the fuck out. It's very annoying. It's very annoying. Give me a second, guys. And Fellrunner is arguing. I don't even know if Fellrunner's here yet. But Fellrunner is arguing like, oh, let's just go to level 4. Let's ignore level 1. And what I'm saying is we are going to go from level 1 to level 4 because I'm just right. And some of your guys' comparisons are terrible. Damn, I retweet a lot of shit. Yep. Okay. Let me make sure that this is the original.
Man, and they keep pushing people.
Between these two videos, we can do it. So these two videos, we can do it. Let me check in with chat before we jump into the nightmare that is going to be this discourse. Let me go ahead and bust out Microsoft Paint before we get anywhere. Oh, it's going to be terrible. Oh, are you guys ready for a terrible day? I'm ready for a terrible day. Although Grassroots Hegemon already said that he viciously disagrees with me, but he's going to continue to be my friend. He's going to continue to be my friend and supporter, which I appreciate. So thank you, Grassroots, for the 20 gifted and for the $20. Thank you for being incredibly generous last night as well. I didn't even get to check the super chats because it was on her channel. But Zonia, I think, did a $100 super chat. I think Grassroots did $100 or two $100 super chats. I don't even know. Sounds like he was popping off. And then he did a bunch of 20s, 10s, and 5s. And then we also got a bunch of chippers who did 5s and 10s last night. So thank you for your support last night. Of course, because I was busy with the debate, I wasn't able to watch it, or I wasn't able to read out the chats the way that I normally would. And what I'll say is, in case you missed a debate that you want to check out, last night we debated whether or not law enforcement is trained, quote unquote, to violate the Constitution with effectively a sovereign citizen anti-statist. And what ended up happening was, like, we could have had an argument about, like, the way people are trained in the academy versus the way people are trained in the FTO versus the way people are trained in continuing education courses, and whether or not, I don't think in the academy you're trained to violate the Constitution, but you could argue that in FTO or in the extended education courses, you're taught to, like, skirt the Constitution and therefore would be violating maybe not the letter of the law, but the spirit of the law. And we could have had an interesting conversation about that. But basically what this guy said is that if it's not in the text of the Constitution, meaning you can't check out contemporaneous sources, you can't look at what the founding fathers were talking about in the Federalist Papers, you can't look at the historical articles written at the same time as amendments, and you also can't look at the case law inferred from said amendments. Basically, if it's not in the text of the Constitution, it's void and therefore unconstitutional, which I think is a wildly silly way to perceive how we're running our society. But obviously it's a common and powerful narrative in the libertarian community. So once he started just saying, like, oh, well, I don't believe in anything outside of the Constitution of the United States, I was like, okay, well, you're an idiot. And, let's just meme until the end of the conversation. So it ended up being pretty fun. I think I demonstrated myself to be a humorous racist. We said some racially spicy things, but they were fun. So, it's a good debate. It's not a good debate, but it's good content. So if you want to check that out, that's in the live section of Counterpoints Politics. Type in Counterpoints Politics into your search bar, hit enter, go to the live section, click it. The VOD should still be there. Anyways, after shilling for last night's content, let me catch up with you guys before we go into a day of psychic pain. Jonah Boy says, good morning. Good morning to you. Subry Keller says, yo. Matter of fact, I'm going to move y'all down here so I don't have to hurt my neck. Let me remove this and go full screen. Josh CFC says, hell yeah. Conservatism says the makeup is your only clue. No wonder why you didn't make detective. Ow. That hurt my feelings. Solidus says, yo. Josh CFC says, damn, rough Grassroots. Nah, Grassroots is great. Grassroots already gifted $20 and a $20. Connor's opinion on this sucks, and he's lucky he's pretty. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Josh CFC says, number 2 in the chat and can't even get a ship. Well, yeah. Hi, brother. They killed him IRGC way. Kill me now. This is going to be a terrible day. I can already tell you. Listen, I'll try to be as, like, nuanced and calm and explanatory and all that stuff. I'll try to be as nuanced as I can and try not to freak the fuck out in chat. But I'm telling you right now, if there's DGG white names who pop in and they haven't been watching what I've been saying and they just go, you just love the Gestapo, they're getting their balls twisted. Okay. Veterans, Oilers obviously have protection. Okay. So Christian Vlaris, Grassroots Hegemon, Numinax, Dr. Zayas, Gen X, Patriarch. I'm trying to think of who else. Entropy X. Basically, if you're like a regular chipper, or if you're a regular chipper or a regular oiler, you have immunity. I'm not going to twist your balls. I just might cry and yell at you a little bit. So don't make me cry. But then for like white names that I've never seen before saying soy shit, they're getting their balls twisted. And if the mods don't twist their balls, I'll twist their balls. Don't worry about it. I'll handle it for you. Fast and Bulbous says, I can't give my opinion on this without getting spicy, so I won't. Okay, that's fine. Fast and Bulbous has like veteran immunity as long as he doesn't get too soy. Same thing with Officer Nasty. Same thing with Beef Supreme. I expect Beef Supreme to be soy. Harstar, I expect to be soy. But Harstar is also a, not really a veteran. I don't see Harstar around that much, but we've had soy fights in the past, so it's fine. Harstar says, just got here and rewind and watch it 2 times, or am I good to just listen from here? You're good to just listen from here. Andre Sondelescu says, oh, you're back on Twitter. Yes. Neo counter Connor until I get banned again. Spanky says, did you know people from red states are the only ones who can carry guns? See, that's the kind of soy shit where if I've never seen Spanky before in my life. That doesn't mean that they haven't been here before. It just means that I haven't recognized their names. So like you're allowed to be soy, you're allowed to say memes, whatever. But if I start getting into the content and then you're still being soy and you're soying out at me about my perspective, if I've only seen you once before, you might get timed out and or banned. Just full heads up. C. Marcelli says, I had 4 retweets from you yesterday alone. What? Like you retweeted me or I retweeted you because you posted something thing? You posted something I liked. I don't know what you mean. Farrunner says you are almost at the weekly limit. You gotta be. Maybe. Harstar, it's a good job. You're likable, really. Well, thanks. Black outside. Zzz, true. The Second Amendment only goes to people who live in red states. See, Spanky, I already said that if you keep being soy and I don't recognize you, you're going to get banned. So, just heads up. If I catch up, if I start doing the content and you're still soy, I'm going to either time you out or I'm going to ban you. Just giving you a heads up. Short says, also, I tried to watch the debate last night, but I lasted about 10 minutes after the guy admitted he was a auditor. Oh, yeah. He's definitely, he says he's not a sovereign citizen. I think that's how most people would understand him. Grassroots Retent says, but I love the cog anyway, despite Connor absolutely dog water bullshit ass opinions. True. Ophidic says, don't lie, Connor. He was a plus size model. Me or the other guy? Yeah, the other guy says, Darth Panzer says, Connor, did your Twitter get banned? Oh yeah. I had a 20,000 follower Twitter. And there was the guy who said, the working class has forgotten its place. We need to get unemployment up to 10%. That way they remember how good they have it. And I posted the SpongeBob, Squidward, we're going to kill you meme. And I got a permanent ban for that. I appealed it like 6 times because I thought the ban was so R-slurred. And that was after Elon had taken over, by the way. But it was just a perma. And then the 10K account, it got perma'd, but they didn't even tell me what the offending tweet was. But 48 hours prior to me getting permit on the new account, which I had just gotten the 10K after like a year of shit posting, they said, oh, well, we reserve the right to ban for any reason. And within 48 hours, I had quote tweeted Megyn Kelly and called her a pedophile defender. So I think those, if you're asking me, I think those things are correlated. So I think some conservative got in their feelings. They had friends at Twitter. They reported me to Twitter, and then Twitter banned me. And then when I asked for a reason, they said, get fucked, libtard. Martin Cerny says he's just sniffing too much glue. I mean, you probably got me there. All right. Christian Lair says being armed while protesting, filming ICE, assaulting protesters, which is Rittenhouse, isn't illegal. Anything else is just bootlicking for federal thugs. Yeah, we're going to have a bad day today. That's fine. We're just going to have a bad day. Everybody buckle in. It's going to be a bad day. Random commenter 4436. My only thing that I think is a super important point is that I don't think they gave him a single verbal command. I don't know how you can say he wasn't complying when they weren't commanding him. Well, let's talk about that in a minute. People focus on the wrong thing. True, which is why Fellrunner wants us to focus on the level 4 arguments instead of the level 1 arguments. But we're going to do the level 1. And we're going to do level 1 and then we're going to get up to level 4. So just buckle in. It's going to be a tough day. Harstar says, do I count as a DGG white name? You got a little bit of immunity. You got a little bit, Harstar, because we've already had a soy fight. We've had a soy fight before, and I think I timed you out or banned you. But then we made up. We kissed and we made up. Thunder Turkey says, some here been listening since before Rittenhouse, but hey, calling you R-slur is enough for bans and blocks, kind of soy. Thunder Turkey, that's the exact kind of attitude that's going to get you banned. But I recognize your name. So you have temporary immunity. Darth Panzer says, how much more do I need to donate for diplomatic immunity? You don't need to. You're fine, Darth Panzer. Silver says, all right, Oilers, time for you to roast him real good. Yeah. Matter of fact, since we're in a feudal oilocracy, So we're in an oilocracy. So if you want to be super soy, then you need to like diffuse your soy power into your favorite feudal lord, and then be like, hey, grassroots hegemon, he'll never ban you. Say this. Hey, Christian Valeris, he'll never ban you. Say this, and then that way you can get around me chopping off heads left and right. Sacred Snow says that's okay if you expect us to be soy. We expected your take to be arslerd. See, Sacred Snow gets it. Cosmer says, why they shoot him so much when he was down? I swear I didn't watch Destiny's Take. We'll talk about it. If you're new here, get out. I know. It's so true. Anonymous for 20 says, I'm going to be soy, and honestly, I'm just disappointed at you, not mad. Okay, well, you're not my dad, so slow down with the disappointment. Wow, man, although you have diplomatic immunity as well. Wow, man says, unrelated, but why is your username Neo Counter Collar rather than Punish Connor? That would have been funnier in my opinion. I don't know. I just did it. Tofu says, oh, can I be soy and you can twist my wiener? Yes. Infallible Foul, Connor needs a safe space. Correct. Infallible Foul. You are right. Connor, do you think interference and obstruction are underutilized charges or overly abused? Yes. Dean Starr says Connor is a real victim. That's true. Thomas Dudley says, I was wrong about the timing of Iran, but I suspect it was because it looks more like a regime change op, not just punishment, looking at what's publicly gone into CENTCOM, Indo-PACOM suffers. Of course. Indo-PACOM, always on suicide watch. Fellrunner says no level 1 takes. No, we're going to start with level 1. I'm just not going to dwell on it all day. Jazz says, am I late? That's also a name that I recognize. So Jazz has like temporary diplomatic immunity. My bank. How the fuck did you spend 14K mid-flight? Alas, I love the coat and the waitress was pretty hot. Yeah. Yep. Good grief, Cryptus. Florida have the same concealed carry laws as Minnesota. Florida is probably even more loose. Florida, I think, is constitutional carry now. Sacred Snow says the leap from auditor to sovereign citizen is evil Knievel tier jump. Auditors are Dunning-Kruger people who allegedly care about constitutional rights. Sovcits claim they're immune from the Constitution. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Interesting difference. Fellrunner says you can talk level 1, just have better takes than so you condone. Yeah, it's not where we're going. Is COG the equivalent of DGG? No. Coggers have Coggers. Exponential says, what did I miss? You missed a bad shooting by ICE. Random commentator 4436 says, I still love you. That's fine. Matter of fact, that's the attitude you need to take. So if you say, Connor, you're an arsler and I love you, here's my soy take, you're not getting banned. I don't care. Or Connor, I love you and you're arslered, but here's what I think you need to think about. That's totally fine. But if you come in and you're like, oh, you're deep throating that boot again, huh? Like if you do that in chat, then yeah, I'm going to twist your balls, of course. Harstar says, grassroots, are you banned from Hutch's chat? And am I getting you confused with someone else? He's probably banned. Conserve says, I need to grow the channel. Also, Connor, if your name is white and you disagree with me, you're banned. True. Yeah. Was reading Dune while the power was out, if you can't tell. Based. Boondoggle McCognal. My biggest problem is the admin smearing his name in the same way as they did with the woman, calling them both domestic terrorists is awful and a lie. Well, that's a level 3 argument, Boondoggle McCognal. That's a level 3 argument. We're still at level 1. Oh, no. Okay. Florida is not open carry. Yeah, I think it's constitutional carry. Florida constitutional carry law. Effective July 1st, 2023, Florida House bill allows eligible citizens 21 or older to carry concealed without a state-issued permit. While no license is required, individuals must still meet legal eligibility requirements such as not having felony convictions and must carry valid ID. Open carry remains illegal in most public places. Yeah, it's not open, but it's still constitutional. I love me some constitutional. Darth Panzer says, VA's constitutional carry. We'll see how long that lasts since we had another blue wave. Sad. Darth Panzer says, yo, great value Earl Grey. Connor's more base than I thought. Yeah, dude, I have great value Earl Grey. And then my wife was fancy this past week. She picked me up some, I don't know if it's great value, but she picked me up another brand of Irish breakfast tea. Huge fan. Sun Patriox says, Connor, you're my favorite arsler besides myself. Based. Yes. Deus Halcyon says coggers have actually brain cells. I'm going to be testing those today. Randy Cheng says, clip that. True. Silver says, Connor gives his hardest challenges to his richest Oilers. True. Fell Runner says, turn clips back on. I'm going to figure that out later. I'm not figuring that out right now. We're going to get into the psychic damage. Gond says, what are these levels you're going on about? So Gond, what Fell Runner is pointing out, and I think pointing out astutely, is that while we were talking about the Renee Good shooting, we never got off of level 1. And what I think he means by that, and what I'm assuming he means by that, is that there's like, let's just say, levels of insightful analysis. So what happens is I get frustrated with liberals because and progressives and libertarians, and I get frustrated with everybody. I get frustrated with everybody because I don't think they understand what I'm saying in reference to use of force scenarios and how the courts judge them. And so we get into a fight about whether or not something is a bad shoot. So when I hear bad shoot, I don't hear this guy was disarmed and then he was shot anyways. Therefore, it's a bad shoot, meaning a moral indictment. If you want to say from a moral perspective, this is a bad shoot, bad tactics, bad this, bad that, I could actually bust out a drawing that we'll probably have to do again today. Then I could agree with bad tactics, bad outcomes, bad analysis, bad this, bad that. But bad shoot is actually a term that we used as cops in order to describe other people's use of deadly force or use of force. And so as a result, like when you say bad shoot, I'm inferring that you're saying that the cop's going to jail. And I don't think that's true. Like there are shoots that are egregious enough that you'll be indicted and nearly charged. And then I think that's where the argument breaks down again at the level 1 tier, is because then you guys say, well, it doesn't matter if he's not getting charged because the system is so oriented in law enforcement's favor that effectively we're operating under an unjust system. So I don't even care about your analysis of the shooting and its legal veracity. I'm talking about morality. But then we talk about morality and we talk about how to reform law enforcement in such a way that we reduce like negligent or malicious or accidental homicides. And then the conversation breaks down again because oftentimes the rules that you guys are coming up with have like either no effect on the homicides or they have like a substantially deleterious effect on the profession to the point that I think the cure is worse than the disease. So there's like multiple points where this conversation breaks down. So yeah. Josh says, is it week 1 or week 2 in the academy where they train you to disarm a protester and then dump the clip into him? See, that's soy to me, but that's okay. I like Josh CFC just fine. Roaming Ronan says, my mentality when I listen to Connor is give borderline propaganda talking points. I mean, it's propaganda, but that's fine. If you agree with me on 9 out of 12 issues, vote for me. If you agree with me on 12 out of 12 issues, see a psychiatrist. Well, thanks, Roaming Ronan. I appreciate your nuance there. Darth Panzer says, VA's carry is different. We're constitutional open carry, but license concealed. Weird. That's very weird. Good Grief Grift says, does anyone know how to convey the ASMR sound Connor displayed right there with the boot swallowing? I think I could translate that into text. I would do lot. So the way that I would translate that is like A W A L a lot, but with like an H. That's how I would write it. Tofu says, stop delaying the inevitable and let's hear your take. No, I'm scared. The hoes are scared and I am the hose. Hot take, Earl Grey is made better brewed strong with a teeny bit of whole milk. Well, there you go. All right. We'll get going. Christian Lair says, is your issue specifically with Alex being armed? No. Or do you actually have a problem with citizens filming ICE operations? No. The first is defensible to a degree. The second one isn't. No. Let's break it down, and we'll break it down moment by moment. Fellow Runner says, I'm not an arsler today. I am an ass, but fuck yeah. Okay, cool. Florida's biggest crime is that they use red flag laws to put minors with misdemeanors on a list and drug addicts so they can never own guns. I don't think that's in the top 50 of Florida's problems. I'm sorry. Like that, there might be nuances there where things are messed up, but I think Florida has a lot of other problems besides those two. there's a lot of problems there. Okay. Dank Brandon says my wife gets Twinings, Irish breakfast, English breakfast, and Earl Grey tea and cinnamon stick tea. That's pretty based. I like that. Xenocrat says Connor gets frustrated with liberals because he disagrees with them that the government shouldn't be able to summarily execute. Yeah, see, that's the kind of like, I recognize the name, but that's the kind of like soy shit that I'm definitely going to twist your balls as soon as we start content. Either engage with what I'm saying or fuck off. You know what I'm saying? Okay, Christian Blair says, that's effing R-slurred, Connor. We know none of these agents are being prosecuted. Okay, but you heard what I said. Gluck. Yes, Gluck is better. Paul's right. Gluck is the stereotypical way to write it. That's true. So, right. But Christian Valeris, this is the crux of the issue that we're arguing about, okay? This is actually the crux. I'm trying to make level 1 as interesting and deep as possible. Are they not being prosecuted because the escalations of force and rules of engagement, or whatever you want to call it, the ROE, the EOF, the response to force, whatever soy term you want to put for it, is it because it's written poorly, or is it because it's the nature of the chaos of deadly force incidents? Is it poor training? Is it poor tactics? And how do you fix it? Because here's the thing. I think you could fix this with better tactics, better training, better laws written about like officer cause jeopardy and all that kind of shit. I think you could do that. But this is like this death. I would not rule a bad shoot. I would borderline rule it an accident. So we'll get into that. I know that's going to piss people off, but we'll get into it. So the question is, if you think that it's R-slurred to say, well, they're not going to be legally prosecuted, and you say, well, of course, the state is slanted towards officers too hard, and that's something that we already expect out of the scenario, then you need to tell me the prescriptions that are going to prevent something like this from happening again. Okay, that's where we need to go. All right. Josh CFC says, and I like you too, Connor. Lol, I actually haven't heard your take on this event, but one can only assume. Sure. Gluck is the best sound. That's true. Wheat Thin says, how about ICE agents shouldn't be interfacing with American citizens? See, that's the kind of like soy R-slurred stuff that doesn't make sense. Grassroots says, $10, Barry's Irish breakfast tea. It will wake you up, drive you to work, and you have to wake up at your desk. Also, this shoot was bad legally and otherwise, but Connor's beard is phenomenal. It's fine. Okay, let's start fighting in a moment. Not turning on clips is fucking criminal. Okay. All right. Let's just suffer. Let's just get into it. Anonymous chatter says, accidentally killed someone. Oopsie tee. Well, once again, that's not what I said. All right. Let's just get started. People are already going to be pissed. It is what it is. We're going to go slow today. I hate to say it. This probably won't become a VOD because I'll be spending a lot of time doing mind maps. I'm going to spend a lot of time interacting with chat, so it's probably not going to become a VOD. But we're going to take our time, and we're going to break it down, and we're going to fight about it because, frankly, we need to get through the level 1 to the level 4. So let's get cracking. I'll still do an intro like it's a segment just in case it actually ends up being really good, and I feel like the flow is good. Silver says Collins. Yeah, sure. After we talk about it, because I'm not going to get fucking digitally assaulted up my bum hole before I've put out my actual position. So let's get my position out with mind maps before DGG and Pisco and Josiah and everybody comes and tries to digitally assault my bumhole. All right, so this is the new angle. That's the one that I want to do later. This is the first one that we got. So I typed this like immediately as it happened, and I'll say, I'll save you guys a week of discourse. If the guy resisting arrest had a knife or gun, this incident will be ruled imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, and nothing will happen. I mean, that statement is objectively true. Okay, let's pause. Triangle. Pause. Okay. So we're gonna have to do some building blocks here. So let's do some building blocks. Okay. ICE. I'm assuming it stands for like Immigration and Customs Enforcement. But let's just make sure that we have the right thing. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Yes. So it is. Okay. Let's start with some basic things. ICE, Immigration and Custom Enforcement, is a law enforcement wing of the CBP that has the authority to detain, well, I would say investigate, detain, incarcerate, and submit for deportation of non-U.S. citizens, and can detain and arrest citizens who interrupt their operations. What I've seen, I mean, bear in mind it was like an AI Google search, but the AI Google search pretty much said that ICE can't enforce local laws, that ICE actually has a relatively strict mandate, but the two things that they 100% can do is they can like detain, investigate people who they suspect of being non-citizens and their immigration status. And then also, if you interrupt an ICE operation, you can be detained and arrested. Okay? So that statement I believe to be true. And if you don't believe it to be true, then I would ask for evidence to the contrary. Christian Blair says, reminder that in your review video, you called the Daniel shooting a bad shooting. What makes that different based on Leo protocol? I would say the officer caused jeopardy, and the recklessness of their orders was so bad. And it was over such an extended period of time. This shooting unfolded in a matter of what, like 6 seconds? The Daniel Shaver shooting evolved over the course of like 2 minutes, by the way. Sun Patriarch says it was Border Patrol, by the way. Well, okay. Well, CBP probably has the same mandate as ICE, right? And if they do like joint operations between CBP and Border Patrol, I don't, that for me, that's like a distinction without a difference. So, all right. Anyways, so if we believe that's true, okay, then what I would say, this is what I'm not arguing. Okay. This is what I'm not arguing. Is the first, I think the First Amendment, Connor, yeah, just making sure the mind map is 100% accurate for the actually. Well, thank you, Sim Patriarch. I appreciate you. I appreciate your concern, but for the sake of flow, I'm going to keep it moving. So let's do First Amendment, the right. Let's take a look at the First Amendment real quick. Let's get our specific language up, because there's been a ton of arguments that like just filming law enforcement doing their jobs is illegal in some like Orwellian dystopian, mostly Democrat cities and states like New York. But I think that it's been consistently struck down on First Amendment grounds that the right to like peaceably assemble and film law enforcement officers and hold them accountable and all that kind of stuff, that preempts any concerns from law enforcement about them being filmed and getting distracted while doing their jobs. I'm pretty sure the courts have consistently said, nope, that falls under the First Amendment. Nope, that's good for public accountability. Nope, law enforcement officers just need to focus on doing their jobs correctly and shut the fuck up about it. I'm pretty sure that's what the courts have said. So First Amendment says Congress shall make no laws rejecting an establishment of religion. That's not what we're talking about. Or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. That's not what we're talking about. Or abridging the freedom of speech. I think that's one of them. Or of the press, or of the right of people to peaceably assemble. I think that those three are the ones that are most relevant to somebody filming law enforcement. So freedom of speech, of the press, and of people to peaceably assemble. First Amendment, freedom of speech, peaceable assembly, and what was it? And the press gives people the right to observe, film, and even protest law enforcement action in public. Okay, this is true. The slippery slope, though, and I'll put this in red because this is gonna be completely argued by different sides differently. So I'm gonna put this bad boy in red. Bum, bum, bum. Thank you. There are laws on the books that say if you are sufficiently disruptive of a lawful law enforcement operation, I'll put Leo operation, then you can be detained and arrested for said interruption. Okay. Then I'll say, give me a second. Because I think blending like tactics, legality, morality, that's where we get into trouble. I'm going to use a fancy word like ergo. Ergo, protests can be mistaken and or believed to be disruptions. Protesters can and often are arrested during said disruptions. And then I'm going to put in red because you guys are going to disagree with me on this. You can beat the rap, but not the ride. Okay. And to explain that concept, I get into it. Let's say that I'm I want to go protest ICE. Okay. So I go to a ICE operation. I hear that they're operating downtown. I have my camera and I go, oh, I'm so sorry. You guys can't see what I'm saying. Okay. Let me give you my mind map. Okay. Uncle Fatty says that is not a slippery slope. It's a gray area and is solely determined by how the officer agent feels, interprets. True. I agree with you, Uncle Fatty. So what I'm saying is, let's say that I want to go, I know that ICE is doing an operation in downtown Orlando. I want to go film them to make sure that they're not beating people unnecessarily, that they're not violating rights to the maximal degree possible, that they're not killing people errantly, that they're not detaining citizens just for the sole notion of being Hispanic. And so I go down there with a camera to film their operations. So if I go down there and I film them, and these ICE dickheads are poorly trained, because some of them are decades old veterans, but some of them have only 47 days of training and then they're thrown out onto the road, then the ICE officer could have a poor understanding of said training and say that me filming the incident is disruptive to the operation. Now, that's probably bullshit. Okay. That's probably bullshit. So if we have bad agents, and we do, then all that doesn't matter. Christian Blaris, please slow down the soy. Okay. Yeah, you have diplomatic immunity, but chill. Okay. We're getting through it. So the point is that if I'm filming a cop and if he determines that I am disrupting a lawful law enforcement operation, then he can detain me and arrest me. And our social contract effectively says that if I think that my arrest is unjust, I don't just get to fight it out on the street. I don't just get to start punching cops in the face and shooting them with my lawfully owned firearm because I think that it's unjust, right? The point is that I go, okay, yes, sir. I turn around, I put my hands behind my back, I get incarcerated because I'm holding the state accountable. And then I go to a judge and I say, hey, I wasn't blowing a whistle. I wasn't standing in front of vehicles. I didn't park my vehicles in front of my vehicles. I was filming them. I was in a public place. I did not stand in their way. I did not push anybody. I didn't get pushed. And the second I was detained, I surrendered to the detention, right? So as a result, this is bullshit and it's a violation of my First Amendment rights. And not only should I not be criminally charged, this officer was dead in the wrong. And a judge, if all of those facts line up, then he should be like, yeah, you're right. It's your First Amendment right to film cops. Go ahead. Boom. Have fun. All right. Fashion 40 says, I only want to hear about the situation. Fuck this walking through this dumb shit. No, you don't get to be soy today. Fashion 40, you also have diplomatic immunity, but you guys need to stop being soy. Like, honestly, like I hear like dry, shriveled up genitals and like vegetable milk. And I drink vegetable milk. I drink soy milk. But I think that you guys are like taking soy milk and you're distilling it out into something that you can shoot into your vein, and then you shoot it before you watch the content. So, like, relax. Okay? Relax. Christ on a cracker. All right. So, anyways, so that's why I say, do you ever sleep? No. Well, yes. All right. I'm on my second Soylent. All right. I love you guys. I love you guys, but pace yourselves. Okay? Pace yourselves. Okay. So hold on. Christian Valeris, I need you to acknowledge this. I'm going to put Christian Valeris in this box because if I hear him or see him saying, oh, you don't believe in the First Amendment anymore, I'm going to freak the fuck out. Okay? Because I just said and explained in detail how filming law enforcement is perfectly legal. Okay, so I'm going to call this Christian Valeris's box. And if Christian Valeris leaves this box, I'm just going to refer him back to this box. Okay? Parasocial, love you too, tit fucker. Nice. Bass Guitar says preemptively chipping to get a little immunity, lol. Thank you, Bass Guitar. And no, you are... excuse me. You consistently watch the Counterpoint Sci-Fi and Counterpoint Star Wars stuff and leave comments on it. You already have diplomatic immunity. Don't worry about it. It's fine. All right. Yes. All right. So let's move into the next thing. Okay. So let's get into the Second Amendment. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I know it's dead air. Sorry for clearing my nose into your microphone. Let's get into this. Second Amendment. I don't even need to look it up. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people, and I'm going to go ahead and put in italics, people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Now, I am a huge fan of the fact that the liberals and leftists and progressives are currently defending the Second Amendment of the United States. Okay? Huge fan. Love it. One of the greatest political developments of my lifetime is watching somebody get shot and then saying, no, he has the Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms. Based. Love it. I love that the liberals, I love that the soy progressives, I love that soy people are defending people's right to keep and bear arms. That's cool. Okay. So, excuse me. What is this guy's name? Daniel Pretti? Pretti? It was Pretti. It was like pretty, right? And I'm going to put this in green. Pretti had the right to keep, the right of the people to keep and bear arms, to keep and bear his firearm. Well, maybe not bear, unless there was an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. But but bear is on his body. Keep and bear his concealed and licensed. I think somebody said that he had a license. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if they have licenses. Grassroots for 20 says, part of the reason I bothered to ask Connor how he got to that position is that Connor and I usually fairly lockstep on self-defense and 2A and criminal justice. Just don't agree here. Curious to see why as the resident rightoid. Yeah. Trust me, we're going to get into the nuances of it momentarily. Okay. Pretti had the right to keep and bear arms and his concealed and licensed pistol, and its mere existence should not be a death sentence. Okay, we agree on this. So if this is the Christian Valaris box is the First Amendment, I'm going to make the Second Amendment box grassroots box. Okay, because if he says, "Oh, you're saying you can't keep and bear arms in public," you don't believe in the Second Amendment. As a matter of fact, Wiki Ditron is a dude who I like. Wiki Ditron has been in the chat before. We've had like long conversations, and as a result, like in chat where we disagreed on something, and he was like a good contributor in the chat, but he was posting in the Discord, "Oh, Connor's just like cum guzzling cops right now." And then he like fought, like I banned him from the Discord because he's being a see you next Tuesday. And so I called him the ban reason. It's like being a see you next Tuesday. And then on Twitter, he followed me on there, and then he went out of his way to make a semen related meme and then tagged me in it. And then I blocked him on that shit too. If you want to have a real conversation, we can have a real conversation. But if you want to be an asshole, then I'm going to ban you. And if you want to come back, maybe I'll unban you. But if you're being a see you next Tuesday, then I'm going to, except for the Oilers. The Oilers have diplomatic immunity. The regulars have diplomatic immunity. But if you're not a regular and you're not an Oiler and you're not a chipper and I don't recognize you and you're being a twat, then you're getting banned. Just being real. CD Sock them for 10 says, my problem is with your ice takes is that they're removed from political context. All this nonsense is just pretext for Donald Trump to put his political opponents and hold citizens hostage for voter rolls. That's a level 4 argument. We're still on level 1. Okay. Real Serious says Connor's explicitly anti-2A per his own experiences. Remember his story about chasing that animal away? He's against the right to bear arms. But for those of you who don't know, I chased a black bear with a shotgun. All right. Jazz says immunity tip and funding for oat milk or almond milk. Dude, I fucking love oat milk. I think oat milk is so good. I think oat milk is the best non-animal based milk. I'm a huge fan. All right, anyways, back to it. Shut up. You're distracting me. Okay, so let me move to the next box. And then this is going to be where we start hitting rough ground. This is where you guys are going to stop liking me. Patriarch gifted 10 Valor Media Network memberships. Thank you to the Oilers. Thank you to the Chippers. Thank you for not immediately disappearing. What about human-based milk? I've had it. So anyways, let's get into the next step, okay? Next step. Sorry for the dead air. I'm just opening up the box. Okay. 1, you have a right to film and protest. 2, you have a right to keep and bear arms. 3, though, and I'm going to put these things separate. You do not have a right to interrupt lawful LEO enforcement. You do not have a right to resist arrest while armed. And I am sure that's where we're going to get into trouble. So I'm going to put that into red. I'm going to put that into a red. I know this is where we're going to get into trouble. So I'm going to put it into red. You do not have a right to resist arrest at all, let alone armed. Okay? I know that's going to be a contention. Okay? I know that you guys are going to say, oh, he wasn't resisting, he wasn't doing this, he wasn't doing that. Okay? But we're going to break it down. We'll break down the video. So put a pin in your objections on that one. And let's do this. And I'm going to put this one in black because it's just true. Law enforcement officers have the right to use deadly force if they reasonably, let's put it in italics, I'll put it in red, reasonably believe that there is imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to themselves or others. This is just true. I'm putting it in red because we're going to fight about this. The entire lead up is kind of a stretch, not going to lie. Crayon, I recognize you. You can't just say that shit. You got to say how. You can't say the entire lead up is a stretch and not say how. If you say, oh, this is kind of a stretch, explain how, or else you're being a see you next Tuesday. Okay? And like I said, yeah, sure. Uncle Fatty, interfering is a point of contention. Opening up the interpretation is easily to take advantage of. Sure. But that's where I would say you can beat the rap, not the ride. Crayon says you misread. No, it's right here. The entire lead up is kind of a stretch. I'm assuming you're talking about my drawings, but if you're distracting me wrong, I don't care. Acorns don't count. Acorns don't count. Acorns are not a reasonable belief of imminent threat or death or great bodily harm. That guy just had PTSD like a motherfucker and shouldn't have been a cop in the first place. All right. So anyways, so let's go right here. I'll put it all in red because I'm going to outline the facts as I believe the ICE agent is going to defend himself if he's charged. And once again, I do not think he's going to be charged. So I'm going to put this in here, okay? And I'm going to do a whole text, big ass text, and then we're going to start watching this. So, ICE is a federally funded and vested LEO organization conducting lawful detention operations of suspected illegal immigrants and people are protesting and filming them, but also disrupting their operations. This gives them the right to detain and arrest both illegal immigrants and disruptive citizens. They follow they used to call it, I think they call it response to resistance now, but it's really escalation of force. Let's be real. So I'll put EOF/response to resistance. Immigrants and disruptive citizens. They follow the EOF/response to resistance of passive resistance equals pepper spray. Hands-on and pepper spray. Active resistance equals hands-on, pepper spray, taser. I forget if it's like violent resistance, but violent resistance, I suppose. I think active and violent are kind of there, but I'll put violent. Violent resistance, which I would say like unarmed. I don't even think this is policy. I think I'm just articulating it. Unarmed violent resistance. You could do hands-on pepper spray, taser, baton, and any means necessary to gain compliance. And then I would say deadly force equals Firearm, basically. Firearm. Yeah, I mean that's accurate. I don't think cops cause death or great bodily harm. I mean maybe like with chokehold or whatever, but I guess I could do firearm / chokehold. Excuse me. Okay. So based on this criteria, if Pretti was resisting arrest, well, hold on, was lawfully detained / resisting arrest and presented a imminent threat of death or GBH, a use of a firearm is lawful. Okay. So I get it. You guys are going to be, in my opinion, you guys are going to be fighting that there are laws in the books that say that if you're sufficiently disruptive to a law enforcement operation, then you can be detained and arrested for said interruption. Okay. And you're going to be saying, oh, well, he was just protesting and filming with his camera. He didn't do anything. And realistically, what he did when he stepped between the ICE officers and he stepped between the lady and the ICE officer or whatever, then at that point, like, you know, he was doing something that was morally good and therefore he should be fine. Frank J. Cave says arrested for what? We'll get into that. And then what I would further additionally say is that some of you are not going to agree with you can beat the rap, not the ride, right? Some of you guys are street lawyers and you're like, no. One more argument to this law enforcement officer and I can get myself out of detention. And I think you're just like R-slurred. Like I just don't think you know how the word works, right? So you also do not have a right to resist arrest at all, let alone armed. That's just true. But I have a feeling that you guys are going to fight me on that. And then law enforcement officers have the right to use deadly force if they reasonably believe that there's imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to themselves or others. I have a feeling that we're going to have some contention around that. And then I have a feeling that you're going to fight the entire last thing. So, Frank J says arrested for what? Yeah, so let's talk about it and let's break it down. Let me save this as the Pretti shooting disputed logic. Okay. I don't think this is disputed at all. I think this is a perfectly arguable like through line. Okay. And we're gonna have to get into the details. So for instance, we have what is it? Okay. Yeah. We're getting into soy territory. That's fine. You guys can keep eating soy. All right. It's fine. It's fine. You're soy. I'm chud. It's fine. Okay. This is, I'm going to find a picture of us, chat. Chud boyfriend meme. Hold on. What's this guy? Where's the chud boyfriend NB girlfriend meme? Chud BF NB GF meme. Okay, chat. This is me. Okay. This is me. This is you. Okay. You are filled with soy. You have pink hair. Okay. Now ignore the cans real quick. This is you. This is me. And I'm right. Okay. You can say I'm no neck. You can say I'm a jarhead. You can say I'm an R-slur. You can say all that kind of stuff. But in the relationship, this is you and this is me. Okay? Okay? All right. All right. Beat the rap, not the ride implies ride is an option. The option ice appears to be the rap or a bullet. Okay, well, let's get into it. Darth Vader says, hey, if my cans are that big, I get to be right even when I'm wrong. Okay, so let's start with the first angle because this is what we were all operating off of. Okay, I say you're part of the 40% of cops. You're right. You're right. That's me. That's me. Oh, you're right. That's me. That's me. Okay. Anyways, politics says plead to skip. You can beat the rap, not the ride. We've seen grand juries, judges, and juries refuse to indict, convict ICE protesters. ICE sandwich guy. Sure, whatever. But we're not skipping it. We're not skipping anything. We're still stuck on level 1. Fell Runner wants us to be at level 4 by the end of the day. Okay, so let's take a look at this. So right here, I don't know when it's going to start, but it's probably going to start with the officer shoving a lady to the ground, and I think also pepper spraying her. So let's take a look right there.
They're doing too much, man, and they keep pushing people, you know?
All right, this already starts after the inciting incident, but that's okay. Let's just watch it because this is what we had first, okay? So right here, I don't even know if this is... this angle probably isn't going to help us at all.
Oh shit! What the fuck? They killed him? Did they?
I kind of want to see if the SIG P320 goes off in this video.
Oh shit! What the fuck?
That's crazy. Okay. That's not the one that I think is going to give us the best thing. I think this one's going to give us the best thing. So let's take a look at this. Okay, right here. Okay, and I'm going to write it again as if this was the ICE specific report, and we can refer back to the other thing. Let's go back here. While conducting lawful, shit, I'll just throw it in green right now. Lawful Leo operations. Multiple women approached my vehicle, blasting whistles and interrupting the roadway in an attempt to disrupt lawful Leo action. All right. That's where we are right now. Was it lawful? Yes. Law enforcement operations in order to investigate and detain illegal immigrants and also arrest people who are disrupting their operations are lawful. Dude, there are better videos? No, I don't think there are better videos. I think this video is actually, this is the one that ends up like 3 feet away from the shooting. So let's take it from there. So, okay, right here with Pretti standing in the roadway and directing traffic, I'm going to put this in red. Pretti doesn't have the right to stand in the roadway and direct traffic, assisting the women who are disrupting Leo ops and can be considered to be disrupting as well. Let's see if I can phrase this more quickly. Pretti directs traffic, assisting the women disrupting the lawful Leo operation. Right here, man, you're already you could already get detained. I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you right now. I don't care if you agree with me. He could get detained right there. All right. So we're going to move to the next one. You can argue morality. You can get soy about it if you want. But if you're literally helping people who are disrupting a law enforcement operation, then yes, you're part of the disruption. How was he assisting? By directing traffic. Okay. Beef Supreme says, I'm good on this. All the YouTube lawyers already coming out saying they don't think they had a reason to engage the protesters. Engage the protesters? All right. Yes, you can walk up to law enforcement officers while they're doing their job, blasting whistles and standing in the roadway. You think that's lawful? I think you're crazy. I think those lawyers are fucking crazy. But anyways, yeah, detain, sure, that's not what they did. Yeah, no shit. We're going to walk through it, Christian Vlaris, obviously. Once again, everybody calm the fuck down. I think it is actually, obviously not. Do you want to take a look at the statute? I'll happily take a look at the statute. Disruption of ICE operation statute. Okay. Where is it? I might have to dive deeper in AI mode. Obstructing, hindering, or interfering with U.S. ICE enforcement agents during their duties is a federal crime. Acts such as physically preventing, arresting, or assaulting an officer are punishable under federal law, and bystanders are cautioned against interfering, as so doing puts all parties in jeopardy. Definition of obstruction. Physically intervening, stopping an arrest, or impeding agents is not permitted and constitutes illegal obstruction of justice. So let's look up that, because that feels weak. Individuals interfering with ICE operations face potential prosecution, criminal charges, and investigation. What is not obstruction? Bystanders are allowed to observe, record, and make noise, but they cannot physically block or interfere with the officers. So I'm already telling you that you are probably correct, that they can make noise. But I'm telling you that the standing in the roadway or whatever is going to be construed as they are partially physically blocking their ability to operate. Okay? I'm already telling you that's how they're going to articulate it. But let's see if we can find the specific statute so we can read it for ourselves. Obstruction. Obstruct. The AI summary has it. That's not it. Let's find the specific statute. Sorry if there's dead air, but I think we need to actually look at it. All right. Okay, so let's see. This is about jurisdiction. No. I would like the specific statute. Okay, let's go back to Google. Obstructing a federal officer charge. Federal statute. Let's find it. Okay. Assault on a process server. No. Resistance to an extradition agent. Maybe. Influencing or injuring officer or juror. No. Influencing juror by writing. No. Obstruction of proceedings before departments, agencies, and committees. Maybe, but probably not. Theft or alteration of record process. No. Picketing or parading. No. Recording, listening to, and observing proceedings of a grand or petty judges while deliberating and voting. No. Obstruction of court orders. No. Obstruction of criminal investigations. Probably. Obstruction of state or local law enforcement. Probably not, but we're still going to take a look at it. Tampering with the witness, no. Retaliating against a witness, no. Civil action to restrain, harass of a victim or witnesses, no. Civil action to protect against retaliation, no. Definitions of certain provisions, no. Obstruction of federal audit, no. Obstruction, examination of financial institution, no. Destruction, alteration, or falsification of records, no. Destruction of corporate audit, no. Retaliating against federal judges, no. Okay, all right. These are the ones that we need to look at. So let's take a look at this. Resistance to extradition agent. Whoever knowingly and willfully obstructs, resists, or opposes an extradition agent of the United States in the execution of his duties shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 1 year or both. And by the way, the definition right here is going to be obstruction, resisting, or opposing an extradition agent. And there's going to be specific definitions for obstruction, resisting, and opposing. So I don't have time to look up like the individual federal legal definitions of these terms. I'll be happy to talk with Pisco about it. But this is like I'm going to bookmark this because this is going to be overly vague and needs to be specified. And if, for instance, bookmark this tab, if Pisco was like, hey, I found the federal code for obstruction, resisting, and opposing, here's the subcodes that you can take a look at to look at these definitions, and here's how the protesters are not meeting these criteria, I would like to see those substatutes. So let's just put a question mark there, okay? Obstruction of criminal investigations. Whoever willfully endeavors by means of bribery to obstruct, delay, or prevent the communication of information relating to a violation of criminal statute, that doesn't apply. As used in the subsection, criminal investigation means a duly authorized. This isn't going to apply. This is not going to apply. That is 18 U.S. Code 1510 subsection A. This looks like it's in reference to bribery. I don't think this applies. So we'll get rid of this one. Obstruction of state or local law enforcement. It shall be unlawful for two or more persons to conspire to obstruct the enforcement of the criminal laws of a state or political subdivision thereof with the intent to facilitate an illegal gambling business. That feels overly specific. I don't think this applies either. I think the only one that we found that applies is an overly vague one. So we can take a look at it. And by the way, if you guys want to watch, like Legal Eagle or whatever, we could watch Legal Eagle and see what his take are. So let's take a look at Legal Eagle once I break this down for you from my my perspective. Okay. Hold on one second. Just doxing my messages. What time is it, by the way? I think at 11 I was supposed to talk to Grid Motorsports. Yeah, so 15 minutes. Give me 1 second. I never do this, but I need to be an hour late. I have to talk to the wife. 12 is fine, might even be better. Send Patriarch says, just in case you need this angle for the convo today. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'll take a look at that Send Patriarch if you think it's relevant. Mr. Girl had the only correct take. He said, white lives matter. Based. Okay. All right. So let's start here. While conducting lawful law enforcement operations, multiple women approach my vehicle, blasting whistles and interrupting the roadway in an attempt to disrupt lawful Leo action. Pretti directs traffic, assisting the women, disrupting the law enforcement action. And I would say to back this up, okay, if I'm the officer writing this thing and we don't have the whatever, while making noises is constitutionally protected under the First Amendment. Standing in the roadway and potentially blocking Leo officer freedom of movement in vehicles or on foot is not. Therefore, I decided to attempt to disperse and or detain said women as necessary. Okay. Boom. That's the instant. And I'm going to write this as if it's all for ICE, okay? As if they were like one agent. I know like different agents are participating, but I'm just writing it as if it's all one agent, and you're going to have to deal with it. Okay. Legal Eagle didn't cover the specifics, so why does he have a soy thumbnail? Why are we doing this as a police report? Because I'm a former law enforcement officer, Fashion 40. If you want the soy lawyer constitutional take, go to Pisco. If you want the former law enforcement officer take, then come here. Okay? Can we do the other side in another episode? Maybe. I don't know what you mean by other side. But honestly, like if you want the lawyer constitutionalist soy liberal progressive take, then just watch Pisco's coverage. And therefore, you can get a totality of multiple worldviews in reference to the incident. You understand that like none of us are like a pure vessel of raw distilled knowledge, right? I'm telling you things based off of the way that I perceive them. Connor shouldn't reference the law during his assessments like a cop. Okay, you guys are very, very R-slurred. Okay? Let's go.
Go.
Okay, he's telling them they're in the roadway. Fuck off. You need to disperse. You're in our way. Blah, 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 blah. Pretti is directing traffic on their behalf, so now he's a part of it. Now he's saying, fuck off, disperse. And he's pushing them out of the roadway. Okay. Let's pause there. Let's write. Attempting to disperse the subjects obstructing the lawful performance of my duties and to get them out of the roadway, which posed a threat of injury or death due to traffic, I ordered the women to disperse. They did not obey my lawful command. Now, you can say this is bullshit. Okay, that's totally fine. Like, matter of fact, if you're like, this is bullshit, he just got sand in his vaginal canal, and as a result, he just wanted to shove people around. Probably. Okay, probably. But you understand, they literally went to the, yeah, because they were shoved onto the sidewalk in pave. Are you watching the video? You're not watching the video. Watch the video in pave. I'm going to address you right now. Watch this. Watch the content. They're in the roadway. He's telling them to F off. F off. F off. You're in the roadway. F off. Then he starts approaching them. And they're going to retreat. Pretti is directing traffic. Get out of the roadway. Get out of the roadway. Get out of the roadway. He's shoving them. They're not instantaneously going to the sidewalk. If they had just gone to the sidewalk, this would be fine. They could say, fuck you, pig, you fat fuck. You're a piece of shit. You're a modern Gestapo. You're a Nazi and an asshole. And I hate that you exist. You're a see you next Tuesday. See ya. Okay? And then as a result, they could walk off, go to the sidewalk. This would all be over. Okay? But they didn't. And by the way, he shoves when they're already on the sidewalk, Connor. No, they don't. Watch the video on your screen right now. The push is coming right now as she's in front of a vehicle. The snow is right here, which is the side of the road. And then the sidewalk is over here. We're watching the same video, right? You guys are assuming you have to push. I don't know. I don't assume you have to do anything. He could arrest these people if you want. Watch this. She's in the roadway. She's in the roadway and he's shoving her off of the roadway. Now, once again, if you want to tell me that this cop could have walked back to his car, that car is parked on the roadway, real serious? Do you know what a road is? Is a parking lane a road? Okay, you guys, okay, let's look up any road. Let's look up a road because you guys have no consistency. A road. Let's look at a road with a sidewalk. I don't think you guys know what a road is. Okay? So yeah, don't get distracted, Connor. No, we're going to. Fellrunner probably wants to kill himself. Okay, guys. Okay, I want to point this out to you. The concrete right here is a roadway. Okay? What is a bike lane? Correct. Here's the bike lane. This is where bicycles can ride. Okay? And you're not allowed to obstruct the roadway or the bicycle lane unless you're crossing in a pedestrian crosswalk. It's part of the laws of the road, or you cannot just cross randomly. It's called jaywalking. Okay? Yes. Everybody who has like more than 80 IQ, go ahead and kill yourselves. Okay? You can't park on a curve. Who the fuck is talking about parking, Josh CFC? You can park, oftentimes on roadways, you can park on the shoulder of roads. But what you said, you didn't say that, oh, she was in the parking area on the side of the road. You didn't say that she was in the grass walk area. You said she was on the sidewalk. You see, the sidewalk is here. Josh CFC says the car is parked, you fuck. Who gives a fuck? What does that have to do with anything? Why does the car being parked have anything to do with anything? You're saying she's on the sidewalk. She's not on the sidewalk. You're not allowed to be in the roadway. Is that her car? Is she walking to her car? Okay. Now that we know what a road is, and we understand that a car being parked on a roadway doesn't change the nature of whether or not she's on the road, I'm happy we were able to get past that. Wait, can ICE enforce traffic laws? No, we're already past that, Kingslayer Damocles. We're already past that. We've already said that once. We're already past that. This is where I think you guys are so soy. Right here. Okay? They're approaching. If they were on the sidewalk filming and blasting their whistles, I don't think that this would be a thing. Okay? Also, arguably, if they wanted to get their case dismissed for standing in the roadway while blasting their whistles or whatever, I think a judge could probably throw it out, right? Yes, Border Patrol can make arrests of citizens. Yes, Josh CFC. You're like not listening to the content at all. And as a result, I'm going to start ignoring you momentarily and or timing you out. Like we already did this. Josh CFC, I'm going to do this once for you. I'm going to do this once because I've seen you before. I'm going to do this once for you, and you need to listen. Listen, or you're getting timed out. ICE, Immigration and Custom Enforcement, and ergo CBP, Customs and Border Patrol, if they're in an operation with ICE, they're both federal law enforcement officers. Yes, they can detain. Yes, they can arrest. We've already been over this. Stop asking questions and listen. Listen. ICE, Immigration, and CBP has the authority to investigate, detain, and incarcerate and submit for deportation of non-U.S. citizens and can detain and arrest citizens who interrupt their operations. Okay? So we've already established this. Okay? If you don't agree with that, then you're an idiot. You're still hearing CBP. Okay. Are CBP federal law enforcement agents with arrest powers? Are Customs and Border Patrol federal law enforcement officers with arrest powers? Because you guys also haven't heard of cross-deputization. Yes, U.S. CBP officers and Border Patrol agents are federal law enforcement officers with broad statutory warrantless arrest authority. They can arrest individuals for felonies, immigration violations, or crimes committed in their presence, particularly within 100 miles of the U.S. border. But you also understand, so even if it's a CBP agent, okay, you understand, throw T in a lake, summary execution, Connor probably. Okay, you're getting timed out. There you go, Xenocrat. Xenocrat, that's your shot across the bow. Next time it's a ban. Okay? Yeah. So we've already been over this. So the point is that you can also be cross-deputized. Okay? And so as an example, I was cross-deputized. Josh CFC, you're not listening. You're not listening. Listen. Stop typing and listen. Okay? See, ICE has detention authority for people who are obstructing their operations. If it's a CBP agent, it doesn't matter because I almost guarantee you that they're cross-deputized. I was cross-deputized with Lake County Sheriff's Office, which means that not only did I have arrest powers within my municipality, I had arrest powers within the entirety of Lake County. I also, in exigent circumstances, had detention powers within other municipalities. So I could, within the state of Florida, at least the way that I understood it, is if I see an extreme felony or violent crime, I'm allowed to act and detain someone. I'm allowed to kill someone with my off-duty weapon. I'm allowed to detain someone if I think there's a crime. And then I'm supposed to coordinate with local law enforcement if I'm outside of Lake County. But as far as Lake County and as far as the city that I worked in, I was allowed to detain and arrest people because I was cross-deputized. I guarantee you, if there's a CBP agent who's going on a joint operation with ICE, they are cross-deputized or whatever the technical term is, so they have the same arrest authority as ICE. Dude, man, Sue, we're not even there yet. You're at like level 1. We're at level 0.5. So can you just slow the fuck down and just listen to what I'm saying? Stop jumping ahead. It's pissing me off. Okay. Anyways, so yes, Josh CFC, at this moment, you can argue that it would get thrown out of court. You can argue that this is going to get thrown out of court, but what the officers are going to argue is they're in the roadway, and if we needed to travel in this direction, if we needed to travel in that direction, if we needed to go this way in order to arrest somebody, they're obstructing our free movement and are therefore obstructing a law enforcement operation. And Pretti, by standing in the roadway and directing traffic, it's easily articulable that he was a part of the obstruction. You can say that it's going to get dismissed in court. I don't care. They could still be detained at this moment. So for you to say, can federal law enforcement officers enforce local traffic laws? It just proves to me that you're not paying attention to what I'm saying. Okay? Okay. All right, I'm going to move forward. Damn, fast and bulbous. That's rude as fuck, but I appreciate it. Thank you for a little bit of levity in this very serious time. You can't say he was assisting the two women there, but yes, he's a part of the obstruction. I don't know why you would make that differentiation. Why are you making that differentiation? He's directing traffic to try to make sure that the women are not being hit by vehicles. He is like helping them in their obstruction. Obstruction of what? Okay, obstruct. Let's just look up. Let's just use the lay definition of obstruct. We can argue with Pisco later about it. I'm sure we'll have a 3-hour conversation about obstruct. Block, to get in the way of. Okay. Grid, you say, yo, I'm ready. Grid, I'm happy to talk and I'm happy to talk today, but we're kind of in the middle of it. So can we push back to noon? Or do you have like a time limit where you got to go now? Because if you got to go now, we could like interrupt the flow of content. But right now we're kind of like getting into it. You know what I'm saying? Can you be detained if you step onto any part of an asphalt in a parking lane? Legit question. I know he was in the middle of the first and then moved away. No, because real serious, you're not being detained or arrested for stepping into a parking lane. That's not what you're being detained and arrested for. If that was her car and she was walking away and getting into her car and obeying a lawful order, then of course that would be totally different. Whereas you're saying nothing was obstructed. Yeah, Riz Wang, I think you're just wrong. The argument here is if the vehicles want to turn around, they're blocked in. If they want to go into reverse, they're blocked in. If this officer needs to do something over here, they're blocked in by women blasting whistles in their face. Yeah, Grid, can we do noon, please? Because right now I'm fighting my soy chat and I need to do it. Are they not obeying when moving away? No. What happens is he gives them lawful orders and then they only retreat when he starts approaching them. Right? Let's watch it together again. Because you guys just like make up positions because you're not paying attention to what's happening. That's not my fault. That's your fault for not paying attention. Look, they're blasting whistles. Pretti is directing traffic. As a part of this right now, I'm telling you, he can be detained. He can be detained and arrested for being a part of the obstruction. Okay. Everyone, in my opinion, all three of these people can be arrested right now. All of the ICE agents could get out of their cars. They can put their hands on these people. They can throw them into handcuffs and they can say, you were obstructing our freedom of movement. You were obstructing a lawful law enforcement operation. Maybe it gets tossed out of court because you were behind us or whatever. But for today, you're going to jail. 100%. All day. All day. Then arrest them. All right, you're done. You're done. You're done, Josh CFC. I'm not blocking you. But says, then arrest them? Yeah, no shit. What do you think they were doing? All right. Jazz, you've been here before. So I'm not gonna time you out unless you say one more retarded thing. Sorry for the ableist slur. Look at the street view. These guys, wait, hold on. Shut up. Where is it? Where's Jazz? Look at the street view. They were in parking lanes on either side of the street when the shove occurred. What does that change? Tell me now, Jazz. What does that change? What does that change about what I said? Please tell me how them standing in the parking lane at the time of the shove, what does that change about what I've said? Please tell me. Now. Start typing. It is, we'll just sit in dead silence. We'll stop the stream for you, okay? It's 11:03. I expect to have an answer unless my phone changes in the next like 30 seconds or whatever. I expect to have an answer by 11:04 by what the shove changes. Please tell me. As a matter of fact, I'll start a timer. We'll stop the entire stream for you. I'm gonna go to my clock app and I'm gonna start a map, okay? Stopwatch. Started. You got 60 seconds. Type to me what her standing in the parking lane has to do with any fucking thing I said. You got 50 seconds. Darth Panzer, I know you're joking, but I'm so angry right now that I'm like, I almost banned you because I didn't realize it was you being sarcastic. You got 20 seconds. 20 seconds, Jazz. Already replied, Booby Bear? Okay. I'm going to put a stop at it. 56 seconds. Let's take a look at it. I have Jazz right here. As a matter of fact, let me open up my live chat just to make sure that I didn't miss it. All right. So I'm going to scroll up and I'm going to look for a Jazz 86 answer. The fact that you called me Booby Bear also gets you some grace. So let's scroll up. Did Jazz 86 get blocked? Oh, I'm in top chat still. Let me change it to live chat. Let me pop it out. Stopping the entire stream for you, Jazz. All right. So I see Jazz saying Connor already replied booby bear. And then I'm scrolling up. And I'm still in top chat. Fucking live chat, you bitch. I don't care about the dead air. Look at the street on the street view. They were in the parking lanes on either side of the street when the shove occurred. No, I don't see anything else, Jazz. I see you saying, look at the street on the street view. They were in the parking lanes on either side when the street occurred. I don't see anything else from you. So are you fucking with me? All right, Jazz. You get some grace because you called me Booby Bear, but that's the only reason why you're alive right now. If you didn't call me Booby Bear, I would have timed you the fuck out and or banned you. All right. Anyways, let's move on. In my estimation, I don't think it changes a fucking thing. Okay? Because there's the roadway, and you can get people out of the roadway in the name of their own safety, even if you really got sand in your vagina and you just want to shove somebody. Yeah, I'm about to Alex Petty your ass. Exactly. All right, let's continue.
Go.
They're in the roadway. They're directing traffic. They're not leaving immediately. They're getting shoved out of the roadway. They're still in the roadway. Okay? The tribe, do you understand the concept of time? You can say Alex is obstructing when they're all on the other side of the road, not before that. Yeah, no shit. And once a crime is committed, you can detain someone. Like, you can't like do the crime and then run away from the crime. And then you're like, oh, just kidding. I'm safe now because I'm no longer doing the crime. As soon as he was in the roadway filming the women, but also directing traffic on their behalf, he's a part of the obstruction. Connor, how do you know he wasn't trying to get the women out of the road? Who? I don't give a fuck. Kingslayer Damocles says, you said ICE was giving lawful orders. What orders were given? Probably get the fuck out of the road and get away from my car. And to pretend that's not lawful is silly. So anyways, I'm gonna keep going because you guys are one guy in the fuck out of me and pissing me off. Anyways. All right. So at this point, this officer has arrest authority. Okay? He has arrest authority. He could argue that these women were obstructing his lawful law enforcement operation. Therefore, they can be detained and arrested. And he also has the authority to disperse them as well. He has the ability, because you don't have to just arrest. You can also disperse people. So for instance, like with a trespass after warning. So I had this happen. There was a lady who was refusing to leave Walmart. And Walmart says, oh, well, we don't want her trespass, but we just want her to leave. So she's like, trespass, but we don't need a written trespass. She's a former employee. She used to work here. She just got all her private effects. We actually are trying to rebuild our relationship with her. We don't want a written trespass for her, but we need her to leave now. And I was like, okay. And then I told this woman, you need to leave. They have told you that you need to leave. I am a law enforcement officer. I am telling you to leave. And if you do not leave, I have the ability to detain you and arrest you and take you to jail. And she was like, it was a young black woman. She was like, no, you don't. I used to work here. You can't tell me what to do. You don't have any authority. You can't do this. And I'm like, okay, it's actually this simple. They said they need you to leave. That is a trespass. I am a law enforcement officer. I have arrest authority. I am telling you to leave. It is a lawful order. And if you do not comply with the lawful order, I can put you in handcuffs and take you to Lake County Jail. And dude, she probably popped off like another half dozen times. Like I was like walking with her out of the fucking store. And I was like, you need to leave. You need to leave. You need to leave. I can arrest you. If you don't leave, I'm going to arrest you. If you don't leave, I'm going to arrest you. I probably repeated it like 20 times, right? And yet she legitimately just did not believe that I had arrest authority. Now, ultimately what happened was her mom was in the car waiting for her outside, and her mom came up and said, like, we need to leave because this dude can arrest you. Let's get the fuck out of here. And so I was like, please listen to your mom and get the fuck out of here. Okay. And then as a result, she left. But you have to understand that I didn't need to tell her to disperse 10 times. Okay. I didn't have to give her 10 outs of arrest. I could have given her 1 out for the arrest. I could have said, they're telling you to leave. I'm telling you to leave. I'm a law enforcement officer. And if you don't leave right now, I'm going to arrest you. Okay. And the first time she was like, nah, I can do what I want. You can't tell me what to do. You don't have the authority, blah, blah. The second that she said that, I had already given a lawful order. She had already disobeyed the lawful order. I could have arrested her right then and there, and nobody would have blinked a fucking eye. Okay. The only reason why that lady did not go to jail that day is because, relatively speaking, I'm a nice guy. I try to be a nice guy as much as possible. I am an abrasive, rude, callous asshole. Okay? But at the same time, I gave him, all right, Thunder Turkey, fuck off. How about that shit? Eat a dick. Thunder Turkey has been slaughtered in the name of the greater good. Okay? See you. And that's a fire across the bow. All right. Conservatism says, did she not go to jail because you're nice or because you didn't want to do the paperwork, or maybe both? Let's be real. It was both. Okay. Anyways, let's get back into it. So right now, at this point, if you do not think that he has the authority to detain and arrest these people, you are fucking wrong. If you don't think that he has the authority to detain and disperse people, you're wrong. Okay? You're wrong. I'm right. You're wrong. Let's keep going. Okay, right here. So somebody was saying that they're not resisting. Okay? Different levels of resistance, law enforcement. What are the 4 levels of resistance? This could be it, but it's on Instagram, so I'm a little worried. It's a video. I don't want to watch the video. I could just talk. I'm looking for like a image. Okay. Professional, tactical, threshold, harmful, lethal. No, that's not it. It's like a passive, a compliant, passive, active, bodily harm, serious death. Okay, here we go. Here we go. This is the one that I want. So let's open the image in new tab. Can I zoom in? I can zoom in. Okay, please consult your screens, right? All right, so compliant. All right, they're not compliant. Okay, they're not compliant. Compliant would have been, hey, you're in the way of my car. You're in the way of me. If I want to do something in that direction, you're obstructing my ability. I can arrest you. You need to leave. And compliant is saying, yes, sir, I understand. I'll get out of the way. And then you walk to the sidewalk. Okay? That would be compliant. You are complying with lawful orders. Okay? Drakara says, where does OC spray sit between non-lethal and compliance techniques? It sits at passive. Okay? And passive resistance is not doing what the officer is saying that's lawful. Yes, correct. Kingslayer says, are you saying refusing, assuming beat by law enforcement just by trying to beat your ass equals not complying and resisting arrest? That's legally correct. Okay? So what happens is if I give you a lawful order and you refuse said lawful order, I have 2 ways that I either can detain you and arrest you or I can disperse you. I can go hands-on, which means grabbing you and forcing you away from the situation to disperse, and or I can grab you and place you in handcuffs. I'm allowed to do that if you're passively resisting lawful authority. Then you're also allowed to be pepper sprayed, because pepper spraying someone is not lethal. Okay, it hurts. It hurts like a motherfucker. It makes you blind. It makes your snot come out of your nose. It makes you kind of like angry and sad and filled with tears and rage. But it's actually like really hard to fight while pepper sprayed. And so if you actually get like pepper spray to the mouth and eyes, it's actually really difficult to do that, right? But you're allowed to pepper spray people at passive. Okay, so at this point, if these ladies are passive, then you can pepper spray people. Kingslayer Damocles, stick with the topic. Don't distract. Okay. Active resistance. Okay. Active is different than passive, and active is different than assaultive. Okay. Is the term that they're using in this thing. Okay. Active means I'm trying to get away from you. Okay. Active means you grab my elbow and you grab my wrist and I yank my wrist away. Okay. I yank my wrist away. I yank my arm away. I'm trying to get away from you for whatever reason. That's considered active resistance. And at that point, you can deploy your taser as well. Okay. So you can pepper spray, you can go hands on, and you can deploy the taser. All right. And then assaultive, you can do everything, including taser, including pepper spray, including hands-on, including fighting, including baton. You can do all of that stuff, okay? But the second you start losing a fight, let's say you're like a short cop and the guy you're fighting is like 7 feet tall, 300 pounds, MMA, and you're losing the fight. Well, there's a gun on scene. You have a gun. You can't afford to get knocked out. So if you're a short cop or a female cop and a guy is trying to knock you out, you could jump up to deadly force. Okay? Because you're in imminent threat of death or great bodily harm because somebody that you're trying to detain with lawful authority is trying to knock you the fuck out. Right? So at that point, you could kill them. However, if you're 6'4", 230 pounds, moderately in shape, and you have like a history of mixed martial arts in your belt, I'm talking about me, then shooting a guy who is just fighting you is a lot more difficult to articulate. Frank says you could just not start a fight. Yeah, let's just give up on the concept of law enforcement. Let's just give up on the concept of detaining and arresting people. Great idea, Frank. Thanks for your feedback. AK Batusai says, if you get pepper sprayed by police and they are defending themselves, or are they detaining you? It could be both. They could be getting you to disperse, or they could be trying to detain you. Okay. Pistol whipping would I don't think they were pistol whipping. I think they were pepper spray whipping. Pretti was disarmed. Pretti wasn't fighting back. Pretti wasn't winning the fight. Correct. Let's get into that, Jason. Let's get into it. Rizzo Wang, that's the most soy thing anybody has put into my chat so far. Good job on winning like the soy. So far, you are like number one in the soy Olympics. Okay, not this one. Let's go to this one. Okay, so right now, do you know if ICE has tasers? I have no idea. Okay. All right. Rizzo Wang can stay. Rizzo Wang shrugged and then blew a party streamer. All right. Yes, Kingslayer Damocles. Isn't that on topic? No, this is on topic. I'm seeing how far you're willing to take resisting arrest. If a cop can just roll up on you and jump you and refuse to take that jumping is resisting arrest. Yes, that's correct. That's 100% correct. You know why? Because you might match the exact description of a murderer or a rapist. And the cop is operating under the presumption that you are a murderer or you are a rapist. So if you don't want to get killed, then you go, hey, here's my hands, here's my hands, here's my hands. Whereas if you want to get killed, then you can just start fist fighting the cop who's jumping on you, and then you can get shot. Once again, you can beat the rap, you can't beat the ride. Okay? And by the way, let's say that you are a perfectly innocent person. You just look like a serial killing, child molesting rapist. Okay? And a cop jumps out on you and starts trying to arrest you. They start grabbing your arms, putting them behind your backs and all that kind of stuff. And you bust out your judo and you elbow them in the face and you knock them out. And then like other cops come to detain and arrest you and you start fist fighting other people. Well, what's going to happen is a jury is going to find you innocent of being a child resistant or a child raping serial killer, right? That's what you'll be interested in. But they're not going to find you innocent of knowingly fist fighting a dozen cops who are telling you to surrender. And you'll still go to jail for that. No, Kingslayer Damocles says, I'm asking if you consider refusing a higher level of force like rape is still resisting. No, rape is obviously a criminal act. You could, if you were getting raped by a law enforcement officer, which is obviously a criminal act, then you could argue killing said officer. So for instance, if a woman is in her house, I'm going to entertain your hypothetical, even though it's a distraction from what we're doing right now. If you're in your home, being detained by a law enforcement officer is not a knowingly criminal act, right? But let's say that let's say that you live in Appalachia and the police department is only 3 guys and they're actually like running meth and running pills and running drugs. They're effectively like a gang with they're a gang with badges, right? Let's say that you're in Appalachia and you have a situation like that. And the cops roll up on you and they just start shooting into your house in an attempt to kill you. They're not trying to arrest you. They're not trying to detain you. They're not using the escalation of force. They don't have their body cameras on. They don't have a car. Or they have a car, but let's say they show up in a private vehicle because they're actually just trying to murder you. Them being cops has nothing to do with what's happening. You're allowed to defend yourself in that scenario. And there are times where people mistakenly believe that they were in that scenario and they shot cops and they got away, like they were dismissed from court. Okay. Why does everybody pronounce Appalachia wrong? Because I'm in the South and that's how you pronounce it. Do you pronounce it Appalachia? How do you pronounce it, Darth Panzer? Anyways, stop distracting. The point is, if a cop was doing something knowingly criminal, like trying to murder you under color of law, or raping you, which is obviously a criminal act that doesn't further a law enforcement purpose, you're allowed to defend yourself. And you could shoot that cop and go to jail. And they're like, why did you murder the cop? You could be like, well, they were trying to rape me. And there was no lawful reason for them to be raping me. So I killed them. And guess what? You're going to get off. Tribe says, what if a cop shoves you to the ground and is going to run up and swing at you? Would fear response be justified? No, because that's considered going hands-on. I hate you, Fast and Bulbous. All right, anyways, let's continue, okay? So right now, we should agree on several things before we continue. The cop has detention and arrest authority. The cop has the ability to go hands-on. This is passive resistance, meaning they're not obeying lawful orders, and therefore pepper spray is permitted. Appalachia? Well, then don't put an I in Appalachia. All right? Spell it different, Darth Panzer. Anyways. Okay. Anyways, we're going to continue. All right. So we're at passive resistance right now. So passive resistance is, like I said, it's pepper spray. And effectively, it just means that you're not obeying the lawful orders. Okay? Let's continue. Pepper spray. He's covering her. He's trying to protect her from the pepper spray. Now, right here, when you're getting yoinked and you're refusing the yoink, you're moving from passive to active. Okay? And let's continue because this is still going to be active after that. So right now, if Daniel Petty wants to stop resisting, then he puts his hands up and he says, okay. And then he just allows himself to get yoinked, put on the ground, handcuffs behind him or whatever. That's where you surrender. Okay. So right now he's at passive. Let's continue.
The fuck, people? The fuck is wrong with you?
Right here, we got 6 people who are wrestling this dude to the ground, and he could sprawl, throw his hands up and say, hey, I surrender. Especially knowing that he has a gun on. Okay. So he should say, yeah. Hands up. I surrender. My bad. Whatever. Don't shoot. I have a gun in my back hip. That's something that he could and should do if he's trying to lawfully comply. Right.
Honestly.
But what's happening instead is he's wrestling. Okay. Are his hands up right now, tribe? Is he sprawling right now, tribe? Is he surrendering right now, tribe? Is that what's happening? Well, real serious. Why do cops get leeway when it comes to reaction time when something stops being a threat, but civs don't get time to react when not hearing they're under arrest? Real serious. I agree with you. Okay. I agree with you. I agree with you that law enforcement officers need to be more sympathetic and empathetic to the people they're detaining and arresting. And if we are going to ask that members of the public grant us some degree of latitude when it comes to use of force scenarios, then we need to understand that sometimes civilians need a little bit more wiggle room, particularly because they're not trained on escalation of force or response to resistance or active and, active, passive, violent, and lethal force. So yeah, like I am with you. And by the way, I would argue that when I was trespassing that lady from Walmart, have I ever been pepper sprayed? Absolutely. When I was trespassing that lady from Walmart, that's why I didn't arrest her. Because I knew that she didn't know what the fuck she was talking about. I knew that she didn't know that I had arrest authority or she didn't recognize it. I knew that she was pissed off because she just lost her job. I knew that the Walmart wanted to keep a good relationship with her. I knew that she was probably just pissed and didn't want to be told what to do. Okay? Like, yeah. Frank says he's being attacked by 6 dudes who are grabbing at him and hitting him, expecting a ragdoll is ludicrous. Okay, well, I mean, that's what happens if you want to say that you're complying. If 6 officers are on your back, then you surrender. Okay? No, I wasn't pepper sprayed in the military. I wasn't pepper sprayed until I got into... I wasn't pepper sprayed until I was a cop. So anyways, so what I don't like about what somebody just said... Robert Ward says, ICE murdered a Second Amendment peaceful protester, period. No. Rewind and stop watching and shut up. Stop typing and start listening. Okay, so here it is. R. Hickernell says, he's wrestling. Are you high? He's getting beat up. Okay, so wrestling. Okay, so does this guy's down on the ground and he's pinned. Okay. He's losing. Arguably, he's getting his ass beat. Okay? Does that mean that he's no longer wrestling? Does that mean that he's no longer resisting him getting his ass beat? Of course not. He's still wrestling. Just because he's losing and just because he's in a position of disadvantage does not mean that the guy on the bottom who's getting his ass kicked is not still wrestling and therefore posing an active resistance to force. Right? We're on the same page now, R. Hickernell. What does that change? What does that change? So hold on. Now you guys bring up things that are totally irrelevant. This is like the car thing again. It's 1 versus 1, Connor, not 6 versus 1 in the heat of the moment. What does that have to do with anything? Show the 7 versus 1 wrestling match. I did a 7 versus 1 wrestling match. I've done multiple 7 versus 1 wrestling match. Dude Man Sue says, I'm just shocked Connor's 2A opinions aren't short-circuiting his propaganda. It kind of sucks. Well, you're not paying attention to the content, Dude Man Sue. You're not listening to what's being said. That's not my fault. So for instance, I'm going to give you the Christian Valaris box. Okay? I'm so happy I drew the Christian Valaris box. This might as well be called the Dude Man Sue box. Oh, well, actually, I need to give you the grassroots box. I need to give you the First Amendment box. I need you to give you the Second Amendment box. And then I need to give you the box immediately after that, okay? So let's take a look at this. First Amendment. Freedom of speech, peaceably assemble in the press, gives people the right to observe, film, and even protest law enforcement action in public. So if Christian Valaris was saying I didn't care about the First Amendment, I would tell him to eat a dick. So right now I'm going to tell you to eat a dick. Now with the Second Amendment, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Pretti had the right to keep and bear his concealed and licensed pistol, and its mere existence should not be a death sentence. So we should have 100% agreement on this. Okay? We should have 100% agreement on these two statements. Okay? It's a family show. Now, immediately after this, You have a right to film and protest. You have a right to keep and bear arms. You do not have a right to interrupt lawful law enforcement action. You do not have a right to resist arrest at all, let alone armed. They started assaulting him. What does that have to do with anything? They have the capacity to detain him. Why? What? Fashion 40. What do you think is going to change in my mind when you say the sentence, they started assaulting him? What are you changing in my brain? What are you trying to change in my brain? Because frankly, that just feels like a totally irrelevant statement. They escalated the use of force. It's their job to use the use of force to detain and arrest people. What are you talking about? Can I read your last two? No, I'm not scrolling up through this. There's a lot of people in chat. Death Lily says, I'm never getting to level 3. No, we're going to. We're going to. I think an emotional appeal is they started assaulting him. I think that's silly. I think that's a silly thing to say. Christian Malaris says, Cotter, you were arguing with a Leo on X that any act of resistance while armed holstered is enough for Leos to use a lethal force response. There's a nuance to that. There's a nuance to that. After getting pepper sprayed, it is common to writhe in agony. Is he resisting or just freaking out and writhing out due to pain? I would argue that it could be either way. And what I just said 2 minutes ago, and if you'll please pay attention and stop being emotional, listen to what I'm saying, okay? If law enforcement officers are going to ask for members of the public to grant them latitude during high stress, high anxiety, fearful, and angry scenarios, then we need to give that same latitude to civilians. Okay? We need to give that same latitude to civilians. Okay? Hutch Larry says, we were supposed to give fair, I think you might be saying exactly what I'm saying. We are supposed to give fair and give Leo understanding that we can't be judged by the second their actions, but for civvies, it seems unfair to judge his actions. I hope that, Hutch Larry, I want you to listen to me. Okay, listen to me. If cops are going to ask for latitude in extreme scenarios, then civilians need to be tolerated acting erratically in extreme scenarios as well. Okay? Frank says, I'm out too. Defending this is unforgivable. Okay, go fuck yourself. How about that? How about that? How about don't come back? Don't let the door hit your ass. Don't let the door hit you on your ass on the way out, okay? If you can't contend with what I'm saying, you're weak and you're never going to make it in the cog. Anonymous Chatter says, hey, Booby Bear, this is why people think you're R-slurred, because when you see someone violently resisting, everyone else sees 37-year-old nurse who's never been arrested or pepper sprayed before reacting like a human. Okay. Did I disagree with you? Stop having emotions and listen to the words being said. Did I just say that I expect Pretti to act perfectly? Or did I say the opposite? Did I say the opposite 30 seconds ago? Then I don't know why you gave me that super chat. I said the opposite, okay? If law enforcement officers expect people to give them latitude during high stress scenarios, then law enforcement officers need to give civilians broad latitude to be R-slurred during extreme scenarios. I just said the opposite of what people are saying I'm saying. But you're in your feelings, so you're not listening to me. Tribe says, Valor Media Network says, resisting and perceived threat are different things. The 7 versus 1 is what's being pointed out. Resisting, yes. Threat, no. I agree with you. I agree with you. We are not at imminent threat of death or great bodily harm right now. We are at active resistance. So right now, the cops can pepper spray him. They can taser him. They can go hands-on. They can wrestle him to the ground. And by the way, that's exactly what they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing. All right, I just want y'all to know, like, I want you to acknowledge the fact that I've said that 3 times now. If law enforcement officers want broad latitude, then civilians need latitude to be R-slurred. No, Fashion 40, I refuse. You want my human perspective? Doesn't exist. You got cop brain today. Deal with it. R. Hickernill says, not on the same page. Love you, but the fact that someone can say gun and then they unload into him easily could have shot each other. The guy was clearly trigger happy. I know you're a cop, but come on. Okay, well, let's get into that in a second. All right. Somebody else gave another super chat, so let me read that real quick before we get into that. I bet that many of the newer chatters that are needing to go back over the previous stuff did not do like I did and started at the beginning and speed ran the show until catching up. I did. Well, thank you, ET. I appreciate you. Oh, dude, man, Sue, that's not going to happen. You're like, I hope your frustration on this topic is not going to make you become a MAGA dick sucker. It's not going to happen. Sexy Jedi says, maybe you should be in your feelings more about this. The state executed a guy who was no danger to them. You should be mad about that. Okay. Not paying attention to the content, but that's okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. 70% of the population are, no, we're still at level 1, infallible fouls. Shut up. Shut up about the levels. Thanks, Fell Runner. Thanks for bringing up the levels. All right. Anyways. So right now, we can all agree we're at active resistance, right? Active is when you're trying to pull away. Okay. We agree that we're at active, but we should give Mr. Pretti broad latitude because realistically, this is probably his first time being arrested. He's been pepper sprayed in the face. Okay. We can agree that Mr. Pretti should have broad latitude. Yes. In an ideal world. Okay. Let's continue. Some dickhead still blasting whistles while they're doing this. Okay. So we are about to watch the death. Okay. We're about to watch the death. I'm going to try to bump the audio. And I think there's a zoomed in version of this as well that I might need to find. Okay. Passive / active. It's arguable. This is active. So taser down is justified. This guy is wrestling the gun away from Mr. Pretti. Okay. He sees the gun. He knows he has the gun. Okay. And he's grabbing it and disarming Mr. Pretti because he, this gray shirted officer, wants to, yes, it's active fashion 40. Shut the fuck up and rewind 30 seconds if you need it. God damn, dude. God damn. I literally say a thing and then you're like, no, it's not the thing. It's like, I defined the thing for you 30 seconds ago. What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, hold on. I need a breath. Okay. Says, supposing he was not resisting but writhing in agony, however, he is resisting from the cop's perspective. Whose perspective matters most in court? The totality of circumstances. Okay, the totality of circumstances. They could say that he was actively resisting, but he was only actively resisting because he was pepper sprayed. Right? All right. Anyways, so let's move to the shooting. So this guy, let's listen. Let's listen real quick. It's going to be hard to listen, but I almost guarantee you somebody screams gun. Okay. All right. Well, okay, Fashion 40 says, bitch, I don't need to rewind. I'm here in the present. Fuck. Well, then you don't know what active resistance is, so you didn't listen to what was being said. Okay? So what happens? Let's go back to our other thing. Let's go back to our other paint. Start a new box. I might have to make it a little bit bigger. Attempting to disperse the subjects, obstructing the lawful performance of my duties and to get them out of the roadway, which pose the threat of injury due to traffic. I ordered the women to disperse. They did not obey my lawful command. I approached the women who retreated to the side of the roadway, but did not disperse nor leave the roadway. Therefore, I pushed one of them out of the roadway. There you go. Okay. And you could put some bullshit in here about like in an attempt to remove her for the roadway for her own safety. Now, clearly that's bullshit. Please listen to me. The dude has sand in his vagina and he's mad that a protester is confronting him. Okay. That's what's really happening. But the police report is going to say this woman was in the roadway. That's dangerous inherently. Therefore, she wasn't obeying my lawful commands. I could have gone hands on with her. I could have pepper sprayed her at that time, but trying to remove her from the roadway, I pushed her out of the roadway. Okay. Then, a man. Well, hold on. Let's see how that breaks down real quick. Let's watch the video so I'm not making shit up.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Okay. Oh, dude, right there. I mean, that could be like a morally good instinct, but putting... yeah, you're done right there. Dude, putting your hands on a cop and then pushing him away from him. Okay, here we go. Not that one, this one. At that time, a civilian, pushed my arm away and got between me and the subject, therefore interfering with my Leo duties. And I decided at this time that arrest was appropriate. Okay. Mega Milk Arky for 70 ZAR. Don't know what that is, but thank you for it. Love you, bud. Reasonable minds can disagree. DGGL. Thank you. Appreciate you, Mega Milky Arc. Real Serious says, would it not make sense for someone who has a gun to try to make the least amount of movement possible and maybe keep his arms as far away from the gun as he can, the spray plus a beatdown? Yes, of course. But once again, we need to give Mr. Pretti some latitude that this is probably his first time being pepper sprayed, his first time being arrested. So I'm okay if, like, I think everybody here is okay with me saying that, with the fact that, like, Mr. Pretti doesn't have to act perfectly under the scenario. You know what I'm saying? And we understand why he did what he did. We get it. Arguably, he acted morally. As a matter of fact, if you want to move into level 2 argumentation, I could move into level 2 argumentation where I steel man David Pretti. Matter of fact, let's do that. Let's steel man David Pretti. Is his name David? I forget what his first name is. R. Hickernell says, wouldn't the cop shoving to the ground be escalating to the situation? He's allowed to force civilians who are not obeying his lawful orders to disperse or to detain them. Okay? I'm ready. Like, when we're done, I am perfectly comfortable steel manning David Pretti. Okay? All right. It's still an escalation. Cops are allowed to escalate force. What don't you understand about it? What don't you understand about that sentence? What don't you understand about if you are detaining someone, you are allowed to detain someone? Like you're allowed to escalate force in order to affect the detention. Isn't it, Tom Petty? Fuck you, Dracarys. A little bit of heartburn. Darth Panzer for 25 says, hope you write a police report for episode 3 of Andor when you finally watch it. I will. Okay. Well, if you're saying it can be a lawful escalation, then what the fuck is the point of saying it? Okay. Hutch Larry says, Connor, I love you and understand what you're saying, but in this situation, the people are saying that he deserves justice, but your response of there will be no justice is a hard pill to swallow. I'm with you, and we can talk about morality and solutions momentarily. Is she being detained? Yeah, she's about to be detained, bro. They're about to, like, grab her, snatch her up, all that kind of stuff. As a matter of fact, I'm going to show you the video. Let's go back to the video real quick. So we have the obstruction. We have the lawful ability to detain. He might be deciding that he's going to disperse them for now and get the fuck out of here, but he's got sand in his vagina. He removes her from the roadway is how he's going to write that thing. Mr. Pretti puts his hands on the cop, and at this point, he's pissed, right? He's got sand in his vagina, so everybody's getting arrested now. So he pepper sprays him, shoves him. They're pepper spray. He's protecting her from pepper spray. He's yanking him away from the woman, and he's holding on to the woman for some reason. I think that's weird, but that's okay. He's probably trying to protect her. let's be real. He's not trying to hurt the woman that he was just protecting, right? So basically, they're yanking him to the ground. At this point, there's ICE officers on this woman and on Mr. Pretti. Okay, so this is right now they're being detained. Okay, they're being detained. So yeah, you're asking like, where is their attempts at detention? It's right here. Okay. So now we've already gone passive, active. We've already discussed that. Okay. And what's going to happen is gray officer. Okay. I'm going to write it from I'm going to put gray officer as officer number 1. Okay. I'm going to put gray officer as officer number 1. And we don't have the totality of circumstances. Okay. And there's going to be a complicating variable here. Okay. Officer 1 is going to state, Officer 1, while attempting to detain Mr. Pretti, I noticed a holstered pistol at his, what would that be? It would be like 6, noon, 4. So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I would say at his 5 o'clock position to secure the weapon and eliminate the possibility of imminent threat or of death. Imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. I grabbed said pistol and attempted to leave the scuffle. Now, here's the thing. I'm going to say that this guy yelled gun. Okay. So let's just say that he puts this in the report. I'm not saying that he's the officer that wrote gun. Okay. I'm not going to say that I'm not saying factually that this is the guy who yelled gun. Okay. But somebody yelled gun. So let's just say that this officer yelled gun. I yelled gun to notify my fellow officers of the weapon, trying to, I don't know, protect their safety or something like that. You could even just leave it at trying to notify the officers of its presence. I yelled gun to notify my fellow officers of the weapon while securing it and leaving the scuffle. Okay? It doesn't matter if it flies with you, input, output. It doesn't matter if it flies with you. Okay? It matters what happens in a court of law. It also matters what law or tactics or policy you want to enact in order to prevent things like this from happening in the future. Because if your solutions are dog shit, then nobody's going to accept them. Okay? So I don't care if you personally accept this narrative. I could give a fuck less what some random person in my chat thinks about this. Okay? Let's write this down. Okay. So, Officer 2. During the scuffle, Mr. Pretti was actively resisting arrest by pulling his arms in, not obeying lawful commands, and pulling away from officer attempts to secure his limbs. I heard someone shout gun, and believing that Mr. Pretti was retrieving a weapon, I pulled my service pistol and discharged several rounds, killing Mr. Pretti. I was unaware that Officer 1 had already secured the pistol. That's it. That's it. I mean that's the thing. And then boom, you're done. You're done. Because it's not, of course, the totality of circumstances dictates what happens in a criminal proceeding. Of course. But it's also based on reasonable belief. Meaning that if this officer did not know that the weapon was already secure and he believed in a 6-man scuffle that Mr. Pretti was going to retrieve a firearm, which is why one of his fellow officers yelled the word gun, then it's done. Like it's over. I was unaware that Officer 1 had retrieved and secured the firearm. He could still be convicted of what? Of what? Tell me what you're going to convict him of. Tell me. Because this is how simple it is. You guys all say, oh yeah, he saw the gun. He saw Officer 1 do it. Okay? At which point, you would have to believe that this guy just wanted to kill someone for fun. Right? He just wanted to kill someone for fun. He saw the firearm getting retrieved. And he was like, you know what? This could be fun. I'm going to murder a guy. Right? Rizzo Wang says, yes, that's a problem. Was Pretti actually pulling his gun at all? No. But we're not dealing with what's real. We're dealing with what's perceived. Okay? What you have is you have a cop in a 6-person wrestling match. He hears, he was yelling, come, I hate you. I hate you, Fast and Bulbous. I hate you, conservative liberalism. We're in a very serious moment right now. Gross. I disavow. Okay? So, is it reasonable for an officer who's in a 6-person scramble, hearing the word gun while somebody is actively resisting, not seeing that Officer 1 had already retrieved and secured the weapon, and then for him to take action based off of that reasonable belief? And the answer is yeah. And that's why he's not going to jail. That's why he's not going to prison, is because it's based off of his reasonable belief, not a psychic understanding of the totality of circumstances. And you guys keep believing that the psychic understanding of the totality of circumstances is how these things are judged. And it's not. Clizzard says, Connor, basically the problem is that the large amount of ICE agents rapidly swarming the guy made it impossible for the guy to surrender and prevented them from seeing what was going on. Sure, we could talk about tactics, but tactics isn't law. Tactics isn't law. So Jason says, being a wussy isn't a blank check to Magdub. Okay, you tell me the law that you want to write in order to prevent this from happening. Tell me what law you want to write. Yeah, Rizzo Wang says tactics are killing people. Absolutely. I agree with you. Okay, based off of what, Tribe? Reasonability is what gets judged, Connor. You know that the cop can feel that way unironically. The jury can still feel it was unjustified. How? Okay? You're wrestling a guy. 6 people are wrestling the same guy. You try to pull, like, you're trying to get this guy secured. One of your officers screams gun. You think that it's time to, you need to take action. Otherwise, there's imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. So you choose to take action based off of your understanding of the law. This was caused by the acceptance justification for escalation of violence by feds. Okay, how's the officer supposed to know if there isn't additional guns or weapons? That's level 1 waste of time. Correct. But how is that fair that if 6 cops surround you and one shouts gun, you die? Because if it's true, then, and you're trying to pull your gun, then that could save other people's lives. Tribe says reasonability is what gets judged. That's what I was responding to. Tactics is level 2. True. R. Hickernell says, well, those laws need to be changed because any cop can claim they feared for their lives to kill someone. True. But you need to articulate how you're going to rewrite the law. Give me a rewrite. Okay. I think imminent threat of death or great bodily harm allows you to use deadly force is a reasonable threshold through which to use deadly force. However, I do think that we could write that because of the excess amount of deaths of law enforcement at the hands of law enforcement due to like edged weapons and improvised weapons and sticks and screwdrivers and box cutters and knives, we are going to, and because some of these people have like health issues, they're type 1 diabetic, they have schizophrenia, they have mental health issues. We are going to rewrite the policy so that in the imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. Well, okay. Valor says I unsub because I don't lick boots. Okay, well, good for you. Don't come back. Here you go. Blocked. Have fun. So the point is that like we could rewrite escalation of force and use of force doctrine to say if somebody has an improvised weapon, an edged weapon, a screwdriver or a stick or a golf club or a baseball bat, we are going to adopt European style tactics to use riot shields, tasers, bolo nets, and those like people trappers in order to reduce the amount of law enforcement caused fatalities. But that proposal has nothing to do with this situation. So I want to hear your tactical shift. I want to hear your tactical proposals. I want to hear your legal proposals because frankly, I don't think you have any. So Grassroots says he had a clear and full field of view of surrounded and submitted suspect who only stood up after being illegally shot. I don't think that's true. I already went over this with you guys. When you're in an adrenaline out situation. Now, I'll admit while arresting people, I typically wasn't so adrenaline out that I had tunnel vision, but the guy could argue tunnel vision. Have you ever there's a video. Hold on. Grid, I think, is saying something. Grid. Hey, bud, I'm all set. What time is it? It's noon. Grid, I hate to do this. Can we push to tomorrow? I just feel like I have momentum on the topic and I want to engage with the chat on. It's not a complete sentence, but I hope Grid will understand if I push it to tomorrow or a different day. Let me engage with chat for a minute. He can just argue tunnel vision. Okay, so tactics should be the law. No, it's not what I said. Doesn't gun just mean that there is a gun present? Yes. It should be illegal for cops to go to bad tactics as it pulls everyone at needless risk. Sure, but give me a proposal of a better tactic. I just gave you the proposal of a better tactic, and it still wouldn't stop this death. How is a 9mm still holstered going to be imminent threat to people dressed like paramilitary? Guns inherently are imminent threats of death or great bodily harm. Inherently. So, of course, like walking around with your concealed weapons pistol in its holster is not going to be imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. But if you're in a 6-person scrum and somebody yells gun, you could probably, reasonably believe that a actively resisting subject is going for the gun, which is why somebody screamed it. Okay. Darth Panzer says, I don't think I'm still sold. How can you engage a target you haven't identified actually has a weapon in hand? Is PID a thing? You're reliant on the PID of a fellow officer, and you're allowed to rely on them for information. That's already been established in law. What if someone in the nearby crowd had yelled gun? Then, yeah, then you're fucked, and that guy's responsible for his death. Grid, I don't want them to settle down. I want them to keep fighting me. That way I keep getting super chats of them being pissed off. So can we just push, please? Grid, can we just push either an hour or tomorrow just so I can keep the pissed off momentum of my chat, which translates to money? How about the lies coming out of the Trump administration? Fuck the Trump administration. Fuck them. Fuck their lies. Fuck them saying that it's a terrorist. Fuck them saying that he's a domestic terrorist who wanted to slaughter cops. Trump administration can eat my whole dick and balls. How's that for an answer? Joe Sakana says, Connor, was the cop justified in shouting gun if it was holstered disarmed? That's what got him killed. Maybe, maybe not. You know, he could say that he was attempting to notify other law enforcement officers. But that's obviously like imperfect information. And if you say, like, for instance, like in the perfect adrenaline out scenarios, let's say I secured a weapon. I have it. Okay. If you say I secured a weapon, then yeah, that's probably not going to lead to shooting because you said I secured first. But if you say he has a gun and I secured it, what's going to happen is most people are going to hear he has a gun. And so they're already going to be like pulling and ready to shoot. By the time that you get out, I have secured it. Okay. So that's where you need to be mindful. And I actually have a story for you. I have a really, really, really silly story for you. So I was a rookie cop and I was still in FTO and I was getting babysat by another officer while I was waiting for them. I was done with FTO, but they hadn't signed off on my book yet. So I was waiting for them to sign off on my book. So I was riding patrol with a female cop that I really like. Her name's Karen. But what happened is I went to Dunkin' Donuts in Apopka. Okay. And the Dunkin' Donuts in Apopka is a fucking shithole. And I got a sausage, egg, and cheese and sandwich that I think was like spoiled or rotten. Like I ate it and I was like, that's a little funky, but I'm going to keep eating it because I'm hungry and I got to get to work. So I eat the funky sandwich and I get to work. Well, 3 hours into it, I get horrible food poisoning. Horrible. The worst food poisoning I've ever had. Like, actually, it's the second worst intestinal issue I've ever had. Okay. And so I'm throwing up my guts on the side of the road. The officer has to take me back to the station. I don't even think I have health insurance at the time. So I'm debating whether or not I'm going to the hospital, whether or not I can just ride it out and puke and shit this out of my brains, or whether or not I need to go to the hospital. I throw up for probably a full hour before they transport me to the hospital. And the EMTs give me something to stop nausea. And it doesn't do anything. I'm still throwing up like 3 hours later. And so my, basically like they give me basically double the recommended dose for anti-nausea medication. And that finally stops me from throwing up probably 4 hours into retching so hard that like the ER thinks like I'm going to fucking die because of how bad this this food poisoning is. Okay. And so what the dispatch does, and bear in mind, dispatch is a bunch of ladies who are 40 to 50 years old, 40 to 60 years old. And all they do is they field calls from people all day. And they're kind of bitchy, but they're also funny and sassy. Like imagine like a sassy black woman. Now, most of them are white, and most of the ones that I dealt with were rednecks, and they weren't getting paid enough. They were getting paid like 35 to 50K a year to be dispatchers, but it was a good job, man. You got benefits, the pay sucked, the shift sucked, but you got decent pay. So like for like a redneck out in the sticks, like it's a good job, right? And so the dispatcher calls my wife, and the first thing she says is, Officer Deering is in the hospital. That's the first thing she says. Okay. My wife is married to a rookie cop. In that like 3 to 4 seconds thing where the dispatcher continues on, he has food poisoning and he's throwing up and shitting his pants, she is imagining all the ways in which I could have been killed or injured. She's imagining I got shot. She's imagining I got run over. She's imagining all this fucked up shit. And so what I'm trying to convey to you, I know that was a long story, but what I'm trying to convey to you is that perfect communication is not a thing. It's not a thing. It should be a thing. We should focus on how we communicate different scenarios within law enforcement. We should focus on how people are going to react to our words. But the truth is that under the adrenaline of the scenario, people do and say all kinds of stupid shit, and sometimes it gets people hurt, and sometimes it gets them killed. It's just true. Okay. Anyways, let me just engage with chat. Christian Blair says Connor disagrees with all the lies and condemns the Trump admin for those lies, regardless of those lies are leading to Leo's increased escalation of force. True. And the jury will make their argument. Don't reschedule. You're literally past arguing with chat. No. Lol. Awkward. No. The officer making a claim doesn't mean claim gets granted. Lol. You know that, though. Yeah, I know that because it's based off of reasonableness and perception, not based off of the totality of circumstances. In that case, this is going to be ruled a lawful shoot. You're not going to argue with Pisco today, then? I'll argue with Pisco soon. I'm sure we'll argue about it soon. Dude, I'm making these drawings mostly because I'm going to have to fight people like Pisco. Blood123 says cops should not say gun as they disarm someone. They should disarmed. As a matter of fact, shouting disarmed might be a tactic that needs to be adopted, right? Tribe says tunnel vision to the point he can't see at all is wild. Alex has his hands on his head. Who shouts gun doesn't change the situation for said officer. True. And tunnel vision happens under adrenaline. So that is a tactic that could save lives. Okay. So if we standardized tactics, which we don't do nationwide, but if we standardize tactics saying if somebody has a gun and they're going for it, you yell gun. But if you see somebody with any weapon and you grab said weapon and remove it from their care or from their possession, yell the word disarmed. And then at that point, you've actually improved tactics to the point that we can save human lives in the future. But that doesn't mean that this cop is going to be held legally accountable today. Grid says the agent shouted gun because he removed it, and cops always assume that if you're carrying one weapon, then you have another. Connor, I can jump on in an hour. Yes, please, an hour. Thank you for the super chat, by the way. But if you that would be a tactic that I think could save lives. Wick is wicking out. Grid says I was supposed to, but guys, Connor have all wound up. Yes, they got me wound up. Well, also, Fellrunner has me wound up because they're saying that I need to move on from level 1 analysis, which is the cops are not going to be held accountable. And then level 2 analysis is like tactics. ET says, previous experience, once a Leo involved shooting has occurred, what is the normal post-shooting procedure and how does the case differ from the typical procedure? Well, I mean, I would say that varies, but I'll tell you what I was told. I was told that if you're involved in a shooting, you're basically sitting there on scene until somebody comes there to debrief you. Another officer is going to be with you, and they're going to take your gun so you don't commit suicide because you're emotionally overwhelmed by the scenario. Then what's going to happen is I think that they have like some kind of escort for you or something like that. But effectively, like you're administratively done for a while. You're not on the road for a while, like while the shoot is being investigated. Then if it's a homicide, they have a state level shoot team. So basically the state police are going to be investigating it as a homicide, and they're going to be making sure that all the boxes got checked. Like, was this officer in reasonable belief of imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, or did this officer jump the gun and shoot the guy? And effectively what's going to happen is like, you could get arrested for like a reckless homicide. You could get incarcerated, et cetera, et cetera. But let's be real. Like 90% of the time, if a cop has a bad shoot, they're going to be quit or fired. They could lose their pension. They could have administrative discipline, et cetera, et cetera. But typically they're not like getting incarcerated unless it's like straight up murder. Unless it's like they murdered someone under color of law for shits and giggles, they're not going to jail. Then what ends up happening is it gets ruled a good shoot or a bad shoot. And then if it gets ruled a bad shoot, then there's going to be administrative sanctions, probably up to and including getting fired and barred from the position of law enforcement, depending on how negligent it is. And then I mean, that's pretty much it. And so as an example, I don't know if you guys remember this. There was a rookie in the Northeast. I think it was in New Jersey or New York. And they were going to like a normal call, right? They were going to like a burglary call or something. And a random white lady in her nightgown walked up and smacked the back of the cruiser. She smacked the back of the cruiser and he shot her through the car. And it's like, you can't just shoot members of the public for approaching your vehicle aggressively. That's not imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. You could even perceive the person as a threat. But I don't know if that kid got incarcerated, but he was 100% drilled out of law enforcement. That kid will not be able to get a job in law enforcement. And then it was the same thing with the Acorn guy. The Acorn guy, for those of you who don't know, it's kind of a meme. There was a special forces soldier, Army retired, who had done like 10 or 20 years in Army special forces. And what happened was they arrested a guy who was like suspected of having a weapon and they didn't find a weapon. And an acorn hit the car. And he thought that the suspect had gotten out of handcuffs, retrieved a weapon, and started shooting at him. So because of an acorn, he mag dumped his own police vehicle. Now, I don't think he injured the guy, or if he injured the guy, he didn't kill the guy. So once again, I don't think that that cop is going to jail or prison. Maybe he should. But realistically, he's never serving in law enforcement again. Like there's the CJSTC. The CJSTC is like the Criminal Justice Standards and Training Commission. And the CJSTC overlooks cops' license to be cops. And you basically have to do a certain amount of training in order to qualify as a law enforcement officer. But then you also have to serve a certain amount of years in order to continue your CJSTC certificate. And if you do something egregious like that, the CJSTC will revoke your certificate. So anyways, Darth Panzer says, failures in communication is exactly what I'm saying. You can't trust someone else's word to engage a target. You need to PID yourself before you use deadly force. Tell me the case law, Darth Panzer. You're asserting that, and other people have asserted that on Twitter, in DMs, on Discord, whatever. You're asserting that. Show me in case law. Fast and Bulbous says, ICE's reputation is so bad that there's zero argument you can give people, no matter how justified or reasonable it is. They won't listen, and I can't blame them. Sure. ICE is bad. Trump administration bad. Okay. We're talking about level 1 use of force bullshit. And we already came up with a level 2 tactic that would actually save lives. So Connor, what is the procedure after shooting? I think I read that one. Jesus, it was New Jersey. They were obstructing. Hey, tribe, fuck you. ICE will take him, though. Fear response and such. Yes. And fear and anger are very closely related. So the fact that you guys are like, oh, well, he was angry and he said a cuss word after the shooting, therefore he wasn't afraid. Anger oftentimes masks fear. Liberal infantrymen here, and I'm going back and forth with all my army buddies about who was in the right. Not sure if it's my liberal side, but I would not shoot and disarm the man on the ground. Right, because you got balls, right? I've told this story before, okay? I'm going to tell it again. I have a supervisor. His name is Hector. I love him like a brother. He's my hero, okay? I have a hero. Like the way that a child has a Superman, like Superman and Batman are their heroes, Figueroa is my hero, okay? And so what happened with this guy is he went to a shitty apartment. I've shown people this on Google Maps before. He went to a shitty apartment for a fight. And what was happening was 2 Mexican gangsters were beating the shit out of a Puerto Rican gangster on the side of the apartment. They were whooping his ass. They were knocking him on the ground. They were kicking him in the ribs. They were kicking him in the dick. They were doing all this kinds of shit. And a car is involved with the Mexican gangsters somehow. And so he is walking up to the vehicle and the vehicle takes off and it actually hits him with the side mirror and it hits him fast enough that he gets spun around. So basically like the side mirror hits his bicep and he gets spun a bit by the car. Well, he keeps walking towards the 2 Mexican gangsters beating the shit out of the Puerto Rican kid. And the Puerto Rican kid pulls a pistol and shoots one of the Mexicans in the arm. He like blows his bicep off. He like blows his arm off at the fucking elbow. And almost every single cop, including me, was like, holy shit, that guy just as easily could have mag dumped the 2 Mexicans, could have mag dumped you as you were approaching. That's imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. And then Hector was like, maybe, but I could tell that this guy was defending himself based off of the body language of everything that was going down. So instead of pulling my pistol and mag dumping the Puerto Rican kid, I charged in, tackled him, knocked the gun out of his hand, and then sat on him. That way he couldn't shoot again. And then the Mexicans came back in order to kick the Puerto Rican kid in the face while I was pinning him to the ground. So I had to pull my pepper spray and then pepper spray the Mexicans. That's like the most, like, we all wish we were that guy. Okay. Like I've done some interesting, hardcore, cool things, but that guy is my hero because of the way he conducted himself. He risked his life. He could have been shot. He could have been killed. And yet he read the situation correctly and he risked his own life in order to save the life of somebody who was being who was being aggressed upon. And that's why that guy is my hero. Okay. But I'm telling you, Exact same scenario. Guy's getting the shit kicked out of him, pulls a pistol and starts shooting the Mexicans or whatever. Contextually, if a cop pulled and shot the guy who was shooting the Mexicans, he could say, oh, well, that guy could have been in fear for his life because he was getting the shit kicked out of him. But I was also worried that he was going to shoot me and shoot the two Mexicans to death. Therefore, I took immediate action in order to minimize the chances of imminent death or great bodily harm to all parties. And guess what? It would probably be ruled justified, even though the kid would get killed defending himself. Okay? So, yeah. There's heroes and there's the law. And that guy, the way that guy conducted himself, he is my fucking hero. Oh, David says, but split-second decisions, I'm going to side with the cops. The problem is that these guys are not real cops. 47 days of training is a joke compared to the 47th president. Sure. Infallible Foul says, I remember Acorn guy, lol. True. Usurp the Chief says, someone needs to answer me this. How is seen as reasonable that someone must instantly give up the use of their arms and hands after being pepper sprayed? Are those people not expected to react to that? Usurp the Chief. We've already said that that's what's expected, but it's not reasonable to expect that. And if we're going to give law enforcement broad latitude when it comes to adrenaline-out scenarios, then law enforcement needs to be trained to give civilians broad latitude when it comes to acting out of fear or anger, right? We've kind of already said that that's like a cultural trope that we could train for. That's appropriate. Cop City Connor is really well trained. No wonder he can deal with the one guys in chat. Sometimes you guys trigger the fuck out of me. Fellrunner says, as part of level 2 tactics, I want you to include recruitment methods and standards being used by the feds right now, and if it's whack. Sure, let's do that momentarily. Tribe says, Valor Media Network, does Christy Nome get that script? Is it officers, chief, or is it officer to Christy, or what case? Because it's officer to Christy, could that be a part of the case? I don't know what you're saying. No. I think Christy Nome and the Trump administration are making up their own thing. I don't think that's coming from the police officers. I don't think the police officers are saying that he's a domestic terrorist. I think that's a Trump thing. Conservative liberalism says Connor points out of context needs to pepper spray the Mexicans. Yes, true. Yes, Fellrunner says reminds me of the I can do that mentality when watching pro sports. There's no way Connor is defending ICE in the most recent shooting, is he? Dude, go watch the content. Rewind. We've already discussed it like thoroughly. I'm not gonna lie. One of the things that pisses me the fuck off is somebody coming in and being like, Connor's not bootlicking today, is he? And I've literally spent what? How long have we been live? Let me find my StreamYard. What, like 2 fucking hours? 2 fucking hours, and you guys can't even like just go, oh shit, maybe I should watch the content. And yeah, 2 hours and 47 minutes. We've been talking about this for 2 hours and 30 minutes. And you guys are like, he's not defending the shoot. Go watch the content. Randy Chang says, you think you would have worn a mask in your cop days? No. If it was dangerous for you to be recognized on your job, would you keep being a cop? Yes and no. So let's say that like it was Mexico and cops just start getting killed for being cops. Maybe I'd start wearing a mask then, but we would have to like broach past that. Usurp the Chief says, would have just taken less time to say yes or no? No, because then you would have fucking soyed out. You would have been like, you're defending this? You're defending this? Unsubscribe. You're defending this? Times 2 says, I could pay attention better if you had a Subway Surfers playing in the background. Cool. All right, let's go to tactics real quick. Let's go to tactics. And then like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Let me go ahead and acknowledge everybody who's donated so far today. Okay. Grassroots. Despite me being a statist monster shill, thank you for gifting 20 Valor Media Network memberships. Thank you for the $20 super chat as well. Grassroots with the 10. Thank you as well. Deus Halcyon with the 5. Anonymous Chatter with the 20. Boondoggle My Cognal with 5. Grassroots with the 10. Anonymous Chatter with the 20. Accidentally killed someone, Teehee. I'm not saying Teehee. I'm saying that we should... The two things that I think we could draw away from this are we need to create law Usurp says, I'd still say sub even if you defended it, you turd. Well, I love you then. How about that, Usurp the Chief? I love you, non-parasocially. Thank you for being somebody who's thoughtful enough to disagree with somebody and not be a twat about it. Grassroots for 20 says, this has effing nothing to do with anything, but we have every bit of 2 feet of snow here, and on half bad seasons, Mazda 4-wheel drive kicks fucking ass. True. All right, let's keep going, though. Fell Runner was the 5. Bass Guitar says, preemptively chipping to get a little immunity. You have it, King. Thank you for commenting on Counterpoint Sci-Fi and Star Wars. Jazz86 is adding to the immunity fund. Jazz did piss me off, but, you know, good job, Jazz, chipping into the immunity fund. Grassroots with the 20, Real Serious with the 100 ARS, CD Sock them with the 10, Patriarch with the 10 gifted. Thank you, even though I'm defending jackbooted thugs. Thank you for oiling anyways. I parasocially love you. AK Batu Sai with the 2, Politics JK with the 5, Fast and Bulbous with the 5, Hutch and Larry with the 10. Dude, and by the way, I know that this is particularly sensitive for black gentlemen. Okay? I know black gentlemen are particularly sensitive to this because this is the rationale that's used to kill them, right? Philando Castile, in my opinion, is a bad shoot where the officer did not suffer legal consequences. And yet, I understand the legality behind it. I'm just horrified by the morality of it. And then same thing with Daniel Shaver, who was like a white gentleman who was like, in my opinion, recklessly killed by law enforcement because they made a drunk man do Simon Says. And then when he didn't get Simon Says correct, they killed him. Right. So I understand too, like if Entropy, I forget if Entropy X is an Oiler, but I think Lawson Harrison and Hutch Larry and a few other black gentlemen, they put up with my mildly racist bullshit. And I appreciate it. And I understand, like, dude, I'm like tearing up a little bit because like I'm not trying to be a douche or like overly emotional or overly sympathetic or whatever, but I understand that it's probably hard to someone to listen to someone engage in the rationale that you believe is consistently used to immorally take the lives of young men in your community. Okay, I understand it. Well, hold on. Maybe I don't understand it on like an instinctive level where I feel what you feel, but I understand it logically. Okay. Sean Kaplan says, I'm early in the VOD, but you called it an accident. Aren't accidental murders still prosecuted as involuntary homicides? Sean Kaplan, you'll catch up. You'll catch up. I appreciate you. All right. Still reading. Anonymous chatter with a 20 calling me Booby Bear. Whoever called me Booby Bear, you saved your life by calling me Booby Bear. Thank you. ET with the 10, Mega Milky Arc with the nice 70 ZAR that was reasonable, 100 ARS, Darth Panzer with the 25, Grassroots with the 20, Grid with the 20, Grassroots with the 20, Sean Kaplan with the 5. Thank you guys. Thank you for all the financial support. Even if you hate my guts, even if you think I'm a douchebag, even if you think that I'm totally wrong on this topic, but you can't articulate how. Okay. You know, I appreciate you at least hearing me out. All right. Zena says, Daniel Shaver was one of the worst cases because he was already prone with his legs crossed. Then they asked him to get up and crawl towards them. Yes. Yes. Tony Timpa died at the hands of police who were making fun of him. Yeah, dude. And that's the thing. Positional asphyxia, excited delirium. These are all things that we need to train for. One of the things about being a cop that I loved, but I also knew it's why people died, is that you're expected to have a basic level knowledge of like first aid. You're expected to know about positional asphyxia, excited delirium. You're supposed to know about narcotics. You're supposed to know about detention and arrest powers. You're supposed to know about law enforcement vehicle operations, marked and unmarked. You're supposed to go over you're supposed to go over firearms and use of force and pepper spray and baton and this, that, the other, all that bullshit, right? And so you're expected to be like a master of all trades, and yet realistically, especially as a rookie, you are a jack of all trades and master of some, right? And a lot of officers are different masters at different topics. A good shot might not be a good fighter. A good fighter might not be good at paperwork. A good paperwork guy might not be good at driving. A good, somebody who's bad at driving or whatever, they might be amazing at paperwork. And so the whole thing is like within the law enforcement career field, everybody actually typically knows where their strengths and weaknesses are. And we actually this is one of the things that really warmed my heart is that we will take calls based off of each other's strengths and weaknesses. So for instance, I could not do dog calls. like I did animal calls with dogs, like stray dogs or whatever that needed to be taken to the pound. But like if I took them to the pound, I called for the following week to make sure that they did not get euthanized, right? I could not in good conscience take a dog that's a stray, put them in a pound and allow them to be euthanized. So if like, it's something that fucks with me. Like I'm a dog person. I just can't do it. And so if I got a call for a stray, you better believe that I'm going to be annoying as fuck about it. And I'm basically going to be calling the shelter like, hey, has anybody picked him up? Is he adopted? Is he on the euthanized list? Like what's going on? I was probably annoying to the animal shelter, but I don't give a fuck because if I knew I was responsible for a dog getting euthanized, I would fucking kill myself. Right. So anyway, so that was my thing, but I had a lady who was, no, this was a long time ago, but I had a lady who was like a farm person. And so she was really good with animals and she didn't have like the overt like dog sympathy that I do. So she took a few of my animal calls because she basically knew that if I keep going to dog calls, eventually I'm going to adopt 10 dogs. You know what I'm saying? So I can't do that. And I already had like 4 at the time. So like I couldn't take any more fucking dogs, not reasonably anyways. But anyways, and then she couldn't do kids calls like because she was a mom. So if like a kid was sick or injured or dying or whatever, she could not do kids calls. And so as a result, I took kids calls for her. So it like if an animal call goes out, she would take my animal call. If a kid call goes out, I go for the kids. And it's not that's a really bad clip. But the point is I was able to deal with that because I think I deal with human suffering a lot better than I deal with animal suffering. So anyways, back to it. Old School with the 5 says, buy a beer to save yourself from a stroke. Some people don't understand that there are layers of analysis to cop involved deaths. Damn YouTube algorithm. Thank you, King. Paul LV with the 5 says, the ice agent was a made guy and Purdy wasn't. Real greaseball shit. We just have to sit here and take it. Well, I don't think you're watching the content, but that's okay. Yeah, that was a clippable moment. All right, hold on. Let's check in with Grid real quick. Still got 30 minutes until Grid. Grid, I'm going to do a drawing on tactics. If you're still listening, I'll be ready for us at 1 p.m. Okay. So let's save this. Let's write Pretti police logic. Okay. Now I did say that I was going to do Pretti's logic, but so I can do this really quick. I can actually do this really quick. Okay. First Amendment, Second Amendment, moral duty to intervene, confused and bewildered by arrest, dead. Okay. I do feel really bad for Mr. Pretti. So let me go ahead and articulate this from Pretti. All right, perfect. So, Mr. Pretti. ICE/CBP are being excessive in the local area and have already arguably negligently killed and or murdered a woman protesting their operations. In order to make sure law enforcement doesn't abuse their authority, I want to go film their interactions to hold them accountable, which is protected by 1A. Okay. Think we all agree with this? Not only do I agree with this, I'm going to put a giant green bar here. Okay. This is, somebody asked me if I thought these people were patriots. I think Mr. Pretti is a patriot. I think he cared about his country, even if he believed incorrect things about XYZ ABC. I think that it's, I still think he's a patriot. Grassroots says, man, I wish I got more master cops at paperwork in my younger years. I got masters at whooping the shit out of drunk kids cops. Damn. Yeah, exactly. Oh, sorry. Let me put it on the screen. Let me put it on the screen. Thank you, Harstar. Appreciate you. Okay, so let me leave that as green. Let me put this in black. Let's do this. Oh, shit. I didn't want to do that. I wanted to put it in text. Text. Here we go. Okay, let's do a text box. Mr. Pretti, not only do I have the right to keep and bear arms, but I'm going into a potentially dangerous situation, either from criminals or abusive Leo. Therefore, it is my God-given right. Well, I would say Constitution granted right. Constitution articulated right to keep and bear arms. Therefore, I will bring my pistol on said patriotic adventure, which is protected by the 2A. Okay, we understand this, right? Bellrunner says, I think it's important to include the requirement standards, O standards, and loyalty tests as part of level 2 analysis alongside the training. Well, I don't think we're there yet. I think I'm still steel manning Pretti, but we'll take it here, okay? Now, what I would say is this is moral, okay? And what I'm going to say is I'm going to put this in red, okay? I'm going to put this in red because this is what got him killed. Mr. Pretti's morality of trying to do the least amount of harm, his desire to be helpful is what got him killed. So he can be a virtuous person who is dead because of his virtue. Okay? These things, oftentimes, virtuous people can get themselves killed quite easily. Okay? I see two women in the roadway, protesting ICE who are at risk of getting hit by vehicles. So I direct the vehicles around the protest. I may be involving myself, but I'm trying to keep as many people safe as possible. Okay? And the reason why that's in red is because by involving himself, he is now subject to the statement that he was assisting people who were obstructing law enforcement. So you've moved from being a passive viewer of law enforcement to an active participant in this scenario, which is why that's dangerous. Okay. An ICE agent brutally shoves a woman off of the roadway and attempts to pepper spray. Well, hold on. Shoves a woman off of the roadway, likely to cause injury. He has sand in his vagina and is drunk with anger and power. Therefore, I step in so he cannot continue to beat said woman. Okay? Not only that, but when I step in, I am pepper sprayed and yanked around by 6 officers. Okay? In the confusion of being pepper sprayed and yanked in 6 different directions by 6 different officers, I am unable to comply with anything. I am disarmed by one of the officers, and then that officer, presumably, shouts gun. Other officers believe I am going for a weapon and kill me. And I'll go ahead and put this as, I guess, green. Because I am / was a patriotic man exercising my First and Second Amendment rights, but I was, my morality forced me to confront law enforcement, and I was killed, I'll say immorally, but legally, and therefore have become a martyr in the cause of the authoritarian overreach of the Trump administration. I would say that while this argumentation, I don't know how Fell Runner feels about this, but for me, Fell Runner, this is like the Steelman was just supposed to be like a counter to the it was just supposed to be a counter to the other argumentation, but I actually think this is like level 4. And what I mean by that is that we can still think, like, so for instance, I know what rubs people wrong. I know what rubs people wrong. I think that Pisco and Josiah and other people are being soy because they're saying like, oh, well, the gun was legal. Therefore, the cops shouldn't have perceived it as a threat. That's like the stupidest shit I've ever heard in my entire life. Okay, that's like a really dumb 80 IQ analysis. I don't like it. I think it's dumb. I think it makes discourse worse. I think it's silly. I don't think it has anything to do with anything. Okay. But if Christian Lair says that's not their argument, no, I saw it. I saw plenty of people tweeting out, oh, it was legally owned. Therefore, he was unlawfully executed. Like I saw that. No, don't tell me I didn't see it. I fucking saw it. I'll just scroll through their fucking tweets and find it again. There was plenty of people talking about the legality of the firearm as if that had any fucking iota on the calculus whatsoever. Okay, that has nothing to do with anything. So don't accuse me of fucking straw manning when I saw this straw man on my fucking timeline. When I saw the straw man coming from Josiah and from Pisco. Okay. Yeah, but you understand that if somebody smart forwards an R-slurred argument, I can still call it an R-slur argument. And you can't just say, oh, well, they're smart, so they know better. So therefore you can't call out their bad argument. I can call out the bad argument. So excuse me. Oh, anyways. So I feel like this is level 4 analysis. I'll donate $5 if you're right. No. I'm gonna let it hang. Guess what? I don't care. You know where I saw that? In my dream last night, and that's where it's gonna stay. So who is this? Pretti's moral and legal perspective. What do you think of people like that shipwreck lawyer talking about the guns, many attachments? He's an arsler, obviously. Christian Lara says Pisco's argument was that Alex didn't respond with active resistance, violence against the officer. Yeah, but active isn't necessarily violence against the officer. So for instance, like if you grab my elbow and if you grab my wrist and I pull away from you, that's still considered active. So, all right. Okay. What was the next thing that we were going to do? I think we were going to do tactics. So let's do tactics and then let's just talk to Grid when Grid's ready. So let me save this. Let me do tactics real quick. So if we were going to try to reduce police homicides, okay, I'm actually going to title this Reducing Police Homicides in the U.S. Okay. And this is going to be in reference to Renee Good and Daniel Pretti or whatever his name is, and some things that we just thought of ourselves. So number one, in reference to Renee Good, I would say that case law needs to come out with officer-caused jeopardy, where if law enforcement officers knowingly, maliciously, or not and, okay, not and, or, meaning that you can argue all three of these, knowingly, maliciously, or negligently provoke a situation that does not warrant a use of force, but then use said pretext. Oh shit. The fuck. I was typing it out so good, and then hold on. Do I have the forward button? Fuck. I don't have the forward button. I have to write it again. Okay. Renee Good case law needs to, sorry, I have to rewrite it again. Needs to define officer caused jeopardy and prohibit officers from knowingly, maliciously, or negligently provoking a use of force scenario resulting in death or injury of a member of the public if they are found to have caused or found to have officer caused jeopardy. Then Connor thinks that they should be liable for civil suit and fired from the profession. Soy libs argue they should be held accountable by criminal statute. Okay, there's one. Then let's talk about this one. So for Pretti, in reference to this shooting, what would I would say is the belief that a gun was present led to the death of an unarmed man, and as a result, law enforcement communication in a fight needs to be codified and trained for. The simple yell of the word gun should be identified as an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. Whereas if an officer shouts disarmed, then that should notify fellow officers that they have seen a weapon but have secured said weapon. Okay? That's what I would do. These are the two things that I would do to try to reduce police homicides. Okay? Then what I would do is American law enforcement can still rely on imminent threat of death or great bodily harm as guidance for when they can use lethal force, but cops should be retrained in reference to edged weapons, improvised weapons, golf clubs, baseball bats, screwdrivers. Like, you get the point, right? Drivers, etc., to adopt European style disarmament. Disarmament. I don't know if I spelled that right. Disarmament tactics to save more human lives. Cops should be equipped with and train with I would say riot shields, tasers, bolo nets, capture devices, etc., to reduce the deaths, particularly of people experiencing drug overdoses, excited delirium, schizophrenia, and uncontrolled diabetes. Okay. There's one more that I was just thinking of that was really, really, really good. Oh, okay, here we go. All cops have to be trained on the signs of drug overdose and positional asphyxia to reduce in custody deaths, chokeholds and neck restraints should be moved to the deadly force category and otherwise restricted. This is what I would do. Okay. And so here's the thing. You guys probably would not like all of these things because they're not going to result in the incarceration of law enforcement, or it's not going to do anything about qualified immunity, or it's not going to do anything about sovereign immunity, or it's not going to do anything about ICE overstep of lawful authority to detain U.S. citizens or any of that kind of crap. What I'm talking about is not going to address any of that kind of crap. But I'm telling you, if we focused on these as policy positions, and it actually does piss me off that I was covering the Pretti shooting for 150 people, and then because we're later in the day and we're talking about prescriptions instead of descriptions, we've lost a substantive amount of people. Fuck all those people. All 45 of those people can eat my whole bowl of buttholes. Okay. So the point is that, like, this would not make anybody happy, but this would 100% save American lives. This would reduce Renee Goods. This would reduce Mr. Pretty's. This would reduce in custody deaths. This would reduce the amount of schizophrenics and type 1 diabetics and all those people who are getting killed. Yeah, real serious. Would you be in agreement that this shooting was legally justified but morally wrong? Yes. Yes, I do. I agree with that statement 100%. Yeah. That's actually my exact argumentation, sure. AK Batusai says people just want to hear you say fuck ICE. Yeah, and they're going to be sorely disappointed. Destiny is yelling about you right now. Well, you can eat my whole dick and balls. How about that? Oh. Do you think the law should be moral? Ideally. All right. Anyways, let's talk to Grid. I think I'm a little tapped out. So let's do, this is law enforcement tactics that would actually save lives and cops would agree to with some reservation. The biggest sell, okay, the hardest sell in what I've said is training American cops on European style captures for people who are armed with weapon, like edged weapons and improvised weapons. That's the hardest sell. But if you sell it to cops, not as we're duct taping your hands behind your back, but instead you sell it to them as like, well, we train you guys on how to wrestle wildlife. You know what I'm saying? Like Florida cops, particularly the Lake County Sheriff's Office, they do gator capture as a part of their training. So if you treat a schizophrenic, like of course, like a gator is imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, and yet we go out of our way to jump onto an alligator, close its mouth, duct tape it shut, and then relocate it to a different lake. So if we're willing to do that for an alligator, then maybe we should do that for our local schizophrenics. And, a gator could absolutely fuck your shit up, right? So if there's a way to capture an alligator, there's a way to capture your local schizophrenic without death, right? So anyways, it's a tough sell, but it is a sell. It's just Abby says, you get on chat's case for not listening to your arguments. You think Destiny is tracking your arguments? Lol, no idea. We'll see. We'll see when we discuss it later. Valor says, for future streams, you're tired and you scheduled with Grid, but you should not be afraid to hop on a call, especially when Destiny or whoever is talking about you specifically. I'll talk to Destiny when I'm done with Grid. I don't give a shit. I don't think that anything I've said is objectionable. He can react to my content, and then if he wants to talk after it, I'll happily talk to him about it. I don't give a fuck. even when I'm tired. Even when I'm tired, I don't give a fuck. I think everything that I've said today is defensible, 100% defensible. Legally, it's defensible. Morally, it's less defensible, but we could talk about morals. Also, what's going to happen as far as happens next. I think everything I've said is defensible. And then also, not only that, the suggestions that I've just done, right? The suggestions that I've just done, if we focused on this would be, this would save more American lives than anything else we've been discussing. Christian Blair says, you said that you don't like to bother him before. I don't give a shit. Fell Runner for 2 says, Bovino and Noam, yes or no? Yeah, sure, impeach him. I don't give a fuck. Fuck him. Fuck him. Okay, cool. Yeah, Christian Blair says, Valor Media Network, I'm not claiming that you're afraid to discuss a hot topic. Okay, no problem. Christian Blaris, there was like a 10% fear that I would lose you as a viewer today. Like, actually, because I think that, at least according to the Discord over the weekend, they were fucking popping off a little bit, right? They were fucking popping off. Devilish, Will Cronenberg. I need Grid though. Let me try to call Grid, see if he's available. Word? Yeah, I was worried. I was worried I was going to lose some of y'all today, but I think that I've been able to articulate my views relatively well while not being a see you next Tuesday about it. So there you go, y'all. Best I can get out of them. Laugh my ass off. Fell Runner. I mean, honestly, I think that Steel Manning Pretti's position was level 4. And I think that the law enforcement stuff, the law enforcement tactical suggestions, I think that's level 4 too. So you might be joking that we always get stuck at level 1, but I realistically think that this is level 4.
You can wear the suit with the shirt and the tie.
Hey, are you there, bud?
Yeah, man.
Okay. Sorry.
Can you hear me?
I heard someone talking, but the volume was really low.
Yeah. No, I'm just waiting patiently. How are you? Still fighting with
I'm
your
good.
chat?
I'm good. Sorry, I'm good. I'm ready. And basically, I've been articulating my ass off, and my brain is nearly soup.
Why
So
am
I'm happy to hear whatever you got for me.
Why am I not cammed up on your side? Give me 1 second. I think it's because I went to your waiting room and cammed up. Give me 1 sec. Let me there. Maybe not. I don't know. All right, whatever.
I'm not seeing you yet. I mean, if you, I would shut off your. Do you want me to hang up and call you back real quick?
Yeah, do that.
All right. Let's try that again. I'm good. I mean, the haters mad. You saying you're a jackboot? Yeah, but I don't think the people who are saying that I'm a jackbooted thug licker. I don't think they're listening to what I'm saying. I think they're just going off of vibes.
There we go.
All right, Mr. Grid. So, Mr. Grid, for those of you. Well, actually, do you want to introduce yourself real quick?
What's that?
Do you want to? So the way that I would introduce you is I would say, maybe you're not like a Crucible orbiter, but you watch Andrew, you like his content.
Well, I am part of the Crucible, right?
Oh, okay. There you go.
I don't represent the Crucible, right?
There you go. So yeah. So could you introduce people, who you are, what you're about, and then we can get into the topic.
Yeah, sure. So I'm Grid One Motorsports. I have a political channel. I do some satire, a lot of debates, some social issues, that sort of thing. I've debated with Connor before, at least once, I think. And it's and I don't think that we're too far apart on this, and I think it'll be an interesting discussion on what's going on today. I just got back from SHOT Show. I have a gun channel called Gun Prattle that I've launched, and I just spent an entire week surrounded by armed men and women. So,
nice. Well, where are you at? Because
I'm in Tennessee.
Cool, and
okay.
that's good to know. But I'm saying in reference to the topic. So, for instance, somebody just asked me in the past 10 minutes, and I think this is a succinct argument of my encapsulation of my argument. I think it's legally justified, and the cop is not going to be incarcerated. I think it's morally wrong for a variety of reasons, but then I can articulate the logic for the officers for the way that they acted, when they acted, why they acted, etc. But then, of course, we have a man who's been disarmed getting shot and killed. And so that's obviously where like the immorality of the situation is. So where are you on the topic?
So I think it's probably going to come out as a good shoot, but it's very messy. It's very, very messy. And and I had to actually watch some more video this morning again. So I've been at SHOT Show, and then I was traveling for a full day, so I didn't see all of the videos. And there are people that are now telling me, well, they think that the officer that removed the firearm from Pretti actually may have accidentally discharged it. And there's a slow motion video somewhere. I haven't seen it yet, so I'm not gonna.
I've seen it, but it's so grainy that I didn't want to necessarily like rely my arguments upon that.
Sure.
But I do think that regardless of whether or not that was the first shot fired, where he's running away, and then it's supposed to be a SIG P320. SIG P320s are prone to NDs. Negligent discharges.
But we can see his finger in the trigger guard as well. So.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah. That's the sticking point for me. 320s do not ND outside of the holster unless you're manipulating the gun, and the trigger has to be manipulated, and that's a whole other subject. But
I wouldn't say my argumentation is reliant upon that. What I would say is, regardless of ND from the officer or whatever, I don't think that the firing officer knew where that gun was.
Right. Yeah, correct. And that's the thing. And that's, my mantra has been this whole time is, look, if you carry a gun, one of the very first things you're taught as a private citizen, or should be taught, or should look up on the internet and watch a couple of videos, and they'll tell you this: you do not fight with law enforcement if you are armed. Ever. As a matter of fact, you don't interact with law enforcement, if at all possible, if you're armed. Right. One of the most basic things I used to teach was, you're armed and you see an officer confronting an individual. Do you run over there, draw your gun to back that officer up? Fuck no, you don't. Fuck no, you don't. Because that officer is going to shoot you. Okay, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, there was even an example of a gas station mass shooter or something like that. And a citizen intervened, killed the mass shooter, and was holding the guy down at gunpoint or whatever. Cops showed up on the scene. They just saw a guy with a gun, and they killed the guy who had stopped the mass shooter. Sure. And so yeah, it's like that's the risk that you take whenever you present a firearm in public, is that you can be mistaken for a bad guy and killed.
Right, correct. And that's one of the very first things you learn if you're going to carry a gun as a private citizen in public, or it ought to be. And so that's the first thing, is that, officers do not like, and I don't agree with it, by the way. I'm not saying that I agree with this, but officers do not like citizens with guns, by and large. They just don't like it.
I mean, I do, but I'm a gun freak.
Well, but you're no longer an officer.
Well,
when
correct.
You were patrolling and you saw a guy with a gun, did you level up your alert status, or did you calm down?
So hold on. I should be specific. So what happened was, if I see a security guard that's armed, then I know that that's the guy who's going to back me up, right? So context matters. And then same thing with a concealed weapons carrier. So concealed weapons, bear in mind the law has changed in Florida since then. You no longer need a permit to conceal carry, but at the time you needed a permit, and a permit involved a background check. And so I kind of knew that anybody who is concealed carrying, they want to be a responsible citizen.
Sure.
They want to be responsible for their own self-defense. They've gotten a background check. So if I'm going to get shot in the face, it's not going to be from a concealed weapon carrier. And if a concealed weapon, if I pull a person over and I say, hey, do you have any firearms in the car or whatever? And they say, yeah, I got a concealed weapons permit, blah, 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 blah. I didn't even run their concealed carry, because they do this thing where like the concealed permit like had an expiration. I didn't even fucking run it, because I was like, okay, keep your gun wherever it is. Don't break it out or whatever. I'm going to go run your info real quick. If everything's Gucci, then I'm going to cut you loose with a warning or whatever the fuck was going to happen. Right. So for me, because I basically know that if I'm getting my ass beat on the side of the road and a civilian's going to come help me, the number one class of people who are probably going to help me are the same people who are concealed carriers.
That's and there's some truth to that. But let me give you my experience. I was in I was younger then. This was probably in 2000. Oh no, pardon. It's like 98, 99. I was out in the Reno area, and I just come through the Washoe Valley and coming into Reno. And I lived out there, but I hadn't changed over my tags or anything because I'd only been there a few months. And I get pulled over by the sheriff's deputy, who comes to my passenger door, and I'm rolling up the window because I was thinking that she was going to come to the driver's door. And I turn around, and this sheriff's deputy has her gun pointed at my fucking face.
Mm-hmm.
And she says, "Sir, you have a gun under your seat." And I said, "Yes, ma'am, I do. I'm 3,000 miles away from home. I'm going to be fucking armed." And well, I didn't say fucking, but I said, "I'm going to be armed."
Right.
And that's okay. And I realized at that moment that cop was perfectly willing to shoot me in the fucking face if I moved the wrong direction.
100%.
So it was up to me to de-escalate that situation, not that officer. That officer was on the edge of just about to, put a bullet in me. So I did de-escalate that situation.
There's something called a furtive gesture too. Okay.
Yeah.
So a furtive gesture is like a quick movement, right?
Yeah.
And so typically, if we have a scenario like that, like let's say citizen, you got a pistol under the seat or whatever, and we can use context clues, right, in order to try to figure out who you are. So if we're talking to you and you're being chill and handing over your driver's license and this, that, the other, typically we can figure out that you're not a threat.
Mm-hmm.
But there are some officers who I did see, and unfortunately, a lot of them were not military veterans. I think the military veterans typically were more relaxed around firearms, but I think particularly with the non-military veterans, you might as well have had a poisonous snake. Like that's the way they treated it, because they're kind of like freaked out, and they want to like grab it at the exact right angle, and they're worried it's going to randomly go off, and they want you to surrender it to them, which involves like a whole bunch of handling where you have to pull it out of your holster and hand it to them, and also assume that you're not going to like just all of a sudden just point it at their face and blow their head off. So that there's this like whole thing with, I would say oftentimes the people that I found to be most jumpy around guns were non-military veteran law enforcement officers who did conceptualize firearms effectively as this like omnipotent threat. And I feel like that's an incorrect way to perceive things.
I 100% agree with you. It's just, I'm just offering an opposite, your experience as an officer versus my experience having a gun pointed at me as a citizen. And so in this case, there's a couple of things that bother me about this. First, the officers could not have known anything about this guy. They don't know they don't know who he is, right? All they know is that he has inserted himself in their operations, and they're trying to handle these two women, and now this guy is now inserting himself, right? And now I could be wrong about this. I was watching the video earlier this morning. Again, I haven't seen all the videos, so there may be a better angle or something, and I'm certainly willing to be proven wrong. But it looks to me like everyone's saying that the officer did a two-fisted or two-handed shove on the woman, and she fell. And that's when the guy intervened. But the angle that I saw, it looked like that he was already intervening as the officer is kind of pushing on this woman, and she steps back and trips over a curb or something and falls down. So that's kind of and little things like that in a narrative. There's that officer probably, or the agent. I keep saying officer. He's an agent, guys. He's not
I still think if you use the term law enforcement officer colloquially, you know what I'm saying? Like just as like a vague concept, because a law enforcement officer, like a deputy sheriff, is not a police officer, but you can colloquially refer to them as a law enforcement officer. And like most sheriffs won't get ass mad about it. Some of them will, but some of them won't. I would say though that the push for me, it starts a little bit earlier, because what happens is it looks like the ICE vehicles.
Walk me through it, because I haven't.
Sure.
I've only seen a few of the videos, and I have what I think is the version, but I'm certainly willing to listen.
Yeah. So, in my opinion, what happens is there's ICE vehicles, and it looks like they're on the verge of leaving the area. Okay. There's a bunch of protesters around. Some of them are on the street. They're blasting whistles, talking shit, this, that, the other. A officer who is about to get into his vehicle effectively turns around on two women who are approaching him in the roadway and tells them to fuck off. Like, I don't hear the exact words, but let's just use that. He told them to lawfully F off and get out of the roadway.
Sure.
And so the women don't. They keep blasting their whistles and all that kind of stuff. Now, what ICE and CBP are authorized to detain for is, number one, CBP has like the border thing, but if they're operating within the United States, I have to presume that they're like cross-deputized or cross-sworn in, where whoever, if it's a CBP officer, an ICE officer, it doesn't matter. They have detention authority for two things. They have detention authority to investigate and to incarcerate and detain illegal immigrants who are overstaying their visas or whatever the hell. But then they also have anyone, doesn't matter if they're a citizen or a non-citizen, if they interrupt a lawful federal law enforcement operation, then they're allowed to detain and arrest that person. And so I almost guarantee you that those women walking into the roadway, being around said vehicle, etc., the cop was saying like, you need to fuck off or I can arrest you for interrupting a law enforcement operation. It could be weak.
Okay.
It could get thrown out of court. But I guarantee you that at that point, he thinks he has detention authority. And then not only that, the guy, Mr. Pretti, who got shot, he was in the street as well, directing traffic around the women. So he might have thought, like Mr. Pretti might have thought like, oh, well, I'm just trying to direct traffic to keep everybody safe. And I'm just videotaping to keep everybody safe. But for me, at that point, you've involved yourself. Therefore, you're part of the obstruction. I'll leave it there for now.
Okay, so do we know that Pretti or I'm sorry, Pretti, I guess
It's Pretti. I don't know how to pronounce it.
Okay, yeah, I'm sure. So that the gentleman didn't or wasn't involved with these women, or was he part
probably
of their
not.
group, or were they?
Who knows?
Right. Okay. All right. So okay.
So, but for me, I could see how the law enforcement officer at that point would say, you're interfering with my lawful operation. Therefore, I have detention authority on all three of you, including Pretti. Now, it's once again, it's loose. It could get thrown out in court, but I think he has the authority to detain. Okay.
Right.
So what happens is the cop starts marching forward, and I would say he's probably giving them lawful orders, right? So cops are kind of trained to, you got to go do Y, and if you don't do Y, I'm gonna make your day shitloads worse, right? That's
sure. But we don't hear any of this, right?
Correct. No, I don't hear any of this because it's a cell phone, it's further away, et cetera, et cetera. But what happens is he starts walking towards the women, and the women retreat, but they don't retreat all the way out of the roadway. They retreat to basically where cars are parked on the side of the roadway. So they're still in the roadway, and as soon as he starts walking back to his vehicle, they could just follow him again. And so as a result, he's probably telling them, like, you need to get the fuck out of the roadway. You need to get away from me, and you need to get away from the cars because I'm conducting a lawful operation and you're interfering with that, and I could arrest you right now. So what it seems like is that push or trip, I don't care. I saw a push. So what I see is the officer gets pissed. He knows that he can arrest them. He also knows that he can use force to make them disperse. Okay.
Do you think that officer at that point knew that he had 5 or 6 other agents around to back him up?
I think the other agents were like still around the vehicle or whatever, but I would have to check the vehicle. My presumption is that the other officers had probably gotten out of the vehicle at this point and were approaching the scene, but they weren't there yet. He was by himself.
Okay.
So he's there, and I think he's pissed, and I kind of memed about it a little bit, and I do think he has like sand in his genitals, and he's mad because these ladies are not obeying his lawful orders and leaving him the F alone. So he does, in my opinion, based off of what I saw, he does do a two-handed shove, and she does trip over the curb and then fall down. Okay. Well, what ends up happening is, I agree with you that as he's going to shove her, Mr. Pretti walks up and he basically like puts his arm out, kind of stiff arming the cop a little bit. He's not punching. He's not elbowing. He's not doing anything. But at the same time, don't put your hands on a fucking cop if you don't want to be involved, right?
Don't put your hands on a cop while he's interacting with somebody in a physical manner. That always ends badly.
But this is morality versus legality that I want to concede to the critics, okay? So this guy is apparently a VA nurse. He's a concealed weapons carrier. By all accounts, he doesn't have a massive criminal background. He's probably just a normal dude. And so while I think you and I, because we probably interacted with more law enforcement and gun-based people, like we know, like if you got a gun on you, you don't fucking fight a cop. That's like the fastest way to get killed. But for him, I think that his like protective instincts overrode his legal knowledge.
Okay.
And then therefore he goes to protect the woman by number one, stiff arming the cop, and then number two, wrapping himself around the woman as they both get pepper sprayed. And so morally, I think he has good moral instincts, but legally, I think you and I both know he's kind of fucked.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
Okay. So hold on. What a bunch of cocked fluff girls for fascist Jesus Christ on a bike. Okay. Bye. Sorry. I have people who are not watching the content jumping in, saying wild shit, and then dipping out. Well, I'm forcing them to dip out, but that's okay. Anyways. So what ends up happening is Pretti is protecting the woman, but also what's happening is I think at this point the cop decides he's detaining and arresting everybody, because what happens is the 5 or 6 cops, they all show up and they start kind of like pushing the woman to the ground, pushing Pretti to the ground and all that kind of stuff. And with Pretti, he's getting yanked in like 6 different directions. Okay. So there's like 5 or 6 cops who are just like kind of yanking on him and shoving him to the ground and this, that, the other. And he's also like still holding on to the woman. I think out of like a protective sense, he's still trying to hold on to her. But what ends up happening is because he's getting dragged in this direction, it almost looks like he's dragging the woman. But I don't think it's on purpose. I think he's trying to hold on to her in order to try to protect her. But what ends up happening is they get separated. The cops get on top of them. And then once the cops are on top of them, this is where I'm having a little bit of a fight with my chat, because there's in law enforcement, there's passive and active resistance. Okay.
Yes.
Passive is I'm just standing here. I don't move. But I don't do what you say. And so as a result, you can go hands on and you can pepper spray me. Whereas active resistance means that you're reaching for my arms or reaching for my legs or whatever, and I'm pulling away from you. I'm making it more difficult for you to arrest me. And I think that while Pretti's on the ground, it's arguable that he's engaged in active resistance, which would warrant a taser, pepper spray, and going hands-on, right? Now, what people want me to acknowledge before I give you time to catch up with me in listening to what I'm saying is that if we're going to give law enforcement officers latitude in adrenaline out use of force scenarios, we should also give some latitude to civilians, where if you're getting pepper sprayed and yanked by 6 different dudes in 6 different directions, your instinct might not be to instantaneously ragdoll and just like throw your hands up and be like, okay, I surrender. Like you might not have that instinct. You might ball up in order to protect your internal. That could be purely instinctive. It might not even be a conscious thought. You're literally just trying to protect yourself from getting the fuck kicked out of you. Right.
Okay.
So that's where we're at.
Yeah. Let me just a couple of things. So I agree with the video that I've seen so far shows pretty much what you're saying, except that to me, it looks like when they get Pretti, where when Petty's down, he's still kind of on his hands and knees. He's got his cell phone in the one hand and he's kind of trying to push up with his other hand. And it looks like he's still trying to stand up, right? And not go prone. And that's when you hear, well, I don't hear it, but that's when apparently the gun is removed. The officer walks away with the firearm, may or may not have discharged. And apparently he said gun. I don't hear that. I haven't heard that in any of the videos.
Yeah.
I'm waiting to, one of my chat says they have a video with this with sound, so that'd be fucking awesome. So
I think I've seen enough videos, because there's 3 videos with like 3 different angles at different levels of proximity. I think that there is a video where I have heard gun, and I would put the certainty at like 95%. Like in order to not think that somebody said gun, I would need to see a video where I clearly hear other words.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to go with that. Somebody said gun, and then at that point, he's trying to get up. They don't know what he's doing. He's moving. It looks, he's got the cell phone in his hand. I don't know. And the officer steps back, draws his gun and shoots. And I actually have a problem with the way the officer did that just because it would
Oh,
have
he could have hit
seemed-
everybody else.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you're in a dog pile, and it seems irresponsible. So again, I think it's going to be. I think legally it's a good shoot. Procedurally, it's a fucking mess. And
Well, we can talk about tactics in a second. As a matter of fact, I think
Sure.
that's where me and my soy liberal audience have the most amount of overlap.
Okay.
So what I think you described it, and at the risk of just describing it right back to you almost identically, I'm going to
Sure.
do that. So what I see is Mr. Pretti effectively like probably trying to defend himself instinctively by covering up his vital organs, kind of shelling up, clamming up, whatever. And so that could be considered active resistance because you're pulling away from the officers who are trying to get access to your limbs in order to arrest you. But this is all elapsing over the course of several seconds, right?
Yeah. This
And
isn't
so
5 minutes here. This is
so-
like 30 seconds.
Right. So we might not be able to give him like legal latitude by involving himself in the scenario. He's liable for detention and arrest and he should comply, but we can give him psychological and moral latitude that he was trying to protect a woman and that he might have just been shocked from being pepper sprayed and yanked on by 6 different men to the point that he might not be acting perfectly rational in this scenario. And so what ends up happening is I think it's a officer in a gray sweatshirt or something like that. And he reaches down and he grabs the gun. Okay. He sees the gun at effectively, I would say, is a 5 o'clock position. And so he sees the gun and he grabs it and he runs. Now, my theory is not reliant on the firearm discharging, although if the firearm negligently discharged, I think that would actually enhance what I'm talking about. But even if the firearm was not discharged, presuming an officer yelled the word gun, or even somebody in the scrum, like it could have been a civilian who yelled gun and that wouldn't change anything, then I think that the officer, because he's looking at the subject, he's looking at the 6-person thing, he didn't see, or I don't think he saw, the gun getting yanked and disarmed at the 6 o'clock position. And so when somebody yells gun, he goes, oh, we're in imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. Somebody's yelling gun because this guy's trying to pull. I need to act now. And then that's why he pulled and fired, even with all the risks that we said are already out there. And so at that point, like I said, legally, probably going to be ruled a good shoot, but the tactics are a fucking mess. And morally, it's probably objectionable.
Right. So one of the things, so there's a couple of things here that I think that we now know in hindsight that I think has some bearing, right? So we now know that he was carrying the P320 and he had 2 extra mags. The butt of the mags of a SIG P320, I have one, but I'm not going to show it because obviously that's bad on YouTube. But it looks like the butt of a magazine or the butt of the butt end of a grip. And so, and I posted this earlier. I've had multiple officers tell me that if a suspect has one gun, they always assume at least a second.
I mean, And so, I mean, hey, that could be another rationale. The shooter could say, well, I already saw one gun and we saw it disarmed, but when they yelled, I assumed that somebody saw him going for a second weapon. And so we pulled and fired. That's actually like another rationale that I think would be defensible.
Yeah. Well, I think the officer's defense here is fairly easy. I heard you kind of I heard a little bit of you walking through it earlier. I've been in and out, but if this guy's shirt was up and somebody saw what looked like the end of another pistol grip, that's reason enough for that officer to fire, I believe.
Well, if it feels like he's pulling away and going for it.
Yeah, he's obviously still pulling away. He's still struggling with them. So the officer has to assume at this point that he's trying to get to that gun. I don't think that I don't
or they can even say that I reasonably believed. If they say I reasonably believed that we were fighting this guy, I was going for his arms and he kept withdrawing his arms towards the center of his body. On the center of his body, I spotted what appeared to be the grip of a pistol. I screamed out gun, believing that this subject was going for a gun, at which point officer number 2, acting on my information, fired into the subject and I backed away. that could be put in the police report, and those cops are going to walk.
Yeah. But I mean, I see in your chat that, cold beer confessionals like, hell no, can't shoot just because something looks like
they've been
on a
pissing
body.
me off all morning. So honestly, I wouldn't.
Absolutely, a fucking cop can. They absolutely fucking can.
Yeah.
They absolutely. How many people have been shot because they were carrying a cell phone? What's wrong with you people? You guys don't seem to understand how this works. Stop fucking around with cops.
Well,
fight them in court. Don't fight them on the street. It's wrong.
So I want to bring up though, just for the sake of productivity, because a lot of people are being twats, which is fine. But I made a drawing that I think is accurate, and I kind of want to run you through them to see, if you agree or disagree and how. Okay. So what I would say is that one of the things that I considered was that I do think that logic stands, that gun, if somebody spots a gun or whatever, if they have one, they might have a backup. Like a lot of people a lot of people who are either concealed carries or former cops or whatever, they're used to, especially in the boomer generation, because they don't trust semi-autos. But they carry a semi-auto, mid-size in their belt, but then they'll also carry a revolver ankle pistol. Right. And so I think just assuming like, oh, he's been disarmed from this one gun doesn't mean that he's completely helpless. Right. I think that's a step too far. But I think that the confusion over screaming gun is sufficient that tactics should be changed. Sure. And that if somebody yells gun, I would want that law enforcement officers to be trained. This person has a gun and he's going for it. We need to take action. That's what somebody screaming gun should communicate. Whereas disarmed, if a cop screams disarmed, then what they're effectively saying is this person had a weapon, but I have secured it. And so that way, like, we can kind of cut through the fog of war, where somebody who, like, so for instance, let's just say that Mr. Pretti, like, there's no other perception of a second weapon, and that cop who seized the weapon and secured it is the person who yelled gun. Then at that point, even though it's not illegal, I would view him as contributing to the monkeys fucking a football that resulted in Mr. Pretti's death due to improper communication. That should be codified and trained for.
My personal opinion is that most police training, most law enforcement training is complete shit, and it needs to be revamped. But that's an argument that we could fight. I mean, I don't know that you would fight over that, but I'm willing to fight that argument a lot. But and I don't know. I mean, so, and just again, I think legally it's going to be ruled a good shoot. I think procedurally, professionally, as you're saying, tactically, it's a clusterfuck of mega proportions. I mean, the idea, the fact that the officer shot into a group of people and used lethal rather than less lethal is problematic for me. But maybe they didn't have, maybe, I don't know. I don't know the agents have tasers, right? So I mean, I can't second guess this guy too much because I don't know what equipment he had. I don't know what training this guy has. It's probably going to be ruled a good shoot.
Even there though, so imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, you're allowed to use deadly force.
I understand.
So if somebody screams gun, you can go for it. But
yeah, I understand, right? And I mean, again, and I know that guys have just gone for their cell phone and have been shot, and it's been ruled a good shoot. So I'm not arguing. I won't argue that this is not going to be ruled a good shoot.
Sure, but let's talk about the tactics then for a second.
Yeah.
So I already went over my yelling gun versus yelling disarm.
Before we get to tactics, can we talk mindset for a minute?
Sure.
Because what we have, and I think this is the most important thing. The most important thing is the agents in that area have the local government telling their citizens to literally fight against federal agents. That sets up an oppositional atmosphere that law enforcement, if you did that with local police, for example, and set up an oppositional if you set up such an oppositional metric where you had the public literally, you're telling the public to go fight the police, that's wrong, right? And so it just amps dynamic. Thank you. It just amps everything up so much, and it changes the agent's mindset between, I just want to go out there and do my job and go home, to not only do I have to go do my job, now literally every person that I encounter could potentially be, out there trying to throw rocks at me.
Yeah, in my
or
shit.
whatever.
No, I mean, I 100% think that the officer telling these people to fuck off, and realistically, these people could have fucked off. But then he was like, they're not fucking off to the degree that I want to. Therefore, I'm going to go arrest them or detain them or pepper spray them or push them. I'm sure it's coming from the heightened tensions related to ICE in recent stuff. The reason why I don't want to like jump into I guess like the environment that we're at is because effectively, like, I think that I could have like a soy point where I'm like, well, it's Trump and the violent rhetoric and this, that, the other. And it's also, the Gestapo and this, that, the other, at which point I'm proving your point. And then you could say, well, hold on, it's actually all these lefty creators who are calling ICE Gestapo. And basically we still have laws on the books in reference to immigration enforcement. And these guys are just enforcing the laws on the books. If you don't want them to enforce the laws on the books, then you need to change the laws through the electoral process.
Sure.
And then we just kind of go back and forth.
I agree
whereas unfortunately, we're both trapped in the heated dynamic of the current political moment, regardless of who's correct on whose fault it is more. Right. So with all of that being said, for me, the reason why I'm getting frustrated with my chat, I suppose, is because I think they should win at the ballot box. Right. If you want to take a totally different approach for immigration, you have to win at the ballot box. You can't just, you can protest, you can go film, you can yell at them, you can even blow whistles. I think that's one of the things that we found in the law earlier today, is that you can make disruptive noises because that's part of the First Amendment or whatever. But once you start blocking roadways, blocking officers, all that kind of stuff, if you want to do that as a part of civil disobedience, that's fine. But you have to know that you're subject to arrest. So for instance, like during the, what would you call it? During the civil rights movement, people knowingly disobeyed laws so they would be arrested, so they could call in the injustice of said laws, right? They would sit in the wrong part of the bus, or they would sit in a whites only establishment, and they would wait for law enforcement officers and locals to beat them and arrest them so they could call in attraction to this moral injustice that was legally enforced. And so for me, I think I get frustrated with liberals and progressives because it sounds like they want to simultaneously engage in civil disobedience where they're breaking the law, but then they want to say, well, our cause is moral, therefore we cannot be subject to arrest. And I don't think that's true at all.
Okay. I'm going to agree with you. And I think that while I don't always agree with other people's, I mean, obviously I don't agree with everybody's cause.
We've thought very spicily in the past.
Yes, I can quite I can be quite contrarian. And I can call out bullshit where there's bullshit, right? Like there's no reason for these ICE agents to be as amped up as they are. There's no real reason that it serves no purpose to antagonize people who are just trying to do their job. And so I actually honestly find it very interesting that the same people who want peace and on all of this stuff are the same exact people who are throwing rocks at other people and who are, screaming and yelling and acting like complete blithering idiots out in the street. So I find that very interesting. I don't know what to make of it quite yet.
It's the same thing I was telling my friend the other day. He was saying that alternative media is so bad that it should only be controlled by 6 of the most boring people you've ever met. And he's a Democrat, like hardcore Democrat. And I'm like, okay, so what you're saying is the average person cannot be given a microphone and a webcam because the average person is so stupid and dangerous that they will buy into cults of personality that then shred the social fabric. You're not a Democrat. You don't believe in democracy. That's like the very notion of like demos, the people. The very notion of giving maximal power to the people is rooted in democracy. And so it's like, you don't believe in the rationality of the average person. Now, I don't. I'm a Republican. I think that we should have representative democracy because people are there. It's like the Men in Black quote. It's like an individual or a person can be smart and rational, but people are like panicky, dumb, dangerous animals. And that's how I feel about the mob. So I do find that to be quite ironic as well.
Yeah. So, yeah, all right. So I think we're kind of, we seem to be pretty aligned on a lot of this stuff. But yeah, continue on. I'm sorry. I interrupted you. I took you down a
No, it's all good. I'm tangenting all over the place. My brain is a little bit soup at this point just from trying to explain everything. But I mean, we did all right. We kept all the people we needed to keep in the community.
Let me ask you about the claims. How much credence do you give the claims that one of the problems we're having with ICE right now is that they're trained by the IDF and that their training budget has been shortened?
Zero.
Or their training period's been shortened to
shortened training period, maybe. Trained by the IDF, zero. I don't care about that. IDF effectively, regardless of, even if you think they're like the biggest Nazi ethnic cleansing douchebags, that has nothing to do with the IDF effectively fighting like counterinsurgent warfare that like goes across the spectrum of violence, where it could be as simple as somebody resisting his arrest, or it could be something as complex as an improvised explosive device attack. Like IDF has done everything across the entire spectrum of violence. So just saying, oh, you're getting trained by competent bad guys actually has nothing to do with whether or not you're getting competent training. So I put 47-day training pipeline. If that's true, that I think is not great. Like I didn't know my ass from my elbow, arguably for 2 years. And that was after 3 months of academy, probably another 3 months of FTO, having senior officers watching my back during my early career. I still felt like I did not understand the job of law enforcement for a full 2 years. So throwing rookies onto the street, I actually think is kind of dangerous.
I mean, I just find it an interesting claim because we share training with so many different organizations, so many different countries. We send our people all over the country and world to train, and so I just found it an interesting claim as to being a contributing
that's
factor.
Just lefties trying to take pot shots at Israel. That's all that is.
Yeah, sure, and I agree with that. But the 47-day training. Do you honestly? So legit question here, and I don't know that we will ever actually find out. Do you honestly think that the superiors at ICE are actually sending in rookie newbies, guys that haven't been on the job 3 or 4 years or 5 years, or whatever, into these areas, these hot zones where they're on the street arresting what are potentially very dangerous people? Do you think they're sending in rookies, or do you think they're sending in like veterans that they've been on?
It's probably a mix, right? Like they probably don't make a team of rookies, right? It's there in Warhammer 40K terms. There's the Sword Brethren for the Black Templars, and effectively what they do is they take a veteran, they make them the sergeant of the squad. That way they can pass down their experience to the noobs, and then they put the intermediate and the noobs underneath them in order to get field training. So I actually have like no idea if, due to manpower shortages, if there's like an entire team of noobs. That would be like the deaf leading the blind. But I have to assume that if they're even halfway competent and they do have a 47-day training pipeline, what they're probably doing is they're doing all of the classroom work in the 47 days. Then they probably do firearms separate, let's be real. And that's nowhere near enough training. But then I presume that if they're hitting the road at that time, they're effectively in a FTO scenario. And an FTO is where you have a field training officer. They're basically your battle buddy the entire time. Like when they piss, you piss. When they shit, you shit. When they eat, you eat. And so if you're fucking something up hard, you probably have a senior officer saying like, hey, you just fucked that up hard. Let's talk about, what we did and how to do it better next time.
Sure. And that makes sense to me. It's just an interesting data point that is just repeatedly brought up, is that, wow, it's 47-day training period, and it got shortened, apparently maybe under Trump's watch. I don't know. I don't actually follow that kind of stuff. So sure, I'll grant it. But it's an interesting, it's just an interesting data point that people keep bringing up. But I can't believe that they're going to send a group of newbies into a hot zone. That would just seem to be complete.
I can't look at Twitter right now, man. I can't look at Twitter because I see the dumbest arguments. So as an example, like the Kyle Rittenhouse thing makes me want to kill myself.
Crazy.
It makes me want to kill myself. And I swear to God, liberals, because there's probably a few people in my chat who are like, no, that's a good point. No. Okay. The difference being Kyle Rittenhouse showed up with a gun to a protest, not to participate in a protest, but protect his life and property. Okay. He's effectively acting as a part of the militia. He's not there to protest the government function. And he never even interacted with law enforcement. What happened is several other citizens decided that he was a threat and physically attacked him. And he shot those people for attacking him. Yes. That's what happened. In this scenario, an armed man went to record a law enforcement officer, which is in his First Amendment right. He had a concealed weapons permit, which is a Second Amendment right. But then he interjected himself into a detention and arrest, therefore gaining the attention of law enforcement and was potentially detained, and then therefore incurred the wrath of law enforcement justly or unjustly. These scenarios are not comparable, in my opinion, neither in the morality that motivated them or in the technicality of like how the people who got killed. And so it's like a totally disanalogous thing that everybody is soying out about on Twitter because they see guns, people, and they're like, these are the same things. There's guns and there's people. And it's like, no, that's not even close.
It does seem to be quite contrived, right? Rittenhouse, when he did approach the police, he did so with his arms raised slowly, saying, hey, I'm armed. I just shot these people over here. Like he didn't get shot because he didn't resist, and he certainly identified the fact that he was armed, and he
surrendered.
Yeah, he surrendered in a very calm way, so that he didn't get shot.
If he would have done the same thing,
because you see, I go to a lot of places where there are armed people, and some of them are fairly keyed up, and I've been in and I say this in gun stores all the time, right? So, literally everybody in a gun store is armed, and a lot of times somebody will say, hey, can I see this or whatever? And I will literally look them in the eye and say, don't you fucking shoot me as I pull my gun out, because I don't want them to fucking shoot me. Right. Like
I've seen people say, you take it out, and they'll literally open up their holster so the gun store person can take it out. So yeah, like there's safe firearm handling. And we mentioned earlier in this conversation, if I had to guess, the amount of cops like me who love concealed weapons carriers and don't get jumpy around guns, it's probably 10 to 20% of the law enforcement population. I would say like another 30% are probably neutral to ambivalent, where depending on the day, they could jump in either direction. But I would say probably like a full 40 to 60% of cops do get jumpy when civilians have guns, because they've been trained that effectively like a civilian with a firearm acting quickly before you have time to react is the way that you're going to die in three ways in law enforcement. You're going to have a heart attack, you're going to get into a car crash, or a civilian's going to get a drop on you and shoot you in the face. So the second that they hear gun plus civilian, they think they're going to get shot in the face. So they get real jumpy about it. The only reason why I don't get jumpy about it is because despite my prior claims of autism, I actually think I read people pretty well. And so like if I have an 80-year-old grandma with no criminal record, and she says, oh yeah, I keep a 380 in my dashboard, or I keep a 380 in my purse, I already know that woman is 99.9 not going to shoot me in the face unless she's possessed by a demon. So I'm not going to treat her as like an imminent criminal who's going to kill me.
Yeah. So I guess the best argument that I've heard is that he was pepper sprayed and therefore he was disoriented and therefore him resisting was just him resisting. And everything that happened after that is kind of on the officers but at the same time, I mean, I don't know. It's tough for me it's tough for me to armchair quarterback this one and not come up with that the cops didn't, that the agents didn't do what they're trained to do and handled it, in a way that
legally, but tactically unsound.
Legally correct, but tactically just completely fucked up. I agree with you that saying disarmed might be something that could be trained in. And
Alex Purdy, I think what a lot of people object, the reason why they don't like my coverage of it is because the Trump administration, I think Kristi Noem and Donald Trump specifically, have castigated Mr. Pretti as a domestic terrorist who showed up explicitly to gun down as many ICE officers as possible, whereas the video doesn't bear that out. And also, when we take a look at the breakdown or whatever, like I broke it down, like there could be a perfectly patriotic reason to go film law enforcement. And if you think that they're exceeding or abusing their authority, it's part of your First Amendment constitutional right in order to film them and document them and protest them. Okay.
Absolutely.
And then same thing with the Second Amendment, right?
It is absolutely his right to be armed while he's there.
Well, right. And if you're going into a rough area and you don't know if there's going to be criminals, you don't know, maybe there's like a horrific cop who's just, by the way, I think this is bullshit, but I'm just saying, maybe there's like this horrific cop who's just going to start murdering everybody and you're going to have to take action or something, but you'll be able to justify it in court, right? Like, so because we're supposed to be able to defend ourselves against a tyrannical government as well. So let's say that you're just going into a rough area and you just want to carry it for self-defense. And let's say that you kind of think maybe a cop could do something crazy that you'd have to take action on. Well, guess what? That's still part of the Second Amendment as well. Where it crosses the line for me, though, is where we're moving into, I'm going to intervene on a law enforcement action. And then that to me, it's like, if anybody asked me, brother, sister, cousin, wife, whatever, hey, I'm going to take a concealed weapons carry in order to go downtown in order to film law enforcement. But I'm also going to do some civil disobedience or some protesting or whatever. I'm not just documenting. I'm actually going to become involved. I'd be like, don't take the gun. Don't take the gun, because the amount, the likelihood of you using it in self-defense is way less than the chances of a law enforcement officer perceiving a weapon and then killing you for it. And so it's just like, it's not even a matter of legality. It's a matter of probability.
Yeah, that's a fair point. By the way, I'm in Tennessee. We have an ice storm going on and I have internet flickering in and out. So if my camera's dying, that's probably what's going on, is I'm dropping in bandwidth at some point. Don't freak out or anything. A couple of things all right. So I agree with you. Legally, I absolutely have no problem with him being armed at the protest. I think there's a lot of people who are like, well, he shouldn't go to a protest armed. I don't buy that. I think that's nonsense. It's perfectly okay to go armed to a protest. I don't agree necessarily with some of the things that he did while he was doing that, such as obviously intervening in something he probably should have just let the police handle, let the authorities handle. I don't really have a criticism there for that. But when we get to this notion of, ICE bad, and just listening to people talk, it's like, it's crazy how many people are like, well, the ICE should not be keyed up. They should not be all concerned for their safety, when literally in your chat, not in mine, but in your chat, everybody's like, fuck ICE. Fuck those
No,
guys.
no,
They
that's-
shouldn't even be there.
I just
Fuck those
timed
guys.
out.
What? I mean, come on. What do you expect? What do you expect?
I think Destron. I just timed him out for like 300 seconds or whatever. Guys, it's 300 seconds. Relax. But he's being soy. He's like, why can't you just say ice bad? Why can't you just say ice bad? And it's like, dude, because I can say that immigration and custom enforcement might be using in a heavy-handed way that's bad for the economy, and we should have a more centrist approach when it comes to immigration and this, that, the other. But I still believe in having an immigration and customs enforcement, law enforcement division.
Right.
Okay. I still believe in the principle that if you are a bad person who comes to this country illegally, we have the ability to detain you, verify your identity, decide whether or not you should stay in our country, and then deport you. So if we want to change the way, because right now I think ICE is casting a really wide net where they're catching, like, you know, people who have come here illegally, but are otherwise good human beings. And so as a result, I'm saying, like, I want a more centrist position on what ICE does. But in order to effectuate that change, we have to do that at the ballot box, not on the street. And so, but in principle, I still want a immigrations and customs enforcement, law enforcement division authorized to detain, incarcerate, and deport people who should not be here. On principle, I want ICE. On principle, I want CBP.
I think,
whereas they're like, every Mexican is nice.
The
cartels don't exist. Let's abolish ICE.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I think that personally, I think that the ICE agents probably in Minnesota right now probably should be relieved and you know, other agents brought in. I think that there's a little too much animosity there. They've been what we call, you know, what I would call in country for maybe just a little too long. There's too much. We're just amped up too much. You got to get guys in there that don't care, you know, and aren't you know, aren't on that edge. I think. I don't know. Be wrong. I'm not in charge of ICE. I agree with you. I want ICE. I think ICE is a good thing for the country. I think anyone that says ICE should be abolished is a fucking idiot and probably needs to move to another country. Because you know, because obviously you don't like it here well enough that things are you want things to be good.
I think the reason why liberals object to that or whatever is like, no, I want to fight for the society I have here, and I'm perfectly fine with that. I don't care. But I do think that my frustration with that line of argumentation is like, we do have to talk about the principle, right? So the principle of the matter is, should there be a law enforcement organization that is you know, missioned specifically with finding illegal immigrants, evaluating whether or not they need to be deported, and then deporting said illegal immigrants? The answer is yes.
Right.
I don't care if you call it CBP. I don't care if you call it ICE. I don't care if you call it FBI.
Yeah.
That mission still needs to be accomplished. So if we have, we already have CBP, dumbasses. Yeah, that doesn't change a single fucking thing I said. Okay. Anyways. So,
and you're having a great time with your chat today.
Well, they love it when I get pissed off. They always like, they get soy, I get angry, the super chats roll in. Like it's you know, it's a very there's only so much soy that I can take though. Like where like it gets to like, we should just murder every ICE officer. That hasn't happened today, but you know, just think of that vibe. And that vibe is like click, block, you know, like I'm not putting up with that shit. But the point is that like, yeah, like, contention breeds attention breeds money. So it's just the nature of the industry. But what I would say though is like, if we agree on that in principle, then clearly the next step is like reform. So for instance, like I brought up the gun versus disarm yell being a police tactic that we should adopt. There was another one for officer cause jeopardy, and I wouldn't mind picking your brain on this one. So with officer cause jeopardy, effectively what's going on is in reference to the Renee Good shooting. Okay. That officer has been dragged by a vehicle before and received stitches. And a part of their policy stated,
I looked into
that they should not step in front of moving vehicles unless like absolutely necessary to effect an arrest. And during the videotaping of his own incident, he walks in front of the vehicle once. He captures Renee Good's face on camera, captures her license plate, walks back around, sees 3 officers who are approaching like they're going to try to attempt a detention, continues to walk in front of the vehicle, and then when the vehicle backs up and starts driving, that's when he shoots. And so for me, that's another situation where he is going to be exonerated or not charged because a vehicle is an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, even at a low speed. And even though other lawyers want us to calculate whether or not shooting her in the face was really going to decrease the threat that much, I think legality is going to like firmly rule in his favor. But then the question kind of begs the question, is there such a thing as law enforcement officers being so reckless where they're placing themselves in danger either negligently or maliciously that results in death that they should be either held to civil or criminal account? And I actually do think that there could be an example of, for instance, there's a case, sorry if I'm yapping a lot, but this will articulate exactly what I'm saying. Felix versus Barnes is the case that is currently arguing about officer created jeopardy, and it got kicked down to a lower courts for evaluation. What happened was, for your chat, at least, even if you're familiar, there was a cop pulled over a guy at a toll booth or whatever, or it was for tolls violations. It's the girlfriend's owns the car, boyfriend. He takes off on the officer. The officer jumps onto the skid. And then because the guy is not slowing down, he uses that as an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm in order to shoot the guy in the face. And so the question is whether or not the officer recklessly put himself in that scenario where realistically, if he had just like let the guy take off, he would have had his face on body camera. He would have had the license plate number. He could put out a warrant for his arrest. So that guy's death is kind of incumbent upon the escalation of force or escalation of the incident that is negligent. And so for me, I actually think we probably should codify that. And then next time, like you're saying like, oh, well, the people have a duty to surrender. I agree. Sorry, I'm not going to try to preempt your argument. I actually just want to hear what you have to think.
Yeah. So I've thought about that because I did actually look up Barnes, and so I don't think that him crossing in front of the car would create officer involved jeopardy in and of itself. And I say that because when he did that, as far as he knew, the car was in park. She was compliant up until she wasn't. And, he had no way of knowing that. I think the difference is in Barnes, when the officer knew that guy was a criminal and a threat. At this point, as far as I know, that officer thought that they were going to give that lady a ticket, or which they can't do, or just give her a warning or whatever and then let her go. He didn't know at that point, or I don't believe that he could have known that his partner had made the determination to get her out of the vehicle and detain her. I made the argument last week, or 2 weeks ago rather, that he was moving to help his partner get her out of the vehicle. But the thing is that I don't think he could have known that from where he was when his partner decided to get her out of the vehicle and says, get out of the vehicle. I don't think he could have known that.
Sorry,
I don't know that for sure.
I wasn't aware of this
we haven't talked to
detail.
the officer,
You're saying this is still Barnes? This is still Felix versus Barnes?
No, I'm talking about the woman. No.
Well, right. Felix versus Barnes, I'm saying is the case, but you're saying that this incident is related to that case, that the girlfriend was on scene and she was pulled out of the passenger side?
No. I'm sorry. I'm confusing you. I'm saying that I looked into Barnes. I don't think it applies here because I don't think that the officer created, or the agent created any sense of endangerment when he moved in front of the car, because at that point, as far as he knew, he had no reason to believe that she was going to drive off at that point.
Oh, gotcha. So you're talking about in reference to
Renee Good.
In reference to Renee Good.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think I don't think that it could be officer-induced jeopardy because he had no reason to think at that point, as near as I can tell, because I argued the opposite 2 weeks ago, but then I've watched it a little more, and it doesn't seem like he knew that his partner was going to try and open that car door when he walked in front of it.
Maybe,
I don't think
maybe. So
that kind of has to change my point of view.
Okay, so but here's where for me though, I do think that if the policy states like unless necessary, don't walk in front of a moving vehicle or whatever, or even arguably behind it. So for instance, like when we as patrol officers, when we did a traffic stop, we were told unless it's absolutely necessary to do so, do not walk between the two vehicles. And that's for two reasons. Number one, somebody could hit you from the rear, at which point you're pinned between two vehicles and you get chopped in half and you die. The other reason is that like the guy could wait for you to be walking between the two vehicles, throw it in reverse, slam you into your own car, chop you in half and you die. So the whole thing is like you try to minimize the time either in front or behind vehicles or within their turn radius as maximally as possible because it's just dangerous in general. And so that's where that's for where for me, he could be a 10-year veteran who got trained on stuff that was 10 years old and therefore be out of date with the policy and then like had a new policy developed and then just signed the policy because he didn't give a shit. But I'm saying like training going forward based off of the Renee Good shooting should be like you cannot recklessly or negligently put yourself into danger in order to instigate a use of force scenario. And also don't walk in front of moving fucking cars, even if the person looks chill, because there's another scenario with this where let's say Renee Good was like a total sociopath who was off her fucking meds. And she just decided that she wasn't trying to flee and elude. She wanted to kill a cop because they were like Nazi Gestapo. Right. So instead of turning her vehicle to the right, clipping the officer and then getting hit with bullets, and then she's the only person dead. What if instead she threw it into drive and she's like, nah, fuck it. I'm going to take one of you with me. And then she guns it and runs over the cop. We're still in the same scenario where based off of trusting the vibes of another human being, you're putting yourself, relatively speaking, I would say, in unnecessarily in danger. Whereas once again, if you had, let's say, approach from the rear, which that officer could have done, approach from the passenger side, gotten the Renee Good's face, gotten the license plate, if she takes off, that's fleeing and eluding. That's fleeing and eluding on top of, whatever the obstructing a law enforcement operation or whatever. And I guarantee you there's statutes that you could put out for her arrest. And then as a result, go get her when it's safe. Because oftentimes, like, if we're serving a warrant, what we're doing is we're like watching. We did warrants multiple times at my job. I worked with the marshals a couple of times. Well, not a couple of times. I worked with the marshals once. Okay. I shouldn't exaggerate it. But all the marshals do is they just sit outside addresses of record waiting for people to leave that they know are criminal. And then they ambush them when they know that they're least aware of law enforcement being present. And that's a perfectly sound tactic.
Sure. I mean, I guess I see that. Again, I'm not really sure how we would be able to really determine officer induced jeopardy. That seems like a very legal sort of thing, and not. I don't know. I think in the Renee Good case, there are problems I have with what. Again, it's just like this, and I guess my problem with ICE is that they're federal agents and they have a very narrow scope of work, and so they do. Even though they may be trained to do certain things, they don't use it very often, so they don't know how to do it. They don't perform traffic stops, so they don't know how to do a traffic stop properly, right? And while Renee Good wasn't a traffic stop per se, it should have been treated as one, right?
Yeah.
And they don't know. They were trained how to do that at some point, but they don't do it every day. That's not what they do.
Well, and that's why I dislike the defund and abolish types, because it's like, no, we should focus on the training that is going to minimize the amount of Americans that are killed either accidentally, negligently, due to poor tactics or whatever. That's what we need to focus on. But what ends up happening is because law enforcement feels so entrenched, because they feel like they're under constant attack, they don't want to reform because they think that reforming is a concession. And then you go to the people who they're begging for reform the most, but they don't want reform. They want abolishment or defunding. And so it's like the two parties that you need to come to an agreement in order to move society forward, they're both not interested in the solution for entrenched reasons. And we typically had, the reason why I'm a Republican and that I believe in a representative democracy is we used to allegedly have technocrats who would craft policy that was good for all parties involved, that maybe did not make everybody happy, but it made the world a better place. And that's kind of where I'm sad. And I feel like Republicans are not living up to the name, I suppose, because instead of crafting the legislation necessary to improve American society, they're saying, oh, the Democrats are all communists. They're all evil. They're all leftist, Marxist, neo-Marxist, revolutionary, blue-haired, transgender, anarchist freaks, and therefore we don't need to improve society. We just need to point at how bad the left is, which has been a brilliant electoral strategy, but it hasn't improved our society a fucking iota over the past decade.
Let me ask you a question. I understand that you were in law enforcement. Would you rather have more officers on the street and training as it is today across all agencies, or would you rather have less manpower on the streets but better training?
Less with better training. So there's a deterrence effect. There's actually an NPR study.
I honestly thought you would disagree with me on that one, but okay, keep going.
No. So there's an NPR study that says that each officer decreases homicides within a city or something like that. It's 0.6% or something like that. So if you hire one officer, you're not disagreeing, you're not substantially disagreeing. You're not substantially reducing violent crime. But once you start adding 2 or 3 officers, then there's a deterrence effect that actually you can arguably prevent a homicide just through mere presence. However, through experience with law enforcement, what I would say is how a patrol officer conducts his shift determines how the night is going to go. And so, as an example, there's a tactical cop. I think his name was Mackenzie or something. No, it wasn't Mackenzie. McCulloch. No, it wasn't McCulloch. Fuck, I forget this guy's name. Anyways, this guy was star. He was the star of my police department because he knew all the tactical stuff. He knew how to do all the drug stuff. He was on the SWAT team. He was a star police officer in the administration. But what he did is he went into the northeastern sector, which is effectively the predominantly black neighborhood, and he would find somebody who had drugs on them and he would bust them. And that's what he would do. And he would bust them and then he would be off the road for 2 hours. Then he would come back and he would bust somebody else and he would be off the road for 2 hours. Then he would come back and he would bust somebody else and he would be off the road for 2 hours. Well, a shift is 12 hours. So half of the shift, he's not even patrolling the zone.
Right.
And not only is he not patrolling his zone, the quality of the rest that he's getting are dog shit. The guy is out the next day with a $500 bond. And now he fucking hates cops because you're not changing anything. All you did was you just gave him a $500 bond. You're kind of a dick. But anyways, so what would happen is that cop's zone, because we're short a cop for 6 hours out of a 12-hour shift, it would get annihilated throughout the night. And what would happen is there would be a ton of burglaries in that neighborhood because the patrol cop who's supposed to be patrolling it, and it's the roughest neighborhood, is not patrolling the fucking neighborhood. And so as a result, we just get annihilated with burglaries. And then the next day, we have 30 to 50 vehicle burglaries in that sector because there's no patrol cop in there. And the other patrol cops are busy humping other calls. And so as a result of that approach to law enforcement, well, guess what? When there's a ton of crime in the city, do you know what the mayor wants? More cops. And so even though we're doing our job in a dumber way and we're increasing crime, we're also increasing the demand for our services. And so as a result of that perverse incentive structure, we don't do what I did, which I think is, indulge me just another minute. So the way that I patrolled the zone is not as sexy. It's not as cool. It's not as fun. But what I did is if you weren't obviously breaking a law, I left you the fuck alone. Okay. I left you alone. If you're walking down the road, you got your hoodie up, you're listening to your Walkman or whatever, and maybe you smoked a little bit of weed or whatever, I still leave you the fuck alone. But what I do is I just hit the same 3 or 4 streets over and over and over again. I'm on the same 3 or 4 streets until like 2 a.m. I'm just listening to a podcast, hitting those same streets. And so as a result, the drug dealers and the murderers and the stabbers or whatever, they're like, hey, there's a cop a block away. I can't do a burglary right now. I'm going to get caught. I can't do a murder or a stabbing right now. I'm going to get caught. And so as a result, the next morning, there's 0 fucking burglaries in my zone because I actually patrolled it. And so, sorry for that being like a 10-minute rant, but
it's all right, man. It's
but,
all right.
But the
So
quality, quantity is its own quality. Quality is its own quality.
So that's I agree with that. So obviously I'm a competitive shooter, and I do I'm on the range a lot with law enforcement officers, and by and large they are the worst at gun handling and that sort of thing. So I always wonder about their professionalism in other areas. And just for connotation here, or context, I don't like cops. I'm around a lot of them. I know a lot of them. A lot of them, I'm cool with many, but by and large, I don't like cops. I don't like I just don't. We don't get along. It's a basic personality philosophy thing, right? And there's a mentality. If you're going to be a cop for a long time, there's a mentality you have to have that I just don't like.
Superiority.
Yeah. So
a lot of them have a superiority complex. And sorry, real quick, I talked for 10 minutes, so I'm going to let you talk. But basically, last night we were talking about cops. And basically, somebody was like, I don't like bad cops, but I like good cops just fine. And I was like, I don't like good cops. Like I wish I could drunk drive. I wish I could blow through the red light. I wish I could smoke reefer. Like I wish I could do all this kind of crazy shit. I don't even like good cops. So.
Sure. I mean, there's just a mentality there that I just don't get along with, and that's okay, right? Like, and I know a lot of them. I mean, tons. I know them. I don't hang out with them. We don't go out to dinner together, anything like that. I don't like cops. I understand they have a job to do, and I agree that the job they do needs to get done, and I agree that a very specific type of person needs to do that job. But I don't have to like it, and I don't have to like them. Mm-hmm. The two things are not mutually exclusive, right? Like I understand that the X needs to exist, but I don't like X, right? And so when we talk about, when you're going through your thing there about how officers operate, I 100% agree. The higher the crime statistics are, the better the cops in your area are, because they're making more arrests and they're interacting with more and more citizens about crimes that have been, about laws have been broken or crimes that have happened. So when somebody says this is a high crime area, it may be the safest area in the street because literally everybody is talking to the cops, and the cops are doing their job there and arresting people or whatever. But that doesn't mean I have to like it. It doesn't mean that I enjoy being around those people. But
I think if you're a libertarian or conservatarian, you should have a mild antipathy towards law enforcement because they're still ultimately representatives of the state. And we are a liberal or libertarian society that values freedom. And these representatives of the state are there to curtail your freedom. So a healthy amount of skepticism or hostility, I think, is healthy.
Well, I mean, I'm a constitutional conservative, so I believe that all 3-letter agencies should be banned because they're not part of the Constitution, and so none of them should exist. However, I will freely admit that at this point we do need such things, right? I don't like it, I don't want it, but I very often have to have things that I don't like or want, but I need.
Right? Well, I love I understand your antipathy. I sympathize with it. I think I would be conservatarian if the world was a more ideal place. But the thing is, like, I would also challenge you. Maybe I don't know if you read a lot, but I would actually challenge you to check out the formation of some of these agencies. So, for instance, in reference to the FBI, there's a Johnny Depp movie. I forget what it's called, but it has Christian Bale. And it's about like the first FBI agents who were actually charged. I think it's the Dillinger Gang.
Yeah.
That movie is effectively like the formation of the FBI as a federal law enforcement wing, because there were like cross-state bank robbers who were using submachine guns and machine guns that were modified in order to, and also they were using like the first race cars. They were using like bootlegging cars in order to rob banks. And I mean, it's actually just like cool. Like obviously like innocent people died and stuff, but it's a really cool like aesthetic and time. And that's kind of like where the FBI emanated out of. And then also the US Marshal Service has this reputation of being like manhunters, where they go after bad guys and they hunt them down relentlessly and all that kind of stuff. The Marshal Service in the 60s and 70s was viewed as glorified court police, where bored federal civil servants go to retire and die. But what happened was a bunch of Vietnam vets came into the force as young guns, and some of them were like the one guy who wrote this book. He's like the descendant of Wyatt Earp. And so him and a bunch of other Vietnam veterans decided like, hey, there's actually nothing in our mandate saying like, we're law enforcement officers, we could enforce federal law. So how about we figure out our staffing for the court, but then why don't we actually go execute these warrants on some really bad guys? And then that's how the Marshal Service shifted from a sleepy court defense force to an aggressive, like man-hunting law enforcement force. And even if you think cops are douchebags, like shit, I think cops are douchebags. There's something fundamentally cool about it.
Yeah, fair enough. I think I just dislike most of the federal agencies because they do not serve. I don't believe that they all are set out to serve the people. And I think the only reason for such an agency to exist would be to serve the people and not the politicians. So that's just my point of view. I
think we're stuck with that world, unfortunately.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, I'm not saying I acknowledge what is, but I'm free. I will freely say that this is the way it ought to be. At any rate, we kind of lost the train here, but that's okay. Again, I think that the training of the officers, most police training, most of police academies, I'm not going to say they're all bad. Most of them suck. And there's no excuse for that in today's society. And I understand that they, I know somebody will always make the argument, well, they're doing more psychological testing, they're doing more evaluation before they allow people to enter and all of this other stuff. But how much effect has that shown, right? What are we looking at? We're actually looking at maybe arguably the best the law enforcement profession has ever been in our entire history, and it still sucks.
I think that's the nature of people, though, man. When you have a public sector job that pays good benefits, by the way, sure. Good benefits, retirement, medical, dental, but you're also taking a 20% pay cut in order to be in that job. And then I'll tell you from personal experience, I did one crazy thing a week. Okay. One fist fight, one stabbing, one shooting, one foot pursuit, whatever. Okay. And so 99% of the time, I thought I was wildly overpaid because I was like, I'm making 50 grand a year, 60 grand a year with overtime. I got these benefits. I'm balling on a budget. I'm, listening to podcasts while I'm patrolling this zone. I'm taking book reports and writing down interesting shit about what's happening in the society. This is the best job ever. I would do it for half the pay. But then you get into a foot chase with a motherfucker who just stabbed somebody to death, or you have somebody like murdered in front of you, or you see a traffic homicide where somebody got their like their leg amputated and you have to like go pick up the leg with your gloved hands, or you see like a motorcycle crash into a family vehicle at 120 miles an hour and basically watch the dude explode like a wet water balloon. And you're like, holy shit. Like, if you like it, if you like crazy shit, then you want to do it for the rest of your life because you're like, this is amazing. I would do this for free. But if you're like a sane person who has empathy for other human beings, I'm both, by the way. Like I'm crazy and I love crazy shit, but I also do empathize with real human beings. That shit wears on you, man. It wears on you, and eventually the benefits and the lack of cash and the long hours and the disruptions to your family and the 12-hour shifts, it's just not worth it eventually. And so you effectively have the same breakdown in employees that I would say is common throughout every industry, which is effectively 30% of them are the best people you've ever met, 30% of them are neutral, and 30% of them are the worst shitbags you've ever met and you wish they would die. And that's true in law enforcement too.
Fair enough. I don't disagree with that, but again, it just seems like we have all of this selection process. And now we have, I mean, think we've got like almost 3 generations of military vets currently, right?
Yeah.
That to choose from, and everybody says, and those guys aren't going into the military and into the police field in the droves that you would think they would. Although it seems like everybody's, oh yeah, we have all these military vets. Let them be patrol officers. And I'm like, well, that's a really stupid idea because their rules of engagement are vastly different than what officers are.
It's both. I would say that the war on terror was, because it was a counterinsurgency operation, I actually found like a lot of analogs between counterinsurgency warfare and law enforcement. And I did find that infantrymen in particular, people who were like taught to close with and destroy the enemy by firing close combat and repel the enemy's assault, I found that those people oftentimes, like, they just wanted to be cut off leash. But I do think that veteran cops who participated as pogues, like they were either military police or they were security forces or they were translators or they were something not like, and I had good infantry cops too. But non-combat arms didn't really have that like desire to get pulled off the leash. And because they had operated in a counterinsurgent war, once again, a lot of their skills translated. If I was to put a pin, and I have no statistics to back this up, so I could be totally wrong, but if I was to guess why there hasn't been as big of a cultural transfer from war on terror veterans into law enforcement, it's because law enforcement has been vilified so much, right? Like when you watched
That's
Cops,
a good point.
When you watched Cops back in the day, it was kind of funny because the cops were doing wild shit, but they were still like the heroes of the story, right? They were dealing with drug addicts and fistfights and bar stabbings and shootings and all that kind of stuff. And that was just like a part of the zeitgeist in the 80s and 90s was like, yeah, cops are dicks, but they're dealing with crazy shit. So they're kind of allowed to be dicks. Whereas I think that for the past 20 years, with the exception of that body camera show, I think almost all media, including pro law enforcement media has almost exclusively talked about racism, systemic racism, bad cops, dirty cops, this, that, it's all been vilification. And so I don't think it's as like glorious or esteemed as it used to be.
I can agree with that. That's actually a really solid point. I'm not trying to go too far afield here, but I do think that it's worth talking about the mentality and the training and all of that behind the officers. Do you think now the way public sentiment has changed and shifted? And a lot of it is because of body camera footage and these the First Amendment auditors. Look, and this is, you don't have to watch a lot of that to understand that there are a lot of either really poorly trained or really ambivalent cops out there, right?
Yeah.
Like just got cops that are just should not be on the streets interacting with human beings.
Yeah.
You don't have to watch a lot of that to understand that, right? So, what's the, and I'm curious because you were a cop for at least a short time. what would the fix be in like if somebody put you in charge of, hey, we're going to create a standard for all police departments, all metro police departments across the nation. This is a standard. What would it be? What would that look like?
So I hate myself for saying this, but I would say like a physical fitness test. So there would be like it would be need to be reasonable. Like it would need to be like a 10-minute 1 mile, 2 miles, and 50 push-ups and 100 crunch. Like there would need to be like a minimum threshold to pass. But the whole point is that like I went to a really good academy, but there's other academies that are degree mills where effectively like they just kind of like pass everybody and give them a diploma and send them out on the job. And then the last time that I worked out, because of the nature of the job, was firefighters have all the time in the world to work out. You can't work out as a patrol officer because you have to be available for a call at any moment. So you can't take your gear off in order to go work out in the gym when you're not on a call. You're supposed to be patrolling. So I would say that there needs to be accommodations effectively where law enforcement officers, and I know that the public is going to hate this, but you asked me how I would fix it. Effectively, I would add like an hour of like paid time before shift, maybe 3 times a week to PT. Okay. You are doing physical training. I don't care if it's lifting weights on the treadmill, whatever, but you're doing something physical for an hour and that standard is enforced. And then you also have to pass like an annual physical fitness test. And once again, physical fitness tests can be bullshit, but it needs to be something to keep, 30, 40-year-old men and women in shape. I think marksmanship and law enforcement tactics, shoot, no shoot scenarios, because we deal with more shoot, no shoot scenarios than we deal with shoot scenarios. So shoot, no shoot needs to be a part of the firearms training. Christian Valeris brought up Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I agree with Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. There needs to be a shift from combatives. A lot of combatives, just because we're dealing with Generation X, is still focused on like boxing and striking. And I think boxing and striking should 100% be a thing that you train for. But I think the emphasis should be on like Greco-Roman wrestling and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Every Marine who I knew who excelled at martial arts and every cop I knew who excelled at martial arts, they had some kind of either Greco-Roman wrestling or Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu background. And so martial arts, firearms, physical fitness, knowledge. And then I don't necessarily think the pay needs to increase. The pay probably doesn't need to increase. But the job needs to be understood from a street level. And I think that the behaviors that we talked about as far as like stats chasers versus actual patrolling, those need to be codified. And so for instance, like I don't think having a TAC cop who's going into the hood in order to, find drug dealers and rip them out of the neighborhood as a cancer of the neighborhood, that's not a problem for me. I don't give a fuck about that. That's probably great. Like oftentimes the people who were the most violent were the drug dealers. But that should not be a patrolman. Okay. Those roles should be differentiated, and a patrolman should be responsible for patrol and a TAC cop should be responsible for TAC.
Okay.
I mean, I got another 10,000 page thesis paper, but I don't want to bore you to death.
Yeah, no, it's okay. So let me, I actually agree with a lot of that. So let me take another kind of swipe at this. Man, my camera is really annoying me. I don't know why it's.
I mean, I can hear you just fine, so it's fine on my end.
Yeah, that it's just a camera's wigging out for some reason. It could be a cable issue or something. I don't know. So at any rate, I agree with that. So actually, one of my good friends, and now I don't have camera at all. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you just fine.
All right. So I'm just going to do that for a minute. With a friend of mine is actually working right now. His day job is he's enhancing the lethality of Marines as if they need enhancement.
Right.
You're already taking the most lethal people on the planet and let's just make them more lethal. But a lot of it is actually what you're talking about is no shoot situations, timed fire, scored fire. So you're not just qualifying with your weapon. You have to, engage on a course of fire, much like in like a competition shooting with a hit factor. So you have a given amount of time, within a given amount of time, how many hits do you score? And do you hit no shoots, targets that you should not hit? And I don't think that most officers train enough with carrying deadly weapons. And that's actually one of the few times that I actually agree with the kind of more left leaning, is that I much more trust armed civilians in most cases than I do armed police officers. And that sounds weird to say in my situation, but I'm around very competent shooters all the time.
I was about to say that might be selection bias.
It is selection. Look, hey, I will admit my bias. I choose to, but then again, I also choose not to associate with stupid people.
Right. Yeah.
I don't go around, I don't go there. I'm not around those people.
If you have a thrust to that point, I want to hear it, but I also want to respond because I do think that's pretty funny.
Yeah. So I guess the thrust is that I would, if I were to wave my magic wand and something that would fix all of the situations that we've been in, I would say that number one, officers absolutely need better training, officers and agents, and they need to get paid for that training, because otherwise, even when training's offered, a lot of them won't go.
Yeah, they're working OT to pay bills.
Right. Yeah, they have bills to pay. They don't feel like they get enough off time anyway. So you're never going to get the level of competency that we as a society deserve out of law enforcement without paying those officers to go be more competent. And while I know officers that pay on their own dime to go to various things.
It's the exception, not the rule.
That is the exception that proves the rule, that we need to pay officers to go take this training. And it needs to be better training. I really do believe that.
I know, but this is where we get into incentives. Okay. So for example, like if I have an ordinance that's coming down the pipe, because like a lot of this is property taxes, right? We're talking about municipalities, we're talking about county sheriffs. So if there was an ordinance coming down that said, we're going to increase, your property taxes by 5%, but as a result, we're going to completely revolutionize the police department. We're going to give them 3 hours of PT a week that's paid. We're going to enforce a physical fitness standard. We're going to make sure they have universal body cameras. We're going to pay for them to go to training for firearms and shoot, no shoot and mixed martial arts. I'm signing up for that because I'm a former cop, right? But I think that with most civilians and most municipalities, they don't think about law enforcement unless they have a national level bad shooting or national level controversy to look at. Because I think that I would be in the minority of people willing to increase taxes to get increased quality law enforcement. I think most people would think, well, I already pay enough in fucking taxes. They need to figure it out. And I swear to God, even amongst like Republicans and conservatives, there would be a ton of people who would check the no box on the increase in taxes to get higher quality law enforcement. And then the left would check no as well because they fucking hate cops.
Yeah, so I agree with that. And I mean, I can't disagree with it. But here's... Okay, so I don't disagree with it. I think that there's a... But... How to put this? When we're sitting there looking at what cops ought be, and you're right, it would take a national level emergency for any form of law enforcement to get a training budget, but
greater than what they currently have. Yeah.
Well, honestly, I think a lot of the training budget goes to things that aren't training. So I think, again, I'm a small government guy. I think we have way too many politicians. I think we have way too many people who get paid to do things that are not particularly beneficial to our society. And I would like those people to not be employed anymore by the tax base. And I would really, really, really like to see competent civil servants. For example, I believe that we need competent police officers. I think that the police that we have now is not the police that this society ought to have with the amount of money we spend on it as it is today. I think there's a lot of waste, a lot of things that
I'll tell you
that
right now, you could have fired 30% of my admin and the road would have not changed at all. Matter of fact, a huge complaint when I was with my administration was they kept adding admin roles. And admin roles are effectively people who like push paper and drink coffee back at headquarters or whatever. But then not only that, they pushed admin responsibilities down to the cops. So they were saying, if you have this amount of reports, if you have this amount of arrests, if you have this amount of whatever, traffic stops, etc., you need to fill out a spreadsheet so the admin can easily read it. And then the admin was effectively, in my opinion, it was probably about 10 guys who all were making like 6 figures or high fives. And with overtime, they obviously made, sixes, and overtime is just them sitting on their dick during like festivals. And just kind of like making sure that there wasn't a terrorist attack. And even if there was a terrorist attack, they wouldn't be able to do shit about it. They probably would have had a heart attack. But anyways, the point is that there was probably 10 administrators who like had jobs that like it's effectively showing up, drinking coffee and talking about law enforcement. It's not actually doing anything. And so if you wanted to fire like 3 or 4 of those motherfuckers, I would have been happy. I would have been ecstatic. But the problem is they have the ear of the mayor. The mayor listens to the chief about what they need. And patrol are peons who basically they're the slaves who just get whipped on the back in order to go do the job. And so like if a peon like me said, oh, hey, we could fire 30% of the administration, that'd be cool. Nobody's fucking listening. Nobody's listening to me.
Well, I mean, again, I 100% agree. And I see that across the board in basically every, everywhere I've ever been, and conservative states, liberal states, I've been all over the country. It's the same thing. In my hometown, we just spent a lot of money building a new police department building for no damn good reason. Like there wasn't anything wrong with the old one other than that it was paid for back in the 80s. like they built it in the 70s or 80s, and it's been paid for since the 80s, and there wasn't anything wrong with it except the city has a budget, they need to spend it, and
yeah, we could totally deploy it otherwise. But then that involves like getting people active in their local communities, active in city councils, active in mayors and all that kind of stuff. And I do think that there's going to be a changing of hands in the next generation. Effectively, I think the boomers are on the way out. I still have my parents. They were born in 55. They're in their early 70s now. But they have health complications, and I love them and I want them to be around forever, but they're not going to be around forever.
Right.
And so there's going to be a political changing of the guard in the next 10 to 20 years. And the millennials like me and Gen X, who, are kind of social, they have a reputation for socio-political ambivalence. We're going to have to step up to the plate. Otherwise the entire society is going to fall apart. But real quick, I do want to hear whatever you have to say. But I have hit 5 hours and I kind of want to catch up with my chat and dip out. I normally have a hard out at 2:30. So if you want to hit me with one more point and then we can wrap, that would be great.
Yeah, man. I think that the Gen Alpha or whatever they're calling them, like my son who's 15 now, his entire peer group is basically right leaning, if not hard right leaning. And it's because they're looking around at all of this stuff, and it encourages me to some degree, because I'm sure, as they get a little older, they're going to move back more centrist, which is fine. But it really encourages me for the future, because those are going to be the main voters in the future. They're going to be more active, I think, politically than any other segment has been in a long time. And and it's heartening in that aspect, because I think they can do a lot of really good things that my parents weren't willing to do. I'm Gen X, and I don't think
you're a pretty small generation. You didn't really have much of an opportunity to have a whole lot of political will.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think that I think they're going to have a very long political span because they're already getting into politics as they're. I mean, my son's 15 and he's kind of into, he understands what's going on. He pays attention, and so when he's 18, he'll be voting the day he's 18. So
My only fear with what you're saying is that I was raised by Massachusetts Republicans, okay? And so they were like fiscally conservative Reaganites, but then they like weren't racist and they abhorred racism and this, that, and they were progressive in reference to like social issues or whatever, even though they're like diehard Christian conservatives and they didn't like homosexuality. If they met a homosexual, they're not going to call them the F slur and, fight them, So that overall pretty good people, even if they still have really conservative belief. And they're very tolerant of a lot of people. So I think that I was kind of raised in like a hybridized conservative, but also like libertarian philosophy of government should be as small as possible because ultimately it's just our taxes that are going to it. Republican Party is better because we should elect the most technocratically competent people to our society. And the Republican Party emphasizes like business and entrepreneurship and self-reliance and all that kind of stuff. And so these are the best and brightest of our society. And so we need to elect them so they can craft good policy. And then finally, like Democrats, liberals, and progressives, they're very well intended. Like they love the blacks, they love the gays, they love the transes, they love this, that, the other. But through the path of good intention, they pave the way to hell. And so that's where like you can't trust a Democrat to just say, oh, well, I have the best intentions to take care of minorities and sexual minorities, because through political and technocratic stupidity, they're going to pave the path to hell. And so that's the way that I was raised. But effectively, what I'm afraid of with what you're talking about is that my libertarian or liberal, my emphasis on freedom was very staunchly reinforced. Whereas what I see a lot in the distant right is in like a naked embracing of authoritarianism, either as a joke or seriously. And I think that's what scares the shit out of me, is that while Trump might not actually be Hitler, I do see bad shit that he does constantly being swept for, and that freaks me the fuck out.
So I think those are all very good points. So I was raised by Blue Dog Democrats.
Nice.
And I've never really been like a hardline Republican. I am I'm a constitutional conservative, which means that, basically if not in the Constitution, I don't think it should exist in our government at the federal level. Now, states can do, whatever they want because states' rights. And so, I'm constantly at war with kind of agreeing with some of the stuff Trump does and then disagreeing with like some of the stuff he does. So I'm constantly kind of in this he's good at this, but he's bad at that, which to be honest with you has been the story with every single politician that I've ever encountered ever. Like I've never
if you supported 100%. Trump, I would expect some degree of whiplash, because even the things that he was most praised for, he either hasn't followed through or he's gone in a different direction. And so like if you agreed on Trump on Monday that he was a military isolationist, but then you agreed with Trump on Wednesday that we can unilaterally kidnap foreign heads of state, even if it's beneficial to the United States. It could be beneficial to the United States. Maybe it's brilliant from geopolitical analysis, but there should be some level of cognitive dissonance there where it's like, well, hold up, like this isn't completely jiving with what you said on Monday. I think he's a.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't have anything nice to say.
Right. No, it's cool. And that's fine. Like I'm not Trump. I don't give a shit. Like say whatever you want. But I think a lot of people kind of get wrapped up into these, compartmentalizing people a little too much, So, but for me, I'm a non-interventionist, right? I don't believe that we should be. We should not be the world police. It's not our job.
Whereas I'm a neocon, so I'm a world police.
I understand. And I disagree with you on that. I think that you're wrong.
Well, let's I'm sorry to kick you out, but let's fight about it next time.
Man. I'm always happy to come on, on anybody's show, really. as long as it's good faith and we're going to have an actual conversation and not just yell back and forth. But this has been good. You know, I didn't think we were going to agree as much as we did, but we really didn't. I didn't find anything where we were totally opposed to each other.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. So where can people find you if they want to watch more of your content?
So you can find me at An Unreasonable Man on YouTube, Gun Prattle on YouTube, and basically all platforms except on Kick. It's Gun Prattle TV. Gun Prattle is all about guns. We should have talked about SHOT Show. SHOT Show was awesome. There was a stabbing there, and it was hilarious because there was a stabbing there in the lobby, and literally like the guys who sell and deal in tourniquets and emergency med supplies were right there and like had the guy in a tournament like that and had his arm elevated and everything.
Maybe it was like a really advanced marketing ploy.
Yeah, well, it was two drunk. Apparently, it was two drunk brothers, weren't even connected to SHOT Show. They were just there. They got in an argument, and one of them stabbed the other one in the arm. So,
Nice.
It's Vegas, baby. What do you want? The AVNs started midweek, so half the week it was just all gun people, and then the last half of the week it was gun people and adult actresses. Dude, you said AVN, and then I was like, hold on, that doesn't mean what I think it means. And then you started smirking, and I was like, okay, that probably means what I think it means. Exactly what it means. And they used to start on the same day. It was hilarious. We used to joke about how many young men in California came home with new wives after the show because you have
Nice.
two groups of people who make bad choices.
Nice.
And,
all right, King. Well,
awesome.
I'm gonna run. I'm gonna go engage with chat for a little bit, and then I'm gonna dip out myself. But it was fun, and I'm looking forward to the next one.
All right, man. You have a great rest of your day.
You too. Be easy.
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Uncle Fatty wants a wrench, but I'm not logged into Valor Media Network, so give me a second. Dude, either DM me on Discord or Twitter or whatever. I'm too tired, dude. I'm too tired. I'm burnt. I was burnt before I talked to him, and then somebody was saying like, "Oh, Destiny's like spurging out about XYZ ABC." So I'm gonna have to check out that content. I'm probably gonna have to DM Destiny. I'm probably gonna have to DM Pisco. We're probably gonna have to have struggle sessions. We're gonna have so many struggle sessions. It's gonna be crazy. Hold on. Well, did I exit? I didn't want to exit. I wanted to, let me pop out my chat real quick. Let me pop out current chat. I'm going to thank you guys. We had 37 super chats on the day. I didn't even set a goal because we were so busy. So I'm going to thank everybody who donated real quick. Excuse me. And then I'll answer your questions if you have anything in chat. Grassroots with the 20 gifted. Thank you, King. I do not deserve your oil, and I'm very much appreciative. I'm sorry that we did not agree on this topic, but I appreciate you hearing me out. Grassroots with the 20 and the 10. Deus Halcyon with the 5. Anonymous Chatter with the 20. Boondoggle My Cognal with the $5. Grassroots with the 10. Grassroots with the 20. Fell Runner with the 5. Bass Guitar with the 5. Jazz 86 with the 5. I'm happy I didn't ban you. That's cool. Grassroots with the 20. Real Serious with the 100 ARS. CD Sock Dem with the 10. Patriarch with the 10 gifted. Thank you for oiling, even if you disagree with me violently. AK Batusai with the 2. Politics JK with the 5. Fast and Bulbous with the 5. Hutch Larry with the 10, Anonymous Shatter with the 20, ET with the 10, Mega Milky Art with the 70 ZAR, Real Serious with the 100, Darth Panzer with the 25, Grassroots with the 20, Grid with the 20, Grassroots with the 20, Sean Kaplan with the 5, Old School with the 5, Paul with the 5, Grassroots and Fell Runner with the 5, Fell Runner with the 2, Real Serious with the 100, Grassroots with the 10, Fell Runner with the 2, and AK Batusai with the 10. Thank you, kings and queens. I parasocially love you and appreciate your donations. No one has to talk to Pisco ever for any reason ever. It's legal. Well, thank you for the support, kings and queens. I'm sorry if I did not address your chats or chat as much as I do in normal streams, but I do think you will agree with me that this is an extraordinary circumstance where there is a huge disagreement between me and my community, and I wanted to take it low and slow and explain myself and have it mind mapped out and have it all that kind of stuff, because I don't feel like jumping into a random conversation with Pisco or Destiny and then getting rhetorically sodomized without having some kind of backup where I can say, hey, you're being crazy pants right now. This is what I'm saying. Stop misrepresenting what I'm saying. So I'm going to scroll up a little bit. I'm going to respond to what you guys are saying. Silver says they're looking around being edgy children and ignorant as F, not because they're well thought out opinions. I mean, I'm with you there. Destron says a bunch of 15-year-old right wingers, great. A bunch of Nick Fuentes viewers, shake my hand. Yeah, Destron, you said something kind of smart alecky when you jumped in, but then you said that you weren't saying something smart alecky, but you're used to being timed out. What was funny is, so you said something timed out, but my timeout feature on StreamYard only times out for like 300 seconds. So it's like, what, like 4 minutes, 5 minutes, something like that. So you're only timed out for 5 minutes. And then he's like, it's okay. I don't take it personally. I'm used to being timed out. But what's so funny about that is like when I saw I didn't take it personal, I'm used to being timed out, I thought about timing you out again. And I thought that would have been fucking hysterical. So I didn't, but I thought about it. And I did think it was going to be funny. Rob says, Connor, imagining the victim was open carrying. Do you see this incident playing out differently? Yes, I think the officers immediately, I think so, but curious about your guys' thoughts. My thought is they would immediately have drawn down on the guy open carrying and ordered him like down on the ground and to surrender his weapon. 100%. If they already knew the gun was there, they would have drawn on him like the second that he was walking with his hands up and then kind of stiff-armed the cop. Every cop on scene would have drawn, pointed their guns at him, told him to get on the ground and to surrender his firearm, 100%. Pisco Alton chat? Who's that? Chris says, forgive me, I'm a little behind, but you talk like training cops not to yell gun after someone is disarmed is necessary. Do we need don't stick forks in electrical sockets training too? Yes. Yes, Chris. Yes, we need that training. Yes. Incredibly simple things can get people killed. Yes. Coffee says, please, I hope you get it now. Not sure what that's in reference to. Christian Blair says, you don't really need to DM Destiny. Just pop in like all the other fucking orbiters do. This is what I'm talking about. You don't need to be afraid of bothering him. He doesn't give a fuck. I get it, but I'm tired now, so I don't want to do it right now. Christian Blair says, DM Pisco, though, he likes to be notified beforehand. Great show. Thanks, Fel. Thanks, Fel. I feel like we might not have like stayed at level 4, but I think we did a really good job at level 1 and level 2. And I think we hit on 2 topics that broached into level 4 and therefore were worthy of your approval. So I appreciate you. Silver says, post them mind maps so we can roast you in detail. All right. Sounds good. Demon King Drago says, are you interested in analysis of the shooting of Alex by an MP veteran? Yeah. DM it to me either on Discord or Twitter or whatever. I don't have time right now, dude. I'm exhausted. I'm tapped out, but in general. Louis Salazar says 1v1 versus Pisco again. Whenever I feel like killing myself, I'll just do it. I'll have an aneurysm and I'll die on stream. It'll be great. So it'll be great content. Real Serious says I missed level 4. Oh my God. Well, I feel like we did it real quick. Let me share this with you guys. The problem is I want to go fucking lie down because my back hurts halfway through stream. And so I want to like go chill or whatever. But the drawings are on my desktop. So I have to find a time where I'm like chilling in front of the desktop. So these are the police reforms that I want to do. And I think that any sane liberal or progressive would actually agree with my analysis. Here is the logic and morality of Mr. Pretti that got him killed. And by the way, even if the legal shooting was justified, that doesn't mean that Mr. Pretti is a bad man, right? I think Mr. Pretti is probably a good man, and he died a good man. So Mr. Pretti could be arguably a martyr for the First Amendment and the Second Amendment and not beating the shit out of women. And you could still valorize him as a hero while still saying that he was subject to arrest and killed through a confluence of factors that'll be deemed legally justified. These things are not mutually exclusive. Here's the law enforcement justification. Here's I think this is another law enforcement justification. And then this is a thumbnail for the Sodaz Fallout TV show called Sunburst, where it's a video of the Brotherhood of Steel doing a last stand at the Helios 1 station. It is so good. And so, yeah, go watch that. Silver says your back hurts because the weight of battle you had to hold in the coming week is ginormous. True. But anyways, go watch Counterpoint Sci-Fi. Go watch Counterpoint Star Wars. Go watch Counterpoints 40K. I do have a ton of videos that are on copyright strike right now for Counterpoints 40K. But I appealed them all. I sent all the counterpoints I sent all the counter notifications. I told the company that's working for Games Workshop to go fuck itself, politely, but I did tell them to go do fuck themselves. And so as a result, there's still some 40K content up there. I don't think I can post for the next 2 weeks though. For while the counter notifications are being appealed, I don't think I can post new 40K content. So if you're fiending for some science fiction violence, go check out Counterpoint Sci-Fi and Counterpoint Star Wars. Felrunner says, switch to a lead for inflammation over Advil. No. What I'm going to do, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Okay? I, once a week, am going to rip a doob on Saturdays, and then I'm going to stretch. That's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to rip a doob so I become incredibly body conscious, and I can feel everything that's wrong with me. I can feel my intestines, I can feel my gas, I can feel my constipation, I can feel the sore muscles in my hips, I can feel everything that I ignore, and I can feel the tightness in my shoulders and the tightness in my chest. And then what I do is through that body consciousness, I just like go for a walk and I relax everything and I stretch. And I just kind of enjoy, in yoga. Yes, exactly. I'm probably going to be like a very angry hippie. I just want you guys to prepare for like the next chapter of my life. The next chapter of my life is being somebody who debates politics 5 days a week, and then somebody who like does yoga and stretches on Saturday. So, yeah, grill maste indeed. All right. Anyways, I parasocially love you guys. Thank you for hanging out. We peaked out at like 150. We're down to 60. I'm assuming everybody else is live and they're covering the same thing and freaking out and all that kind of stuff. So thank you to the true cog. Thank you to the real cog who hung out the entire day. Thank you to the true and real cog who have oiled and chipped today. I do parasocially love you. Thank you for the financial support. Thank you for the spiritual support. Thank you for the viewership. Thank you for everything. All things considered, I had a phenomenal day. And I appreciate y'all. Have a great one. Bye, guys.